Wait, oh, y'all scuffed me already. Y'all were quick on that shit. Jesus Christ, I'm gonna be so honest. I started the ad, I stepped away. I just got back to my screen. Jesus Christ, y'all were quick with that. Give me a second to get some music going. There we go. How's that? There we go. Hello, everybody! Greetings from the archive. How are y'all doing tonight? Welcome on in. It is a pleasure to have you, as it always is. I'm Archivist, your resident loud punk bastard here on the internet. How is everybody? Hi, hi! I hope you're doing well! Bark, bark, bite, bite! Let me go through and say hi to everybody. Welcome on in. Hello to... Who was the first? Who was the first today? Who was it? Jesus Christ, y'all spammed some shit. Congrats to Dusklight Navigator on the first. Welcome on into Wonder, Virgil, Jordan the Kitty, Crocodile, definitely Fuse, Yax. Let's see. Druid of the Gaze, Astra Arts, Yui, Nat Puff, Someone Awesome. Hello, Dom the Sub. Thank you for the raid. Hi, folks. I'm your resident loud punk bastard here on the internet. You can find me yapping queer and leftist issues. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Welcome on in, Emmett Possum. Hello, the Big Iron. Hello, Mockingbird. Let's see. Everyone give Dom the Sub some love, by the way. Mods, make sure we get a shout out if we haven't already. Appreciate the hell out of y'all. Hello, Good Humored Gaming. Thank you for the resub. Thanks for the hype train, folks. Hi, Jordan. Hi, Bug Splat, X Gun, Techhead Zero. Molten Barrel has redeemed a text to AE here. I don't actually like biting. I should have never said that. None of it's true. Bark, bark, bite, bite, indeed. Didn't think we were quick on the draw. You got it. You got this. Hello, Zelda, as well. It's a pleasure. Hi, Gracie Bacon. Hi, Shalfa. How is everybody? Hi. Hope everyone is having an absolutely wonderful evening, and if you're not, I'll bite you? Shoot you with a gun. Chat, I need new threats. I'm gonna put you in a jar and I'm gonna cover the air holes. How's that one? How's that one? How's that one? Does that work? Does that work? I'm in a politically charged vodka-fueled mood right now. How's my favorite anarchist fox? That is quite the energy. I don't have any vodka in me, but I'm quite caffeine-driven right now, and I'm always politically charged. Y'all know what to expect from me by now, I think, probably, maybe. I think y'all know what to expect from me by now. Slight headache, but otherwise, doing really good today. Hell yeah, that's a win right there. I mean, you know, a headache, never a win. But. The rest of it, I would say. Sounds like a good time. Request for you, can you keep me awake until I'm in my hotel? I can try, Yingli, I can try. We'll sit here and yap, we'll have some fun. We'll cause some problems, as we're off to do. Being so honest, not my most productive day. I was really hoping my first week back from Offkai would be a lot more productive than this, but I finally caught up on all of my DMs last night. Y'all, I ended stream at about 1 a.m., took a break to make food. It was maybe like 1:30, 2 a.m. when I sat down to, like, you know, answer all my DMs. Went to bed at 4 after finally getting through all of them, because yes, it took me like 2.5 hours to answer my DMs. I had a lot of DMs from people. And then chat, I woke up this morning. I woke up this morning. To a hell of my own creation. Hell yeah, hope you enjoyed the punk show, Nadia. We're doing well. I woke up to a hell of my own creation. If you've ever wondered, hey AE, why are you a little bit protective of your DMs? It's because I get a lot and I get a little easily overwhelmed. I do want to say people are free to DM me if it's something important or if it's related to content creation. Or if we are friends, but, Lydia did not send me the toes text, no. What toes text? Fear? Congrats, X-Gun, on the 5 stream streak. Appreciate the hell out of you. Also, thank you everyone for the hype train. It means the world. She sent it to me. I have not received the toes text. Can only imagine the backlog you had to... Thought about answering back, but thought you'd be dealing with a lot, so I held off. I appreciate that. Feel free to DM me, like, tomorrow or something. She wanted me to play it live on stream. I have not received the Toes text. Hello, Charlie. Sisyphus moment. I'm gonna be so honest. Yeah, responding to my DMs is a Sisyphean task. It is a Sisyphean task. And don't get me wrong, I love my friends, and I love hearing from y'all as well. There have been a few really kind messages people have sent me recently about like the impact of my art and content, and that means a lot. I'm tired. If I take a couple days to respond, I promise it's nothing personal. I'm just a little guy. I am, in fact, chat, just a little guy. I'm just a little guy. Does the pops up a VR? I do have a VR headset, actually. I do. I do own a VR headset. I've never used it for content shit yet. I need to, at some point in the coming days, test that out. Gonna be lurking this stream since I got a wrestling match. No worries, no worries. Enjoy. Enjoy your wrestling match, Virgil. Hope to see you sometime in the near future. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Been playing Blade and Sorcery. Learned how to snap people's necks in the game. I've heard good things about Blade and Sorcery, but I've never played it. I know nothing about it. You know, I actually did something really cool today. And by today, I mean technically yesterday, but it only finally, like, you know, got fixed up and official today. I set up an account with a website that does a lot of game keys for content creators and journalists. So, with any luck, very soon I'm going to be able to play like some really cool, relatively modern games. We'll be able to have fun with that together. Also, must lurk. Just finished 9 hours across the obelisk. Please take care of yourself. Do as you gotta do. 9 hours is a long stream. I think I've done like 4 or 5 streams that are longer than 9 hours. It is very rare I push past the 8-hour mark. Currently getting back from the Pride Parade. I'm actually dead walking for 8 hours. The Pride Parade wasn't good for my feet. Yeah, I feel that. I'm still recovering from going to Offkai, the VTuber convention. My legs still dislike me. I don't think I'm in pain anymore, but oh my god, it has taken me a bit to recover. I think I need to invest in a cane next time. Like, I don't know how much a cane is going to help with my very specific brand of physical ailment, but I do think I need to invest in one. We only played 2 campaigns, haven't even finished the second. Jesus Christ, this must be a long game. Did you see my recommendation about Mermaid's Mask? Yes, I saw it. I did see it, yes. Oh, I promise I read the suggestions channel in the Discord. I promise I read it. If I don't respond to things, it's not because I didn't see them, it's because I have a lot of shit on my plate. With all the love in the world, I read pretty much everything that happens in the Discord. I read about 90% of what happens in the Discord. If people get into really long conversations, I don't scroll up, but I'll read like the most recent messages in them to just get a gist of what's happening. I read most of what happens in there. If I don't respond, it's usually because I do not have that kind of time. Hello, Gay Cheeto Puff, Barper Bite Bite. If you get a cane, hope you personalize and punk the fuck out of it. Oh, absolutely. If I get a cane, that thing is getting covered in stickers. It's going to look like my laptop, which I think my laptop looks very cool. Awesome game, highly recommend, especially with friends. Noted, noted, noted. Honestly, if I can be so real, I've been at a point lately where I am thinking about fully abandoning the whole, like... Okay. I don't want to fully abandon, you know, playing retro games. But I think the not quite retro part of my branding no longer holds much weight or value. And I've taken it out of my like stream introductions. You know, when people raid in, I don't say that I play not quite retro games very often anymore. It's kind of eased its way out of my rambles. I've been thinking that it is... I've been a lot more open recently to playing modern games, especially indie games. And I'm thinking that there really just isn't all that much value or weight to specifically trying to focus on retro shit anymore. And I think that's alright. I'd cover my game with stickers if it wasn't fully wood. You know, that's fair. If you've got a wood one, that's a different story. Also, thank you for putting in suggestions, Don the Sub. Appreciate the hell out of you. Bark, bite, bite. Everyone on my end, make sure you give Don the Sub some love. Also, thank you, Wingman Vidya. Just saw that for the Bark Boy Bark for the ARP. 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 I appreciate the hell out of it. Arr. Okay, I get burger now. Enjoy burger. Enjoy burger. I've also seen people do it on the handles of a wheelchair. Ooh, that's really fun. That's really cute. I love that. That sounds like a vibe, if I do say so myself. Pogo stick cane sounds terrible. But no, I don't know how much a cane would be useful for my specific brand of physical hell, that being, like, orthostatic hypotension and a knee that's a little bit rough, but like I've been thinking about finally investing in one for convention purposes. Gonna eat dinner, crab cakes while watching this. Enjoy the crab cakes. I love crab cakes. I have pizza rolls. God, y'all are gonna make me jealous, and I like just ate ramen. I just ate ramen, and y'all are gonna make me fucking jealous. I want some, I say, being completely full. I'm not hungry enough for it, but I want some anyway. Ramen, chat. I love ramen. No, I'm not saying that. No, we're moving on. Never mind. That was too much. That's enough of that, actually. No, Okay. I'm alright, actually. I'm normal. Pizza roll slap, they do in fact. Mods. Thank you, Jordan. That was like a frame 2 ban. Hell fucking yeah. If you have issues with a single knee, can have a big impact. My mother has serious issues in one knee. Help her quite a lot before she could get treated. Noted. I do think the bigger issue for me tends to be the orthostatic hypotension, but noted and appreciated. It was already said too late. Quick clip it. God fucking damn it. Also, welcome on in, Linvorin. It's wonderful to see you, as per always. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I appreciate the hell out of y'all. I love my mod team. I love my mod team so much. They do so much work to keep this place up and running. Like, my channel would be in a much worse place if I did not have mods here the majority of the time who helped me stay on top of everything and kept shit from falling apart. I am so bad at, like, fucking keeping on top of all of my responsibilities as a content creator. So much of what I do would straight up just not be possible if I did not have my mods here helping me with shit. Shout out to my mods. I catch what slips past Jordan like, and you do great, Zelda. Raw men, dumb bisexual here. Where? Real. Automod bigots moment. I think it's really funny. I do think it is very, very funny that so little of what, assholes and bigots post in my chat actually gets through. I know I complain a lot about Twitch's auto mod settings being overly restrictive and too poorly tuned, but they do a good job of restricting messages from the assholes. They do a very good job of keeping the assholes from showing up in chat. Very few jackasses get through, and I'm incredibly grateful for that. I'll be so honest, like 3 or 4 times a stream, we will have some kind of jackass pop in and send like an anti-Semitic or racist or homophobic message. And most of the time, nearly every time, they don't even get pushed to chat. You all can't even see them. My mods just take care of them. And it's honestly really nice. When it works decently is what I'm hearing. Yes, it is overly sensitive. And unfortunately, I was recently forced to increase my settings because I found out that Twitch will not allow you up on their shelves or like promote you on the front page if you do not have at least level 2 auto mod enabled. I was previously running with like the lowest level of auto mod. So if you've noticed that Automod is restricting you more often, you're not imagining it. It is because I did have to increase the strictness and severity of it in order to access some front page shit. But it is really funny. Also, thank you for the clip. Y'all, okay, I have been considering starting to actually utilize like clips of my channel for like advertising on social media. I don't like the thought of the majority of my YouTube or TikTok posts being stream clips, but I've been thinking about occasionally pulling out stream clips and using them in like Blue Sky or similar socials just every now and then, maybe once a week, in order to like bring more attention to the wacky shenanigans that happen here. But I feel like if I'm gonna do that, I need those clips to actually be special and impactful. I don't want just a generic funny gaming moment. I have thoughts and feelings, but it's a thing that's been in my head lately, and I like speaking my thoughts out loud. Big fan of expressing my thoughts verbally. My thing being that I typically do not find stream clip content engaging. But I've been paying more attention lately whenever I am like watching content or scrolling through social media feeds. I've been paying more attention to what grabs my attention. You know, I have been trying to be more conscious and cognizant of what draws me in and why it holds me. And I've been noticing like the most impactful media that tends to grab me if I'm scrolling through Blue Sky or whatnot are videos, not generic stream clips, mind you, but ones that show off something technical and impressive. I noticed scrolling through my feed the other day that one of my content buddies, that Vera, has this incredibly well put together 3D tracking situation that I thought was incredibly impressive. And it was just a stream clip, but it caught my attention and got me to stop and made me actually like reach out to her. And it has me wondering a good deal about like how I want to manage my shit. Like, okay. I'm gonna show y'all what I mean. I'm gonna platform my friends on social media. This is Vera. Look at this. It's informational, but it is a stream clip, and I think that there is perhaps value in approaching stream clips in a similar manner, wherein like it is a response to a question in chat, and I go through and I edit it down in a way where it is informational but interesting and visually engaging. I don't know. I'm having thoughts. I'm having thoughts. This short has both like given me a lot of thoughts about how to upgrade my own 3D tracking setup for when I do like live music streams, but also has me really rethinking my ideology towards short form video content. This is what I'm constantly doing. And I'm essentially just articulating it out loud right now. Whenever I'm engaging with media for other creators, I'm thinking about like why it grabs me, what grabs me, and this has me rethinking a lot. But also like, God, Vera's tracking is so good. Hi, Rosa. Bye. Good afternoon, Sir Crustpunk. I'm not beating the allegations, chat. His ass is not beating the Crustpunk allegations. Imagine your first encounter with AE content being I like raw men. I mean, sometimes a guy just likes raw men. I don't know. I have thoughts and feelings. The tragic balance of getting your voice out there and wanting to say something meaningful. I will say, one of the biggest holes I fall in as a creator, I want to make content that gets eyes on it, that grabs people, that engages people. Unfortunately, the very nature of social media, it tends to more heavily grab onto and push media that is extreme and in which induces strong emotions. And very often said media lacks nuance. If you haven't noticed, chat, fucking love nuance. Big fan of nuance. Whenever I have conversations on subjects, I try to take a very nuanced, understanding, patient approach to them. I like as a leftist who is involved in community organizing, I care a lot about meeting other people where they are and trying to communicate points in a way that is understandable but permissive and gentle. I am not a very angry person. I'm not a very aggressive person. I want to sit down and have a conversation about things that I care about and communicate them in a way that is accessible, and that is just not good for social media. Get a load of this nuanced guy. Yeah, nuance on the internet. Can y'all believe this shit? And one of my greatest annoyances as a content creator is that it is so hard to market myself in a way that is like, for lack of a better term, clickbaity, that immediately engages and grabs an audience without saying things that I don't want to say and without exaggerating in ways that I don't want to exaggerate. And it bothers me. Cool opinions and hot takes probably do pretty well, at least with me. It's just something I'm thinking about. The name is familiar. Did I meet them at Offcut? You might have, Plank. Vera was very, very cool. Get a load of this nuanced guy. Reminds me of my go-to response when people ask me what my type is a bisexual. My taste in men is woman, my taste in women is men. That's so real, though. Wait, that's so real though. Big fan of androgyny. My taste is any man with the slightest hint of femininity and any woman that can beat me up in a mosh pit. We love androgyny in this household. My taste in men is any man with the slightest hint of femininity, and my taste in women is alt woman who could beat me up in a mosh pit. Flashy tends to kill nuance, sadly. Exactly. And that's something I'm trying to figure out how to navigate and circumvent, you know? That's something that whenever I engage with the content and art of others that I regard and respect, and especially that I see succeeding, well, okay. Not especially that I see succeeding, but whenever I engage with content of folks who I think are at or above my level in, following, and whose art that I respect and see value in, I try to recognize what about the art draws me in, what keeps me there, and how I can apply those techniques to my own work. And very often, you can see bits and pieces of the inspiration I take, the things that impacted me and cemented a video in my mind, in my own work. There are pieces of I Don't Regret Girlhood that are very much stripped and heavily inspired by two specific videos. Those being... Oh god, Alexander Avila's I Was a Transgender Child video, and the Leftist Cooks video. Oh, what's that one called? Shit. Should leftists have children? That one. I was gonna say your subreddit reminded me so much of Alexander Avila, one of my inspirations. Yeah, genuinely, one of my inspirations. You can see that, like, yeah, Alexander Avila, the Leftist Cooks. Who else is are my big inspirations? More recently, Leadhead has become a big inspiration of mine. Yeah, these are people who, like, yeah, you can see bits and pieces of in my content because they are inspirations of mine. Should leftists have children as a mental title? Well, it's genuinely an interesting conversation. It is a conversation about pro versus antinatalism. It is a conversation about, like, is it ethical to bring... It tackles the questions of, one, is it ethical to bring life into a world wherein all of this horrid fascism and bullshit is occurring? Is that a selfish desire to bring a kid to the world? Because there's a lot of people who, especially left-leaning folks and queer folk, who are scared to have a kid because they don't want to subject that kid to a negative or painful life. And it also tackles the question of, like, can you consent to being born? What does consent mean in the act of being born? It's some really interesting philosophical questions. And the part of why the video impacted me so heavily is at the very end of it, they revealed the reason this has been in their heads and the reason they made this video is because it was a question they were tackling themselves. The end of the video, they do a pregnancy announcement, wherein they go through video calls with all of the people they interviewed and, like, had conversations with about the concept of the video, announcing, like, you know, that this was a pregnancy announcement. And that is what inspired the last few minutes of I Don't Regret Girlhood. Also, hello, Mitsuri! Bye. Congrats on the new username. Welcome on in. Hello, Mizutaku as well. Bark, bite. State of the world right now, no one should be having kids. We need to adopt more than we have kids. Everyone's going to be forced into the ocean for living space. And, like, I do agree that we need to adopt more, but, like, is it an ethically bad act to have a kid? Is that a selfish act? And your point, Nick, seems to be an antinatalist one which says that, yes, that is a selfish act. And that is the question that the video itself is trying to answer and to navigate, and comes to the conclusion that, like, you know, they ultimately came to the conclusion for themselves that they wanted to have a kid. You know? You know? The moral dilemma is real with all of that. Yeah, it's a really interesting question that I think a lot of people are scared to address on a more deep level. Because a lot of people have a very immediate, I think especially a lot of people in queer circles tend to have a very immediate no answer. But, like, there are people who want to have kids. There are people who want to. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm very pro-adoption, but why should we stop people from having kids if they want to have them because there's already suffering in the world? It's not an argument that I'm fond of, and I would heavily recommend folks check out that video by the Leftist Cooks. They're great inspirations of mine. One sec. They are... I would say these days, Leadhead has become a bigger inspiration of mine, but until very recently, they were my largest inspiration in the video essay space. Really cool couple from Ireland. I heavily recommend Sex and the Revolution. You're Probably Mentally Ill, which I have a video I want to eventually make that's very similar to You're Probably Mentally Ill, but I put my own spin on it. What are the other big ones? Capitalism in the Body is a really good one. Spider-Verse, Identity Politics, Leftist Infighting, The Oppression Olympics is pretty good. Is it expensive? Why is it expensive to be poor is pretty good. And then, of course, like, the Should Leftists Have Children was a very interesting video. Just in my makeup chair for 6 hours, and now I don't want to get into cosplay. You can do it! You can do it! Bark, bite. I also just don't think I could raise a child well. And, like again, this is not about personal choice. This is about societally. You know, this is not about your own personal choice. It is the ethics on a larger societal level, you know? But it's a whole thing. I love attempts to answer weird ethical questions like that. Malthusian refers to I forget the name of the guy. He has a first name. He was some kind of economy. Chat, what do you call a guy who studies economies? Economist, is that the term? It's the theory, if I recall correctly, that, like, human populations will grow exponentially and thereby lead to scarcity in food and greater levels of poverty if unchecked. Which is not true. That's not true, actually. Like, don't get me wrong, there is a upper point to how much land there is and how much of that land can be occupied by humans, but we are nowhere near that point, and the notion that there is actually any scarcity of food or resources in the world is an invention of capitalism. The majority of scarcity is a invention of capitalism that exists to make things more expensive. So a Malthusian notion is one that presumes that, like, as human populations grow, access to resources shrink and scarcity becomes a greater problem, which is a false ideology in the majority of cases. Oh, are there bees? I'm not hearing the bees. He has a first name. I don't remember his fucking first name. I know Malthusianism is named after the guy, but I don't remember his name. I know mentally I would be an awful parent. I just don't think I would want to drag another person to the struggle I had to deal with. And that's so fair. Again, none of this is about your oh, thank you so much, Kova, first name Thomas, thank you. I think it was like Thomas Malthus. But none of this is like your personal choice. If you do not want to have a kid, and I'm not saying this to say, oh, you should have a kid if you don't want to. Obviously, if you do not want to have a kid or do not deem yourself to be capable of raising one, thumbs up. This is about people who judge others for having kids because they deem it to be a selfish act or hold on to the ideology that the world is too dangerous and scary and negative to have a kid in, you know? I am not making this point to tell you that you should have a kid even if you don't want to. I am saying this to combat the idea that having a kid is selfish and that it is a immoral act to do so under the current state of the world. Thomas Malthus wrote his theory to justify the British Empire starving large populations of its empire to death and sitting back and watching. He was a proponent of starving mass amounts of population and built this ideology to justify the mass killing of members of the population through starvation because, quote unquote, overpopulation. Overpopulation is a myth. Don't get me wrong, there is an upper limit to how many people can live on the earth, but we are nowhere near it, and the notion that we don't have enough food, resources, or space is bullshit. There are enough unoccupied houses in the world to house everyone, and there's enough food produced to feed everyone multiple times over. It's just the majority of it is thrown out, or the majority of those homes are unoccupied because no one can afford them. It is the idea, the entire concept of overpopulation is a capitalist invention. It's dumb to me when older people say that younger generations don't want children. Most people I know are 18 to 25, and most want children, just the cost of living and state of the world that holds them all back. Yeah, absolutely. A lot of people want to have kids. It's not me. It's not most of the people in my chat. But a lot of people want to have kids, and they should be able to make that choice. But that video by the leftist cooks seeks to answer the ethical question of, like, as a leftist, is it an ethical act to have a kid? It's a really interesting conversation. It was weirdly over-exaggerated as a fair campaign to support the capitalist regime. It's also a, whole capitalist lie that feeds on that justifies poverty and starvation under the ideology that we don't have enough when there are more than enough resources to take care of the entire population. It's really funny when you make a fantastic anti-capitalist point and follow it up immediately with ah-rah-rah-rah. It's because I'm autistic. I know, I'm funny as shit. This is what the video essay watchers miss. What the video essay watchers miss out are the points wherein I pause everything I'm saying to go ah-rah-rah-rah or bark bark bite bite. They miss all the vocal stimming between my very beautifully worded adept talking points. You should start stimming randomly in your videos. See, I've considered it. I have genuinely considered letting myself stim while I record shit. But I worry that it introduces dead air that people won't like. Like, chances are, honestly, it'll become a feature of my videos that's eventually endearing. But it feels unprofessional and like it kind of ruins the air of this serious point I'm making. It's a genuine debate in my mind about whether or not I should allow myself to stim in my videos. Congrats on getting to the hotel, Yungle. You did it! Bye-bye-bye! I do want children, but I believe the environment is too hostile for children, especially with the removal of third spaces. And I get where that comes from, but I would urge you to watch the video, honestly. I can never want a partner someday, and that's it. Gone through enough in life. Let me be happy to relax with someone I love. And that's also fair. Again, like, none of this is to tell individual people not to have kids. But it's a very interesting moral question. And I really appreciate the leftist cook's work. Ah-rah, rah-rah. The capitalist lie is the tragedy of the commons. Theoretically, a point at which scarcity could happen, but we're nowhere near that. Exactly. Well, let me check the stats on, like, food waste. I'm gonna rely on just United States stats here because, like, that's where I'm from. But it goes to show like this thing that is generally true worldwide, within a more like limited capacity. I So mind you, this comes from the United States Department of Agriculture. So I am reading like a government site right now. It is estimated in the United States that about 30 to 40% of our food supply is completely wasted and gets like thrown out or otherwise unused. Much of that food being completely edible. It just goes to landfills. And that's not counting, food that we're feeding to our animals, to our livestock. That's not counting, like, food that's used as fertilizer or whatnot. I'm not sure how much of, like, damaged goods account for that, but the majority of this is it sits in stores until it hits its sell-by date and gets thrown out. That's 30 to 40% of our food supply. Which could very easily be going to feeding hungry people. In one of my shorts, it did an all about me and even put my age. Was that smart? It depends on how old you are. If you are, like, under the age of, honestly, 21, I would not openly put your age on the internet. And if you are under the age of, especially, if you're like under that age range, I would recommend against telling me your age or telling my chat your age, because that puts a target on your back. I love hearing people's stims. The stims they do always suit the person so perfectly. Really hope it's not offensive. Oh, no, absolutely. I don't mind at all. I think my stims are silly. I lean into them. I do them IRL too, don't get me wrong. I do them when I'm off stream, but like, I lean into them here. They're part of my branding. It's fun. And I enjoy that other people find them soothing. I used to be very insecure about my bird noises especially, but a lot of people in my time as a content creator have come to find them very soothing, or come to enjoy them for one reason or another, and that makes me really happy. Hi, Belladonna, Barbara by Bite. I also with all the I think it's unethical to bring a child into the world arguments, there are children that already exist and need care. Yeah, like, don't get me wrong, I'm very, like, pro-adoption, if you have the resources. I think that not enough people look at adoption as a reasonable option. And I think that especially as we are seeing further attacks on, abortion rates, I understand, or rather, various attacks on abortion rights, I understand why a lot of people are really fucking scared and nervous. But I think it is irresponsible to let that fear jump to a distaste for children altogether, or a ideology that, having a kid is an immoral act. 10 hours of silence broken by archivist stims when? Maybe on the side channel one of these days. maybe I do need to let myself start doing them in videos. I've been trying to decide, because I'm still stuck between two ideas for what my next video is, and I've started just working on both of them and waiting to see which one grabs me more. The issue being that I have a third script in the works that's grabbing me more than either of them, and I'm very specifically not releasing that one until March. Whoopsie. Regardless. I was gonna make a joke about I'd adopt someone my own age, but then I remember there's a word for that, roommates! No! That's really good. That's really good. That's very funny. I'd rather adopt because their queer children need a family who supports them. Yeah, and that's absolutely incredible. And I think that's a good thing, but regardless. Bark, bark, bite, bite. 10 hours of Genshin Impact background music occasionally interrupted by Ark yelling bark, bark, bite, bite. I'd listen to that. I'd use that as my own co-working background noise. I would use that for, like, my own productivity background. I am the target audience. Target audience of me and Rosa and to no one else. God, y'all, why is Genshin? I've been listening to a lot of Genshin music recently while I'm like hyper focusing on stuff, because I tend to go through phases of what music is my background noise. And as much as I do not fuck with Hoyoverse, we've had this conversation a million times. God, the music and art in that game is so good. God, the music and art in that game is so good. Hi, Scale Rider, bark for bite bite. I have a lot of appreciation for that game. Thank you for making me normal. Nick's Paradigm. Barber bye bye. And hello, B. Beanbag. Bark bark bye bye. I've been hand sewing and I think my hand will explode if I continue. Yeah, that's what happens when you hand sew for like more than a couple hours. I know the feeling. Silly Stims mixed with nostalgia from growing up as a Genshin enjoyer. Sign me up. Hell yeah. God. Hell yeah. Spent the day doing two things. Work out for 2 hours and refurnishing an old copy table. Also, Ace Hardware can kiss my ass. Most overpriced goods of any maintenance store. I'm gonna be honest. I have not been to like a hardware store in some odd years. I have no clue. I don't think I've been to. I think the last time I went to a hardware store was 2021, and it's because I needed spackling paste to fill in a hole in paint that a what are they called? The little hooks. You know, the thing is that you're supposed to be able to remove that you stick to your wall and they advertise as being like safes for dorm rooms and apartments. Those bitches. I was taking a few of those down. I am so bad at remembering the names of things. And I fucked up and I needed to get spackling paste in order to fill in the holes. When I'm drunk, I stim triple in frequency and slurs become increasingly likely to become a stem. You know what? I love this for you. Slim. Oh, of course. I would assume slurs you can claim. Don't worry. I don't say them on stream, but I'm known to occasionally throw an affectionate F slur around with my friends. Yes, command strips. Thank you. I have to avoid hardware stores because they set off my tism, and I wind up looking at everything they have. You know, valid and understandable. I think hardware stores are funny. I've always felt very weird in them. Went to a Home Depot today, found an Among Us in the bathroom. You know what? Good for that Among Us. Good for that Among Us. Enjoy your mochi, story. That's very cute. Hello, Grabo guy. Barbara bye bye. Affectionate slurs with people who are allowed to say them and know their loved ones are fantastic. No, I'm known to occasionally throw around an F slur with friends who I know are chill with it in safe environments. I don't do that in my content, primarily because I do not trust Twitch to be able to tell the difference. Twitch does have rules around like, you know, slur usage, which usually just state that like as long as they are not being used, if they are being used by people who could reclaim them in a way that is not, you know, aggressive or demeaning, then they're fine with it. I don't trust Twitch to know the difference, so I very much avoid that in my content. But, you know, in environments with friends who I have checked beforehand are cool with it, you know, that's a different environment. That's a different situation. We're allowed to enjoy things in those kinds of situations. Lots of things are contextual, chat, you know? But yeah, I have been considering slipping stints into my videos here and there. The issue, I suppose I would just have to figure out how to make it natural, because like when I'm reading a script, don't tend to stim much, because I'm very focused on like reading what's on the paper. But maybe I just need to loosen up a little bit and let myself do them here and there. Because it is part of my brand being so honest. And the video watchers don't get to hear it. The video watchers do not get to hear me autism all over the place. Twitch can't make up its mind on if they want to censor me for saying fuck. It is really funny. Me when I instantly make a reputation for myself by joining a political themed server, getting into an argument about Israel. Got myself timed out for 10 minutes because there was a few drinks down and decided it'd be a good idea. Jesus Christ. Belladonna. Jesus Christ. With all the love in the world. Jesus Christ. Nature to even more than you'll get there eventually. I promise. I know. How do I say? Getting HRT access can be difficult depending on where you are, but like, I promise it's not as hard as you think it is. I promise it's not as hard as you think it is. I promise it is not as hard or as scary as you think it is. It's usually just expensive. HRT is so easy to get, not gonna lie. It's honestly a lot easier to access HRT, I would say, in the United States than it is like in the UK and whatnot. I don't know as much about the rest of the EU. I don't know much about as much about like the rest of Europe, but like being so real, it is easier to access HRT in the United States in the majority of the country than it is in like the UK and whatnot. Or even in like Canada. It might be a little expensive, but I promise, the means are there. Gonna walk off my lunch. Good luck and take care. You take care, JM. Bye bye. Gonna be getting a yearly supply of prog for 85 soon. Also, DIY my estrogen, including equipment, was like 130 for 2 years. Give me a second. Oh, whoops! I need to fix this. Forgot to mess with my audio settings after the music stream. Apologies that fucked with anything for a second. Hello, Turtling Bird. Bye bye. Oh, hey guys. Did you know that it's completely legal in the United States to do estradiol without a prescription? Did you know that that's not illegal? Did you know that's actually just completely legal? In the United States, it is completely legal to DIY estradiol. You can produce it at home. There are no laws or like legal guidelines or legal issues with doing so, at least in the current like state of in most states. That's completely legal. There is no illegal estradiol trade in the United States because it's legal. It's literally legal. When my Welsh gender services doctor heard I DIY estrogen, she guessed the person I got it off in 2 guesses. But yeah, no, it's legal. Testosterone is illegal. Testosterone is a more tightly controlled substance in the United States, and I cannot speak for other countries. But estradiol is completely illegal. It's completely illegal. Hello, Vexgal. Hello, everybody. Bark, bye, bye. If you want resources, I can literally point you towards this because it is fully legal and it is like surface web. This is not even, it is, I think it is considered, like gray market. It is considered like gray market, but it is like technically, it is completely legal. There are no part of this process is actually illegal. How do I say? Is it easy to make at home? It is actually. I do know how to make injectable estradiol at home. Yes, I do know how to do it, and it is relatively easy. But no, it is illegal to DIY testosterone. It is not illegal to DIY estradiol as things stand currently in the United States. And most people are going to access their resources. I'm going to show this because it is fully legal. This is like surface web. I think it's technically considered like gray market, but you know, this is Valerie.vg. This is where most people are going to go if they're trying to get estradiol, you know, through gray market services or without going through a doctor. I cannot tell you where to go for testosterone, but when it comes to producing it at home, you literally just need to get a hold of powdered estradiol valerate and suspend it in an oil, which is a process you can do with like a pressure cooker and a handful of pieces of lab supplies. You can do that with like a pressure cooker to sterilize the vials, and then you use a hot plate, thermometer, one of those little magnet spinner thingies, and a handful of other pieces of equipment in order to actually suspend it in solution. And then you fucking, like, it does require an amount of lab skill. It does require an amount of lab skill. But as far as laboratory technique goes, it is surprisingly easy and surprisingly cheap. It's like $150 to make a decade's worth. And they do, you know, expire after a year, but this is why I heavily push people to develop local DIY networks, because one, you're able to like pool together resources. Like the cost to get all the supplies for an initial batch is going to be somewhere around like 200 to 500 depending on where you are and what exactly you're buying. But like you can pool together those resources, distribute it in your community, and then if the government ever does start cracking down, you have a local network which does not rely on the internet or websites like this in order to distribute. I'm just throwing this out there. This is completely legal. And I try not to talk too much about it out of fear of endangering these resources, but like as things stand, this is fully legal. And I heavily encourage people to develop local DIY networks where possible. Technically speaking, the process is the same for testosterone esters, but as stated before, this is not legal in the US without a license. Yes. It is actually basically the exact same process with testosterone. The issue being that getting a hold of powder testosterone cypionate is really difficult because it is illegal. And DIYing testosterone is illegal. So it is going to be a lot harder to come across, especially if you do not have a proper license. But you know, just throwing it out there. Make a decade worth of HRT and 10 friends of HRT per year. Exactly. I think T restrictions are one of the few hurting trans people things that actually isn't intentional. Yeah, so the reason why testosterone is a heavily restricted substance in the United States is because it is oftentimes abused as a performance-enhancing drug by athletes. And so the origin of those rules is not really to attack trans people, but it does harm and attack trans people in its effect. And for that reason, it can be more difficult to DIY testosterone. Options exist, but you know, I'm not gonna advocate for illegal activity on Twitch.tv. That said, how do I say? My one thing, and part of the reason why I am very careful what I say about it is because even though the government very rarely punishes people for, you know, utilizing testosterone themselves, you know, there's a lot of people, athletes, bodybuilders, etc., who are abusing testosterone and manage to do so without getting away or without any legal trouble. The government's gonna be a lot more interested in punishing a trans person than they are gonna be punishing a cis man. So I try to be very careful having these conversations about it online. Does that make sense? Testosterone is also riskier if misused. I mean, yes, but that's only if you're massively overdoing your levels. And if you are DIYing, no matter what direction, you should be getting your levels checked annually. There are a lot of resources and labs you can go to that will, no questions asked, perform those tests for you and will charge you like $100. Can't we just change the law and ban TV for cis people? I mean, it is legal to get a prescription for testosterone and take it that way. That's legal. It's just illegal to do so without the guidance of a medical practitioner because it is a controlled substance. You know? Oh, got it. Apologies, Senovia. I struggle to differentiate sarcasm sometimes. Welcome on in, Auntie Naomi. Bark, bark, bite, bite. How are you doing tonight? It's also surprisingly easy to get a prescription for moderate amounts of tea if you're a cis man. But yeah, just for those who may be in need. It's a lot easier than you think. Maybe we shouldn't have basic hormones beyond the controlled substances. Oh, I agree. The fact that they are controlled substances is absurd, but like the reason that testosterone is a controlled substance in the United States is because it is oftentimes abused as a performance enhancer by athletes and bodybuilders. That's not me saying that it's a good thing. That is just me explaining why it is regulated. Because unfortunately, the government cares so much about the sanctity of sports. They totally care about that. They totally care about the sanctity and whatnot of sports, and that's totally why they do so much of this shit. And it's not just because they fucking hate people. But you know. They're generous as hell when it's just people asking for it, when it's a trans person, we need all the proof and questioning. Exactly, yeah. But you know, for anyone who's ever wondering about the current state of the DIY market, there you go. It's actually, how do I say, in a lot of countries that are not the United States, like in Australia, and I think also in Canada, estradiol is actually a controlled substance. I don't believe in most of those countries that it is as tightly controlled as testosterone is, but it is a controlled substance in a lot of other countries. The United States is actually a bit weird in that regard. But you know. Biting you. Sorry, it took a second for that joke to land. So glad E is not controlled in the UK yet. T very much is. Yeah. I do. Yeah, the UK is another one of those cases where E is not controlled, but T very much is. DIY tends to be a lot easier than getting on the waiting list in the UK from everything I hear. I wasn't fully sure on the legality there, but I am pretty sure it is still fully legal in the UK as well, yeah. Or I'm pretty sure that it is yeah, still currently fully legal in the UK. On the UK waitlist, anywhere from 4 to 200 years, which is absurd, which is absolutely absurd. How do I say? The UK tends to be very behind on trans healthcare. It's something that I did a fair deal of research into, incidentally ended up down a rabbit hole while working on my most recent video essay. Is it the IDC or the ICD? I always forget which is the correct acronym. I think I misspoke it in my video, but in any case, whichever one of those is the correct acronym, that is the equivalent of the DSM for like the UK. They still utilize a lot of very outdated information and terminology in regards to transness and gender dysphoria and whatnot, and by that very nature to have much more strenuous requirements for access to care. Philosophy Tube is a very good video that's still accurate to this day. Noted. I think I've probably seen that video. It was just a few odd years ago at this point. And I wasn't sure if anything had changed in the meantime. I used to watch a lot of Philosophy Tube. I don't remember if there's a specific reason I fell off of Philosophy Tube. It's gotten worse, if anything. Yeah, but I will say the one nice thing about being trans in the US is that a lot of states at this point do not have wait times if you can pay up enough. Yeah, UK uses ICD 11, wherein it is labeled as gender incongruence, correct? Wales only has one waiting list. Thankfully, Wales is kind of small, so it's still the quickest. But nah, like, I will say one of the few good things, like, I would genuinely say it is easier in the United States to access HRT than it is in the UK in most scenarios, especially testosterone. But with estradiol, like, at the very least, the DIY routes are still there, but as far as getting access via legal mechanisms, it is genuinely easier to do so in the United States, provided you have insurance. It's easier in a lot of cases, actually cheaper in the US. Interesting. Cheaper surprises me. Is the UK one of those cases wherein you have to pay for prescriptions? Because I know like most of your healthcare is universal, but I know like in Canada you still have to pay for a lot of specialists and for prescriptions. My insurance made it more expensive. Fascinating. Chat, I hate the government. I hate insurance companies as well. Also, there will be an ad hitting in about 30 seconds. I'm yapping like a storm today. It's free for getting it through the NHS. But getting it through the NHS is a 200-year waitlist. Got it. Okay. Yeah, so my point stands. It is generally going to be easier to access HRT in the United States than it is in the UK currently. But even then, in both situations, oftentimes your easiest and cheapest option is to DIY. I appreciate everyone for answering my questions and being patient with me, because I don't know everything. I admit one of my flaws as like a leftist in online space is that a lot of my information is very United States centric, and I'm working on that. You have all the knowledge canceled. I know, right? God, how dare I? It is genuinely a flaw of mine that I am working on, that like a lot of the information I have is very United States centric, and I want to be more aware of what's happening in other countries, especially as related to like a lot of queer issues. But you know, no one's perfect. I want to know more about what's happening in the UK and in Canada and in the entire world, obviously. But a lot of the news I get exposed to is very US centric. So if I don't actively seek, okay. It pisses me off that if I want to have information about what's happening in other parts of the world, I have to actively seek it out, you know? Because sure, I get a lot of my news about international events from Blue Sky, but even with that, it's only the events that go viral. It's only the events where like someone makes a viral post and the news gets out. So that's gonna be like wars or major things happening in like the UK and Canada. But there are so many very important stories that don't end up on my radar, because if I don't seek out information, if I don't actively make an effort to keep up with those events and places, it just does not end up on my feed, and it frustrates me. And I admit I'm part of the problem, but I'm actively trying to keep up with more independent leftist journalism. But no matter what, I'm always gonna have blind spots. Me ordering from the Bark Bark Bite Bite shop. Do y'all have all the knowledge? The cashier. We all out. It's really hard to learn consistently about stuff outside of where you live, in like North America and centric EU. I've heard about the Count Binface shit, and it's hilarious to me. The Veterans Affairs healthcare system used to pay for HRT, then Orange one got elected. Unfortunately, like one of the biggest issues with HRT access in the US right now is, you know, if you don't have insurance, you're fucked, and even then a lot of insurances are refusing coverage. But DIY is always an option. Especially if you are on estradiol, DIY is always an option. Count Binface is actually not as funny as it gets painted as, unfortunately. Oh shit. How so? I'm definitely curious for more information in that case. Usually you can follow independent accounts, but your own algorithm will push them down. Yes. I actually, okay, can I, where do I have it set up? Give me a second to see if I can find this. Can I log into my Feedly? I think this is the wrong email. Never mind. All right. So I have, and it's not fully up to date, and I need to make some like changes to it. But I have a Feedly set up that I check and try to keep tabs on as often as possible, and it is just a Feedly that puts a lot of independent leftist journalism into my shit. I have like crime think in here. I have Freedom News, which I think Freedom News, if I recall correctly, is UK. I have Left Coast Right Watch, Unraveled, We Will Free Us. Unfortunately, not a lot of these are super active, but it is my attempt to try to get more left-wing journalism into my feed. I try to check this at least once a week and keep up on major stories. Independent left-wing media is great. As a Brit, tend to watch mods. Damn, okay, wow. No, love independent left-wing media. I am very grateful that we exist in a world wherein we have people who are doing this kind of independent reporting, but I wish it was easier to find and get it all in one place, because it's hard to keep up with everything. So I've been trying to do better by keeping tabs on as many left-wing journalists and papers and whatnot as possible. Like I said, I think Freedom News is the UK one that I follow, but even then, a lot of it ends up being very American-centric. Let me fact-check that. Can I go to Freedom News? When you said mods were reading my message, I was like, oh shit, did I break a rule? No, not you, not you. Lol, Lamau. Lol, Lamau. Yes, Freedom News is the UK-based one. Yes. I was correct. But nah. Just an asshole spamming messages. That's not too big a deal. If none of my mods get it to it quick, but like, it's not even that much of a disruption. Most of the situation around him that's messed up, the fact that it's even possible within the system is a sign that things are kind of fucked. That's fair. I am definitely curious from folks living in the UK what their feelings, more the circumstances of the election, the fact that he's running that aren't. Got it. Okay. I'm glad to hear that Count Binface himself is cool. Hello, welcome on in, Ulysses. How are you? Hope you're having a wonderful evening. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful evening. I'm glad that Count Binface himself is cool. I'm glad that Count Binface seems like a funky, silly little guy. And like, how do I say this? It is horrible that things have gotten to a point where a comedian needs to step in and show the shit show that is, you know, current UK politics. Don't get me wrong, that's horrific. But you know, it is, how do I say, good on him for doing it. The Clacton by-election is happening because the current incumbent, Nigel Farage, leader of Reform UK, is being accused of pocketing £5 million of donations that he received as a reward for campaigning for Brexit, obviously illegal. To dodge the scrutiny, he resigned, triggering an election in his constituency, which then chose to run instead elections. Basically, if he wins, he's able to say, see, my constituents don't care, just leave me alone. Every other major party immediately chose not to run in this election, which would leave him the only real candidate, meaning that if he did win, it wouldn't prove anything for him. Count Binface running against him as the only candidate who stands a chance is obviously funny, but doesn't give him an actual opportunity to prove himself, which we don't want. Got it. I mean, I would hope that him being up against a fucking comedian is enough to, like, how do I say? Means that he doesn't have anything to prove? Alright, I see. I think it's a statement he's making is just as important, but it's a bit two-sided. Got it. Okay. So it is a bit of a double-edged sword where, like, no matter what, there isn't really, how do I say? neither outcome or neither. Okay. What it sounds like is there are two different approaches that could have been taken here, and what he is doing is disrupting a more surefire or stable way to show how pointless this is, but that by stepping in, he is simultaneously making a fool of the entire modern governmental system, while also, like, potentially introducing more risk, if that makes sense? No matter what, Nigel's gonna get publicity all summer. Okay, yeah. I see. So Count Binface is fucking hilarious, however, is potentially endangering the larger situation of UK politics, if I'm understanding correctly. Which, for the far right, there's kind of no such thing as bad publicity. Yeah, we don't fucking platform fascists. Hello, Sky Sinners, thank you for the hydrate. Bye. Fucking hate Nigel, runs a neo-Nazi party which hates all minorities and also women. I mean, no surprise there, fuck him. Hello, Key! Barbara Bite, how goes it? How are you doing? Lovely to see you. We're currently talking about Count Binface. We're talking about UK politics right now. Trills at you. I hope you've been well. I hope you were doing very good. You were my friend. Working on some writing? Ooh, what are you writing? What are you writing? All minorities and also woman is such a funny phrase to me, and that is a really funny way of phrasing shit. ASMR script stuff, fun, tasty. I'm excited to see what you're working on when you release it. Is this for stream or for YouTube? Very curious. Teehee. Now, I send all my love. You got this. You are always capable of doing amazing work. I hope I can do some lovely background noise in the process. Also, thank you, Ulysses, for the sub. What the fuck? What do you mean? YouTube? Hell yeah. I'll have to keep an eye out. I always love seeing your work. Y'all, one sec. Let me shout out Key. I don't know if any of my mods are around right now, so I'm just going to do it myself. One sec. I need to get better at shouting out my friends. I normally just yell at my mods to do it, but then I end up in situations like this where my mods are gone and I have to do shit myself. Oh, hi, Jordan. Whoopsie. I keep distinctively typing /shoutout because I'm so used to only watching streams I mod for. That's really funny. You're welcome. Question mark. Y'all, give some love to Key. Super talented voice actor, good friend of the channel, someone who I greatly adore and appreciate. I want to do something with you sometime soon. I need to, like, figure out what the next couple weeks of my schedule will look like and then plan something with you. You're my friend. Hi, Terrapin Scoots as well. I love voice actors. Instant follow. She is so talented with manipulating the voice. Y'all, the voice is an instrument. It is a very malleable tool. You can do all sorts of cool stuff with it, but I have endless admiration for people who have mastery over that tool. I'm working on it. You take care, Lynn Voren. Please, rest your wrist if you need it. Can we beat up the fascist militant groups in the US? I mean, that's why you gotta organize in your communities, you know? we gotta get some community organizing going first. Voice acting is so fun. Any excuse to use vocal range and VA stuff, I will take it. I'm trying to push my limits with voice work more often. I have a habit of, like, getting into my comfort zone and then not leaving it, which I'm trying to break. I want to push my limits more. I want to do more experimental shit with my voice. I need to get better at that again. Hi, Valeria. Bark by bite. Arf, arf. How are you, Valeria? Oh. Chat, my friends are so cool. It was lovely seeing you at Offkai, by the way. Chat, I bit Valeria at Offkai. Teehee. I bit 8 whole VTuber at Offkai. Yeah, it is I'm currently listening to a Zelda playlist. Chat, I bit 8 whole VTuber. I love how you have a 10k point bark redeem and you just be doing it for free. I started that actually back at a point in my content creation where I was a lot more shy in those regards, I think. And initially it was give me $10 and I'll bark on stream. Because I may be I may be easily humiliated. However, I am also very cheap. A whole 8 VTuber. Chat, 8 VTubers is a lot of VTubers, you know? Ah. One sec, let me catch up. Good, didn't get sick after off-kai. I'm glad you didn't get sick, Valeria! I'm so glad you did not get sick. Also, hello, Scarth. Hello, Araya. How do I say? I'm so glad for everyone who did not get sick, and I'm so sorry for everyone who did. I'm definitely going to make sure that the whole weekend I am, like, masked up next year. Because I was not able to this year. I did not have the opportunity to grab enough masks. It was something that I forgot while packing. But next year I'm definitely going to make sure I am. I got away without trouble this time, but I do not want to push my luck. And also it's good for the anonymity, you know? Hopefully next year. I'm so sorry for everyone who got sick at off-kai, and congrats to everyone who didn't. Please take care of yourselves. Please do what you need to. As I've proven, it's 1 a.m. and watching ARC streams and having good sleep schedule isn't possible. Really want to sleep, so good night. You take care, Senovia. Please put yourself first and foremost. I'll always be here. I mostly mask up to cover the 5 o'clock shadow that somehow get by 12 p.m. Fair enough, fair enough. I just want to make sure I don't get sick. I, unfortunately, no matter what, tend to get sick pretty regularly, even when masking, due to my line of work. I interact with a lot of strangers, so it is kind of inevitability, even though I do mask at my day job. But hey, we do the best we can. Mix between wanting to talk to my friends about politics and also not cause known military stereotypes are a thing for a reason. I mean, take care of yourself first and foremost, Crocodile. Maybe don't when you're drunk. We have a couple boxes in our luggage just to be safe. Yeah, I definitely next year need to make sure that I do not forget to pack masks with me. I definitely need to make sure I do not forget that, because oh boy, chat, when you're a content creator, getting sick is a nightmare. So much of what I do centers around my voice. If my voice is out of use for, you know, more than a couple days, well then I have to delay plans and projects, which is obviously not fun. Generally speaking, do not want to be delaying plans and projects. Just gonna bring a box of masks with me to Megaplex this year. Real invalid. Actually, I don't know if that is Megaplex. Whatever convention that is. But. No, try not to get sick, chat. I would heavily encourage people, if you're out in public a lot, to mask when possible. Especially if you're in indoor spaces or in crowded spaces. Wearing a mask when you're in, you know, tightly confined or in crowded areas is a really useful way to protect your community. COVID never left, and there are so many people for whom everyday illness can incapacitate them. Just take care of the people around you. It also makes the Flox camera people mad, this is true. However, those cameras are getting better and better and are, at this point, pretty consistently able to recognize faces even if you're wearing a mask. Chat, one of the most terrifying, dystopic things that I am currently aware of is the fact that we're hitting a point where they can identify you off of the way you walk, off of your gait. What are we doing? It's scary. This did remind me of something, though, actually. I know Vivi told me that she retweeted it. Can I find it? Or reposted it on Blue Sky. Can I get to the actual study? Okay. So I popped into Doc Vivi Leandra's stream earlier today, and she was talking about this study. This is a study from eBiomedicine, wherein they discuss the basically origin of brain fog caused by long COVID. And what they come to the conclusion of is that there is a reduction in the efficiency and binding ability within the dopamine systems, the dopamine system in long COVID. So people who were experiencing long COVID see their reward systems no longer fully functioning and experiencing a kind of a lack of binding activity that's actually really reminiscent of ADHD. This is fascinating. Because for those who are unaware, ADHD is essentially a dysfunction of the reward system in the brain. The brain does not properly regulate the activity and binding ability of dopamine in a way that causes a lack of attention, lack of ability to complete tasks, lack of association between like doing a thing and reward. That's why stimulants work to treat ADHD. But what's also really interesting to note about ADHD is that ADHD is not one disorder. ADHD is a collection of conditions which all express externally very similarly, which is why certain medications will work differently for other people, or why there are a lot of different, like, it'll oftentimes feel like you can talk to another person with ADHD who's a very different experience to you. Essentially, though, it all comes down to this dopamine dysregulation, and we're seeing some really similar shit causing brain fog and adjacent symptoms in a lot of people with long COVID. And I don't understand why. Gonna be so honest, cannot tell you what the disease COVID is doing that causes this long-term lack of binding affinity, but this is so fascinating to me that COVID is causing these long-term symptoms that impact the brain's reward system. What the fuck? What the fuck? I don't have a whole lot to say about that beyond what the fuck. It's very fascinating and honestly scary. But we have seen an explosion in ADHD diagnoses since COVID in a post-COVID world. Specifically, an explosion in adult diagnoses of what seems to be like, you know, ADHD beginning and appearing in adulthood rather than originating in childhood. And a lot of it is likely attributable to this very specific form of long COVID. Yeah, viral disruption of dopamine receptors that continues past the disease being wiped from the system. That's weird and scary. It's really fascinating. Gait recognition is very real person to person too. It can make it hard for friends to recognize you in a crowd if you alter your gait. I didn't know that actually, because I've never paid attention for it. It's likely a subconscious thing, but I already have face blindness, so what do I know? I do admittedly already have face blindness. Permanent damage of that kind isn't unheard of in virology. This is pretty specific. Yeah, it's really weird. Hi, Pop. Bye. We could have turned depression into a bioweapon all the time. So no. This is not depression. This is ADHD. This is ADHD. It basically causes brain activity that is very adjacent and dysregulation of the reward system that is very adjacent to ADHD. No worries, Zelda. Welcome back. Bye. I like how there was a troll who came in here trying to get under my skin, who sent like 5 messages insulting me, and it just didn't do anything. Sorry. Apologies. Very funny to me. Okay, but can we make depression a bioweapon? Because it'd be very funny. I mean, theoretically? Like, theoretically, yes. But I think we're already doing that. I think it's called the internet. Especially since it isn't a consistent thing, nor is it part of the system that COVID typically attacks. Yeah, like, that's what's interesting. The part of this that I don't understand is what is causing this effect to... Or what about COVID is causing this to happen. I don't know if it is some result of the... How do I say... Like immune response or something, but for some reason... we are able to very clearly demonstrate a trend here. And I do not know what is causing it. COVID was fucked up. Fully believe we are still reeling a bit from a worldwide generational trauma. Oh, we absolutely are. It is 100% a worldwide generational trauma that will continue to impact us, likely for like at least a generation, and which we are still dealing with because COVID never went away. We just stopped talking about it, and which has led to some extremely real physical and psychological impacts. Could be a form of oxygen deprivation based brain damage. I'm looking through the study right now to see if they state anything on the possible cause. I'm scrolling through it right now, so I've got like one eye on chat, one eye on this. I am currently peeking through it now. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I don't understand well enough what causes long COVID, but I think just in general, we barely understand that. Interesting. Magnitude in reduction in regional, binding activity of a specific thing associated with clinical symptoms in the present study may be sufficient for apathy and decline in delayed verbal memory, given that such magnitudes are comparable to mild to moderate Parkinson's disease. So the reduction in dopamine activity is also very similar and adjacent to what's happening in Parkinson's. That's fascinating. The gay thing reminded me of when Julian Assange was fleeing. Apologies if I fucked up that name, by the way. Fleeing to the Ecuadorian embassy, put a stone in one shoe to hide his walk. That's really cool, actually, and smart, and something that I should keep in mind for my own purposes. Not for anything specific, just you know, for reasons. For reasons. I'm not paranoid. Congrats on Borg or Dom the sub. I'm trying to... Yeah, I'm not finding them give a specific answer as to why it causes this. Just that it seems to cause it. Which is unfortunate. Yeah, they basically just categorized and managed to identify one of the major causes of the brain fog associated with long COVID, but they are not speaking to why it happens. Just the cause of the symptom, which is unfortunate. I'll have to do more research some other time. I have not kept up with a whole lot of neuroscience research in the last couple of years. You can just call me Dom. I'm really bad at calling people by shorter names. I'm trying. I'm sorry. I'm just a little guy. It's so weird that they can't point to the process, just the thing that it did. I mean, it makes sense to me. Like, you would notice it makes perfect sense to me that in a case like this, you will be able to point towards an outcome before you can understand why that process occurred. But and it's going to be a difficult thing to study because you can't exactly just like get someone sick with COVID in a lab to study the way it degrades them. That would be horribly unethical. That would be what we in the business call not ethical. And so it's a lot harder to study things like the processes by which disease take course and impact the immune system and the brain and whatnot. But it's really interesting. People tried shortening my name to Rose once to drop a syllable and couldn't tell them faster to cut it out. Real invalid. I will sometimes... How do I say this? If I'm gonna do that, I'll drop down to the first word of someone's username, but even then I'm bad at doing it. And if your username's not... If your username is 3 syllables or less, I will usually just use the full name. I'll try, Dom, apologies. I just tend to read as much of someone's username as makes sense in a moment. But not, like, given the already existing understanding that ADHD is multiple conditions which simply, you know, appear similarly in their effect, it makes sense that, like, we are seeing what is essentially a genesis of ADHD in adults. It's just so interesting that it's being caused by a virus, you know? I want to better understand its mechanism of action. I have not adequately studied these things in a few years. But that's actually, like, a theory that I have held towards a lot of neurological and mental disorders for a long time. I have been of the mind for at least a decade now that a lot of the labels we place on mental illness, neurological disorders, and neurodevelopmental conditions are not really binary states of being, but are far more complicated collections of symptoms that commonly co-occur and can be caused by completely different means. I would not be surprised if we were to ever find firm answers to find out that, like, many of the things we consider different disorders are actually the same etiology coming to very different ends. Or if we come to find out that, you know, one condition that we tend to label as a specific thing is actually a bunch of conditions all under one roof because they are very difficult to distinguish without the use of genetic or biological testing. And we are already finding that to be the case with a lot of our understanding of psychology. Psychology and psychiatry are not hard sciences. They are very difficult efforts to estimate and a largely invisible process. And it is endlessly frustrating. But I honestly really hate the ways in which we treat diagnoses as black and white binary states of being rather than far more complicated collections of symptoms which frequently co-occur. And I wish we took a more symptoms orientated approach to treating a lot of mental illness as well, because as things stand, I honestly have a lot of questions and doubts about how distinct many conditions are, and about the ways in which we approach diagnosing mental illness altogether. But that just comes from having read way too much research into this shit. Part of the issue is also that post-pandemic, a ton of people also noticed elements of syndromes, etc., that actually predated 2020. Also true, yes. And it is worth noting as well that the medical sciences, at least in the United States, have been heavily defunded in the last few years, so getting more research through has been difficult. In 2024, basically beginning of 2025, a lot of the biomedical sciences in the United States had a lot of their funding stripped, so, like, many projects died then. Hi, Wonder, thank you for the hydrate, bye. There's so much more going on than the broad brush that is typically inferred from standard diagnoses. Yes, I do wish we took more symptoms based approaches to understanding and treating mental health and mental illness, because like these are not binary states of being. We have no means of going into someone's brain and proving what is or is not a specific condition. It is a very soft science, and that's not to say that it isn't real or isn't useful or isn't legitimate. It's just to say that like it's fucking messy. It's fucking messy. We know at this point with very much certainty that ADHD is a lot of different conditions all under one roof, which are difficult to differentiate without going to the extent of genetic or neurological testing. Pretty sure the same is true for like autism and for a lot of other conditions. I think we've also at this point proven the same with like depression. ADHD and autism are very much umbrella diagnoses at this point. And I'm pretty sure we've also figured out like the same with the depression. All of these things are very messy, and that's not to discredit them or to speak poorly of their value, because they have a lot of value, don't get me wrong. But it's messy. It's complicated. These are fucking messy ass umbrellas. Shockingly, there's more than one way to be depressed. Yeah, and there's more than one different weird neurological feature that causes it. There was a period, like in the mid 2010s through early 2020s, where scientists felt like they had found the origin of depression. That it was truly and certainly in nearly every case an issue of dysregulation with serotonin. And it turns out, not for everyone. And it turns out overprescribing SSRIs is not great. Hell, it's not until the last, like, decade or so, maybe 2 decades, that we have properly been calling into question the dopamine hypothesis of schizophrenia. Back over 50 years ago, neurologists and psychiatrists found a medication that seemed to treat schizophrenia. They found out how that medication worked, and they went, well, we know what causes schizophrenia now. And it's not until the last, like, 20 years that anyone has sat down and said, hey, this medication doesn't work for 40% of schizophrenic patients. Maybe there's something more happening here. You know? Turns out psychology and psychiatry are very messy disciplines. Not oversharing, but my depression is at least 3 different conditions in a trench coat, and that's just how it goes sometimes. I remember how bad the SSRIs did me when I was on them. Yeah, and they help a lot of people, don't get me wrong. A lot of people feel great on SSRIs. They did not work for me. Recently been figuring out that my chronic depression was caused by long-time repressed dysphoria. Also a common experience. You are far from alone in that. It turns out psychology and psychiatry are fucking weird. Turns out, chat, psychology and psychiatry, they're weird. I don't fully get them. No, tons of people, if they've been life-changing, I just rolled low, same, yeah. For me, I found the mix of medications that makes my life livable. It took a while. I'm very blessed, actually, to have a psychiatrist where, like, I kind of just roll up to the appointment. I go, okay, you're gonna prescribe me this at this dosage. And I've been working with him for so long at this point that he just goes, okay. I'm like, hey, we need to up this medication and decrease this one. And he's like, all right, you know yourself. And I'm very, very grateful. Like, not everyone can work with that kind of psychiatrist, and it takes a lot of, like, patient-doctor trust and a lot of research and a lot of experience. Very grateful to be in that position, though. Nice to have figured something out for myself. Hell fucking yeah. I'm proud of you, genuinely. Oh, chat, they're playing sad, nostalgic music. Chat, the playlist is playing sad, nostalgic music. What the fuck? Why are they playing sad music? That's so mean. Chat, I have emotions. That's illegal. do, do, do. I love The Legend of Zelda. Chat, I love Nintendo. I'm still really on the fence about whether or not I want to get a Switch 2 because it'd be absurdly expensive. And I'm not gonna lie, it wouldn't even really upgrade my content all that much. It would enable me to play like 2 or 3 more games. So I would mostly be doing it for fun. I have the money, but like, it'd be so expensive. I forgot there was music. Is it too quiet for y'all? Oh, I have it set really quiet today. My bad, my bad. Did not notice how soft that was today. Should be a bit more audible for y'all now. There we go. I'm gonna be honest, I assumed it was quiet because I have my direct monitoring on today because I'm like testing some mic placement shit. I'm trying to cut down on some of the more harsh sounds that I have been finding come out of my mic. So I'm experimenting with like the orientation of everything on my desk because I'm paying more attention to my own audio today. Can't wait for the AE Ocarina of Time remake stream. I will die. Chat, my Zelda hot take is that I didn't like Ocarina of Time. I want to hope that, like, I genuinely hope if they release an Ocarina of Time remake that it will be good, and I hope it makes the game a lot more accessible. I'm sure it will, honestly, if it is made with, like, you know, modern gaming ideologies in mind. I'm sure it'll be a much chiller experience. However, I kind of hated playing Ocarina of Time. It was kind of miserable. Despite the joys of my childhood, Nintendo driven me away, shall not receive any investment from me. That's fair. How do I say? Nintendo, there are a lot of reasons to hate Nintendo. I feel like the least important reason to have bad blood with Nintendo is their pricing. I feel like that is the least... How do I say? When people tell me they're boycotting Nintendo or that they refuse to give Nintendo any money and the reason that they... Okay? That was so weird. Oh, chat, I hate it when that happens. Alright, give me 1 second. One moment. I'm checking a couple things. Oh, what the hell? I'm not dropping frames or anything. That was just a total disconnect out of literally nowhere. I had no dropped frames or anything. Can't believe Nintendo fucking killed me. Alright, alright. That's back to normal. Let me check this. Refresh this. Okay, okay. Hopefully everything's fine. Hello, Ashton Admiral. How are you doing tonight? Bark, bark, bite, bite. Apologies for the sudden disconnect, folks. Hopefully we are back up and running now. I just hate when that happens. I admittedly get so insecure anytime I have an internet disconnect, just because it tends to fuck Twitch's analytics a little bit. I'll be okay. I'll be all right. We'll stick it out for a bit. But it makes me so anxious. All right, we're normal. Glad you're doing good today, Admiral. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. All right, so as I was talking about, there are a million reasons to be upset with Nintendo, don't get me wrong. It bothers me very specifically when I talk with people about, like, okay, why they have an issue with Nintendo specifically, and the core reason they bring up is the pricing, because I feel like that's one of the least meaningful reasons to take issue with Nintendo. I have plenty of issues with Nintendo, but given the state of a lot of other, like, big name gaming companies, it's not severe enough for me to boycott them in the same ways that I am boycotting many other companies. But that's just where I sit. I'm not gonna tell anyone else what to do with their money, you know? Yeah, and I would presume. Didn't Xbox also raise prices at the same time? Most likely, but I haven't paid attention, mostly because Xbox is owned by Microsoft, who is quite literally complicit in genocide at the moment, and has been actively, like, funding and supplying military technology to fund genocide right now. So, much more important, you know, reasons to be boycotting Xbox games at the moment. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Every company decided to up mainline title prices at the same time, pretty much, yes. I wouldn't be surprised even if it was a conversation that happened in private, but regardless, it was going to happen eventually. But nah. There are plenty of reasons to distaste Nintendo, for example, the ways in which they, stand very heavily in the way of digital archival efforts, or their abuse of copyright, you know, systems, and very stringent, aggressive protection of their intellectual property, or the fact that they have left people that they do not like in lifelong debt. But I feel like in the grand scheme of things, a lot of their actions, like, it's kind of hard to hold them in the same boat as, like, Microsoft right now, for example. For this reason, I really hope that Xbox doesn't end up merging since partnering with Steam and Valve. Hopefully not. Admittedly, like, Steam has their own bunch of problems, but the main reason they maintain any level of consumer friendliness is because that they are not currently publicly traded, and thereby are incentivized to maintain the goodwill of their consumers. They've got their own problems, but I hope and plead that they stay stay private for as long as possible, and that they do not go public. Mix of copyright, anti-archival, and how they absolutely fucked over the competitive Smash community with their tournament requirements. That's fair. I'm still of the mind that, like, it's really hard for me to hold them in the same boat as, like, Microsoft in a lot of this shit, but, you know, fair. I'm not gonna tell anyone where to put their money. Hello, DC me, Barker Bite Bite. My one thing when it comes to a lot of their abusive IP law, nearly every major gaming company is doing that. Nintendo's just the only one who gets press for doing it, but regardless. Nearly every major gaming company does that shit. Nintendo's awful, Microsoft is much worse, yeah. Like, my comments are mostly angled at the small handful of people I have met and interacted with who will talk about how they're boycotting Nintendo while actively playing Minecraft and shit, you know? I feel like anyone who is doing that has their priorities mixed up, but I'm not targeting that at, like, anyone specific or anyone watching. You reminded me I need to get back to learning Linux and get off Windows. I unfortunately cannot abandon Windows because a lot of my software really only meaningfully functions on Windows, but good luck to you. Fuck Microsoft to the end of the earth, though. All corporations are awful, none of them are good for your friends. My extremely nuanced opinion is that as soon as a company gets large enough that they no longer have to care about the interests of the everyday consumer, and especially when they become publicly traded and their interests become more aligned with those of investors, they go to shit. Hello, host, Barper Bite Bite. Fuck capitalism. How are you doing, host? Hope you're having a wonderful evening. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Yeah, it's very unfortunate, like, you know, no big company is ever going to have your best interests in heart. If they're offering you a service for free, chances are your data is what they're after. And if they are a publicly traded company, they are far more interested in pleasing the investors than they are in pleasing you. Fuck capitalism. Hope you're having a better evening. I'm doing okay. We did just have an internet outage, and I am hoping that it does not continue. I'm going to be very mad if it happens again, but thankfully we seem to be back up and running. I mean, it's only like the second internet outage I have had since moving into this place, so things have been okay, but like it's much more stable internet than what I had at my previous place. So, you know, I'm gonna leave a decision up to you in chat. Key lime pie or sports cake? Key lime pie. Key lime pie. Key lime pie all the way. I have been one way to make my displeasure heard, not playing and telling folks why, and I'll make use of it, and that's so fair. Like I said, I'm very on the edge about whether I want to get a Switch 2. I'm very, very on the edge about it. And the only reason why it's so present in my mind right now is because they are increasing the price on September 1st, so I have a month to make that choice. Because on one hand, it really would not add all that much to my content, but ultimately just save me $50 should I ever choose to buy one in the future. As things stand, there are so few games that are specific to the Switch 2 that, like, I would not be getting all that much out of it in the grand scheme of things. But that's $50. That's $50 on a thing I do eventually want. But alas. Hi, Groggy. Barker bite bite. Back in my state, which I was conceived, hated here, fuck the Midwest. Hey, hang in there. Hang in there. Already got my money's worth out of my Switch 2, to be honest. Fair enough. Fair enough. My thing is, like, there are not many exclusive games, and most of the ones that I'm interested in are not going to be coming out until next year. I don't think ill of anyone who decides they want to enjoy Nintendo stuff. My reasons are my own. Yeah, real and valid. It's not, you know, nearly the same in my mind as what Microsoft is doing. If you have a large Switch 1 library, if you wish to play Nintendo, usually first-party outlet, then yes. My thing is when a new Pokemon comes out, I'm going to perish. Host, are you okay? Host, are you stuck in caps lock right now? Waves and wind will be your downfall. Don't need to fight people on this. It's not that deep. Just a part of the FGC. Feel internal solidarity there. Understandable. Understandable. Host cap lock got stuck. I see. I see. Good luck fixing that, I suppose. Good luck to you. No Pokemon is my biggest FOMO risk at the moment. I'm already, like, missing Pokopia and sad that I wasn't able to play it. And I'm considering getting one, you know, as an early birthday gift to myself, because hopefully, with any luck, I will make enough off of content creation in September that it'll be fine. Being straight up, September 14th is my Twitch partner anniversary. I'm going to be applying for a Twitch front page slot and whatnot on that. I'm going to have a bunch of donation goals and sub goals, and I'm planning on doing an entire week's worth of streams. I'm going to be talking to my day job and saying, like, hey, can you this entire week make sure that I am not scheduled past like 5 p.m. So that I can stream the entire week. And then on my birthday, I'm going to be doing a concert. I'm going to be pulling out my 3D model and my guitar and playing live music for y'all. And it'll be silly and fun and scuffed as it always is. But I'm hoping to have a ton of, you know, donation and fundraising goals in the midst of that to make sure that I can have enough money to fund a couple projects I want to do, as well as making sure that I can do Offkai next year. And the fact that I'll be hopefully bringing in money from that has me feeling like maybe I should just get the Switch 2 as a slightly early birthday present for myself, but it's gonna be expensive. It's gonna be expensive. Envision me really far away talking here. I am imagining you like on the other side of the room yelling at me. Host PNG has a mouth, must scream, doesn't particularly want to. You can always emulate Switch games. I'm currently running a 2070. No, I cannot. I'm running a 2070. I have 16 gigabytes of RAM. No, I can't. No, I cannot. I'm like 3 generations behind in computer hardware because I'm poor. Listen, yeah, Switch emulation is a thing, but one, I would be a lot more likely to have Nintendo decide to, strike me were they to find out. You know, they don't particularly care about their older consoles, but with their modern consoles, they're a lot more likely to take issue with me and shut my shit down. But two, that requires, like, top-of-the-line computing to do, especially while streaming. Especially if I were to do so on stream. Trying to emulate Switch and Switch 2 is already requires like pretty up-to-date hardware for your computer, but doing so while streaming, y'all, my model alone is eating up about 50% of my CPU right now. I recently, sorry, yeah, it's currently eating up 35% of my CPU and 40% of my GPU and 45% of my memory. I'm running on pretty outdated hardware. I actually just applied to get a key to a game that I'm really excited to hopefully eventually stream, but I've already looked at the recommended stats for it, and I'm going to have to PNG tube if I play that. We're going to have to go back to the PNG days if I am going to stream it. Which I'm okay with, honestly. Honestly, I'll probably just make sure beforehand that I update my PNG slightly so it's got a little more fun stuff going on, but I will not be able to do that while running this model. This model is very intense. This model has over 1,000 layers. Finally got a full new desktop earlier this year. Was running off my laptop for almost a decade, and oh my god, I feel so alive. I'm so happy for you. My first, 9 months of streaming, I was working on a laptop without a dedicated GPU. So you can imagine. Oh, so emulating older consoles is not hard, DC. But the Switch is actually a really solid piece of hardware with some pretty good parts inside of it. Let me check what the Switch is running. So the Switch 2. Can I get Switch 2 specs? What are the specs on this bitch? So the Switch itself runs 12 gigabytes of memory. What else is it running? Okay, so unfortunately a lot of the shit in it is custom, which makes sense, but I'm trying to get some amount of comparison. Can I get just a comparison in regular computer terms for Switch 2 hardware? Okay. So the Switch 2, what it is running is going to be similar to a GTX 1050, which, don't get me wrong, is not all that fancy, but for a like handheld console of its size playing the kinds of things that is like dedicated for gaming is pretty solid. That is, for reference, over 7 times the performance of the Switch one. But it's got like a decent GPU in it that is like handling a lot of that is very dedicated towards gaming. And because it's not doing a lot of the background processes that PCs normally do, a lot more of that is dedicated towards doing game shit. Its ARMS is going to be 10 times more powerful. Noted. I don't know a whole lot about computers. Also, there will be an ad hitting soon, folks. I'm trying to get some more information on this while I get a chance. Let me see if anyone's talking about like Switch 2 emulation specs. Interesting, it's more CPU reliant, but that makes sense. I'm looking to see if any of them have, like, recommended minimum hardware. I shouldn't be looking at this on stream, but, you know, just for the silly. Oh, interesting. That makes more sense. Okay. Can I see system requirements? Okay. Hello? Can I get, like, actual system requirements on this? System requirements for... Okay, so no one's listing this shit. That's great. I love it that you're doing that. Okay, so there actually are no functional Switch 2 emulators that are fully set up yet. Interesting. Apologies. I'm still getting some more information right now, but turns out there actually are no fully... I'll talk more about this after the ad break, but there are no fully functional Switch 2 emulators yet. Alright. Congrats on unlocking your caps lock, host. Barker Bite Bite. Also, welcome on in, Rowan. Barker Bite Bite, how have you been? Hope you're having a wonderful evening, as per always. Switch 1 got broken into very quickly after launch. Switch 1 emulation is now at a moderately okay point, but Switch 2 security is so high, probably happening for another 5 years. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. It turns out there's only 2 people even looking at trying to develop Switch 2 emulators right now, and neither of them have made significant enough process. Or rather, significant enough work to, like, be functional yet. All right. Welcome back from ads, everybody. Apologies. I was doing some research into Switch emulation, and it turns out actually there are no functional Switch 2 emulators yet. There are no functioning Switch 2 emulators at this current point in time, and even most of the Switch 1 emulators are currently bad. They're only compatible with maybe 50% of Switch games. As far as Switch 1 emulation goes, the minimum requirements are going to be a 1050 4GB or an NVIDIA GT 1050 with 4GB of VRAM or an AMD Radeon RX 550. But they do recommend a lot higher than that. Typically, even for Switch 1 emulation, you want to be running at minimum a GeForce RTX 3060. And that's for, like, you know, just the emulator, not running a bunch of side equipment. But really, really fascinating thing I'm learning here. We have no Switch 2 emulators that function yet, and even as far as Switch 1 emulators go, they're only okay. They're only compatible with maybe like 50 to 60% of games. And if you want to run them at, like, you know, actually good frame rates and whatnot, you need to be running a 3060 at minimum. And also, Switch 1 game ISO files are basically unfindable on the internet. Very true. Very true. I have done research into this side of things because I care a lot about video game archival. Hello, Shinuchi! The only legal way to do it also is to dump your own game cartridges. But the whole point of this being, yeah, Switch emulation, while possible, very hard right now. Switch 2 emulation, currently just straight up not possible. Straight up just not possible as of now. Find it hilarious that we're discussing this while the rest of chat is just talking computers. I admittedly spent the ad break research digging into this, mostly to get my eyes, if I can be so honest, mostly to get my eyes off of the, like, viewer count, because the internet outage took, like, kicked like 20 people off the stream, and it makes me anxious. But that's how it goes. Hello, Shinuchi, bye. How are you doing, Pot, as well? So here's the thing. Emulation is also legal in the United States. Emulation is legal. It is only illegal if they are reusing system code, or if they are providing access to ROMs that you do not rip yourself. It is fully legal to rip your own ROMs and emulate them on your computer, provided the emulator you are using is not directly ripping code from the system itself, and provided it is not being sold for a profit. The reason that Yuzu got hit with a takedown is because they tried to list their emulator on Steam, and that was seen as too far of a transgression. That was pushing it into potential commercial territory in ways that did actually violate copyright law. It is perfectly legal in the United States to emulate your video games, provided you are dumping your own cartridges and you are, not reusing system code. They don't want you to know that. These companies obviously do not want you to know that. But not worried about the legality. Problem is that most Switch 1 game downloads on the internet are viruses. Yes. I'm just answering a lot of the wider questions in chat. You don't have to rip the code from your own games. You just have to own the game. I have games I've emulated, still have pristine boxes. Cool. Cool. A lot of Switch emulators got hit because Nintendo was able to prove in court the existence of those emulators, lost them a lot of revenue since people downloaded Tears of the Kingdom a full week ahead of release because someone working retail dumped a stolen cartridge on the internet. Interesting, because what I heard via some of the law channels that I've kept up with is a big piece of it was having them listed up on Steam that representing a breach of Nintendo's user fan work policy. Doing good, Chief. Miss Offkai already, but feel blessed to see you today. Offkai was absolutely incredible. I want to go back. Chat, can I go to Offkai already? I'm honestly a little bit, like, pissy with myself because I feel like I have not done enough yet in, like, the past week that I've been home. I feel like I've been working so slowly and just not creating enough, and I haven't managed to hit the ground running in the ways I want to. But I'll get there. I know I will. Offkai so soon. Offkai 9 months. Maybe the real Offkai was the friends we made along the way. I mean, truly, truly. Offkai is cancelled forever and ever again. I would actually cry. If I suddenly found out that there will not be an Offkai 2027, I would actually cry. It was one of the best weekends of my life. Whoa, is Offkai gonna be the Christian? Yeah, Offkai's the Christian baby that I am hitting with a baseball bat after the pitcher accidentally throws it at me during the winning baseball game or whatever the fuck however the fuck the copy pasta goes. Have y'all seen that shit? I know Wonder references this all the time on her stream. I don't know if I've ever told y'all about this or if y'all have ever seen this. One sec. Can I find the copy pasta? Okay. It's this one. Atheist. Imagine you're a famous baseball player and are about to bat the winning hit. Accidentally, the pitcher tosses a Christian baby at you. Would you still hit the baby out of the stadium and win millions, or spare the Christian baby? Chat, would you hit the baby out of the stadium and win millions? Or would you spare the Christian baby? The pitcher tossed it, not my monkeys, not my circus. Like, it's such a funny hypothetical because the more you think about it, you take care, Ashen Admiral, the more you think about it, the more absurd it gets. Because what do you mean, accidentally threw a Christian baby? How did a baby get onto the field? How did the pitcher get a hold of a baby? And also, like, why is it still considered valid? I'm pretty sure you would not get struck out if they realized that a baby had just been thrown at you. I'm pretty sure everyone would agree that something has gone wrong and they'd, like, pause the game and sort shit out for a second. But, like, also, how are you gonna recognize that it's a baby when it's flying at that speed? Also, how do you know the baby is Christian? Oh my god, wait. Wonder just sent me a bunch of these. Wonder just DM'd me a bunch of these. Balls get thrown at like 70 miles per hour. No way my reaction time is that fast. True that. Hi, Road to Dusk. Bark, bite, bite. How are you doing? I'm doing all right. I just had an internet outage, so I'm a little bit anxious. And I apologize if that is showing through. But bark, bite. All right. Atheist, imagine this. A Christian baby is dying of illness. The parents take him to the hospital the next day, and during the testing, God enters the room and brushes his finger against the baby. He is now cured. Are you still an atheist now? Atheist, imagine you're in a war zone with a Christian baby, and you offer it a bulletproof gear, but it tells you the word of God is the only protection I need. The baby walks into the battlefield, bullets deflecting off of it. Would you convert? Like, you know what? In this theoretical situation you're entirely inventing, which would never actually happen in reality, sure. Yeah, sure. If this completely impossible thing happened right in front of me observably, this thing that has not happened in front of me, sure, maybe. But it didn't happen in front of me. I would not convert, but bet your ass I'm using that baby as a human shield. You know what? Valid. Atheist, imagine you find a time machine and you go back in time to kill Stalin. However, you find him in a room filled with Christian babies. This is so fascinating. This is so the politics of this post in particular are so fascinating to me because, like, fuck Stalin. But that's not usually the historic individual people jump to as, like, the worst person in existence who you go back in time and kill. That's an interesting choice right there. Hello, hi, Pidge Captor, welcome on in. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I feel like that was a very intentional choice, even. Atheist, what would you do if you gave birth to a Christian baby? Okay, I need to find the one that that Wonder always quotes. Where is it? Oh, I think it's this one. Atheists, imagine you and a Christian baby are side by side running away from a panther in a thin alleyway, and your side is a landmine. Would you cut in front of the baby and leave him to the panther or step on the landmine? Like, what are we doing? These are so funny to me. But what are we doing? Oh, this is a subreddit. r/196 is a relatively left-leaning, I think, subreddit, if I recall correctly, where they just shitpost and whatnot. I've had images of me posted on this subreddit and whatnot. There used to be someone who used to horny post about me on this subreddit, fun fact. There used to be someone who would regularly horny post about me on this subreddit. I found it very quickly and I did consent to it after the fact, but it was very funny to discover. It was not you, host. Yeah, it's like a left-wing shitposting subreddit. But it was very, very funny finding out that there was someone horny posting about me on here. No one talks about me on Reddit anymore. It's actually kind of sad. I want people to talk about me on Reddit again. I don't understand how to use Reddit, and so I rely on other people sharing my content on Reddit. So, like, hey, if any of y'all, like, know how to use Reddit and are familiar with it, feel free to, like, repost your shit. Like, feel free to, like, if you like one of my videos and you use Reddit regularly to, like, post it in relevant places or whatnot, that'd mean the world to me, because I don't know how to use Reddit. However, someone used to horny post about me on the subreddit, and it's very funny. He's a radical leftist extremist. Shout out to the fact that apparently Wonder had a post made calling her out for being a radical left extremist on Reddit the other day. That's hilarious to me. Used to post on Reddit, but the A subreddit I did it to got smited. Yeah, I'm so sorry that, because okay. More lore. The individual in question is a user named Reptiles, who doesn't stop by very often these days. I really hope Reptiles is doing well. I haven't seen her around the community in, like, months at this point. I hope she's okay. But she used to post on this subreddit and eventually made a subreddit dedicated to horny posting about me, where a bunch of people in the community then made half-joke horny posts about me. And honestly, I thought it was really funny. Yowie? I love Yowie. Why are we spamming Yowie in my chat? What happened? I love Yowie. Welcome on in. Prince Buffo. Hello, Dio. Hi. Hagimoto. Hello, Shy. Clurbs. True. Bye. Why are we talking about Yowie? Yowie Zowie. Get Yowie bombed? I love chat. I love Yowie. Gay sex. Yowie? Yowie in my Twitch chat? Where? There was not a raid that came out of nowhere. Hi, Shy. Thank you for the shout out and for the Yowie bomb. How are you doing? Happy? Yeah, is it Yowie Day? Chat, is today Yowie Day? Oh well. Holy shit, gay sex. It is? Is it Yowie Day? Just Yowie bombing for Yowie Day? I love this. Chat, I have a new favorite holiday. Happy Yowie Day. One sec, let me like fact check this. Isn't today also like the day that the Digimon kids get stuck in the digital world? Isn't that also a thing? Holy shit. It's real. Today is Yaoi Day. Today is National Yaoi Day. One sec. One sec. I'm posting about this on all of my socials because I have to. This is obligatory. I gotta. I know how I'm celebrating chat. I want to have gay No, I'm silly. Thank you everyone for the happy Yaoi Day wishes and the Yaoi bomb. I appreciate it. I love Yaoi. Everyone give some love to Sailor Shy and to Hagimoto. Both wonderful individuals. Bark bark bite bite. August 1st is also the day of the Digi-Destined get sent to the digital world in the original Digimon Adventure anime. I love this. Alright, I have posted a silly on the internet. Chat, gay sex! I'm normal. World's most normal guy. Alright, anyway, where was I? Where the fuck was I? I think I was telling a story. I think I was talking about how there used to be a subreddit where people horny posted about me, and it was called the AE Horny Post Collection. And for some reason, the subreddit got smited. And I'm honestly very sad about it. I really miss the AE Horny Post Collection subreddit. And these days I have an r/archivist subreddit that people are free to post on, but no one really uses it. And it makes me sad. I miss Reptiles. I hope Reptiles is doing well. Obviously, you know, it is entirely her business where she is in life and what she's doing. But y'all, I miss getting horny posted about. I miss getting horny posted about. It was fun. It was fun. It was silly. Gay sex. It should be known about it. Fucking hates banning random NSW subreddits. This makes sense. Hello, Mr. Bookboy. How are you doing today? Bark, bark, bite, bite. How big did that AI say your cock was again? 8 inches. Shout out to the time that someone made an NSFW AI chatbot of me. It got taken down very quickly, because I'm pretty sure they were watching my stream when I found out it existed. Simultaneously, one of the grossest and one of the funniest things to ever happen to me. Like, that was hell. However, it was really funny. An NSFW AI chatbot. Fuck generative AI. It got shot down very quickly because, hey, you don't AI me. However, it was kind of fucking hilarious. Like, it's despicable, but it is kind of hilarious because they specified, and I quote, they specified that I had, and I quote, an 8-inch human-like dick. Just throwing that out there. It's very specific. Screw you, M510. It was very funny. It is disgusting. It is gross. Don't get me wrong. It's kind of hilarious. It is kind of hilarious. I simultaneously laughed while I requested that shit be taken down immediately. Forgot that's a thing someone could do. It's honestly, unfortunately, a very easy thing to do. Why the fuck is AE taller than me? Die mad about it. I don't know. Die mad. Skill issue. Literally, skill issue. Get good, I guess. Become better? I don't know. What do you want me to say? Teehee. Am I allowed to point at you since I'm 1 inch taller? I'll bite you? I'll bite you. That's what I'll do. I'll bite you. I will bite you. I'll bite you very hard. I will sink my teeth into your everything. Bark, bark, bite, bite. How are you doing? No need for gravity. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. Hello, sentient waffle as well. Fuck you, AE said with the hatred of 100 bags of milk. Are 100 are bags of milk particularly known for carrying anger and hatred? Are they? I've never considered that to be a stereotype of them. I didn't know they were capable of feeling anger. Kind of want to know the psychology of someone that would make both an AI chatbot of you, but also feel enough shame to take it down when you ask. It's very interesting to me as well. It's the kind of thing that I feel like you only do if you really idolize someone, you know? Because I am someone who, to a certain extent, does revel in the notion of fandom, you know? I am someone who does revel in fandom. It's good and it's bad. I think there is something as uncomfortable at times as it can be, which does revel in the ways in which fandom gives something a life of its own, and things like that to me are very indicative of that. When something grows so large that it exists beyond the creator's reaches, I want people to make fan art and fan content of me without feeling the need to ask me permission, you know? I want people to make fan art of me because they want to and not because they think I would like it. And I know that's a difficult balance to hit. I know a lot of creators as well feel very insecure about like making content, especially NSFW work of a creator without their full consent. And to me, that's one of those moments that's very indicative of the ways in which like fandom at some point extends beyond the bounds or control of the creator. But it also reads to me as an action that was likely done to get attention. And when I showed negative feelings towards it, it was very quickly taken down. Whoever made it was very clearly watching me at the time that I was reacting to. It would be so good if there was a Waffle House near Offkai. There is not a Waffle House near Offkai. It's very sad. They don't have Waffle Houses there. They do not have Waffle Houses there. I'm also 5'10". Also 5'10" are with or without the ears. Oh, without the ears. I'm 5'10" without the ears. I am just actually genuinely 5'10". I would love to visit a Waffle House. Waffle House is my everything. I adore Waffle House. This is so tragic. You should build a Waffle House there. We just, like, the entire world deserves to have Waffle Houses. They're such a joy. I think it's a shame that Waffle Houses are not more common. You all are being deprived of Waffle Houses. Yeah, I'm 5'10". Why are you all so surprised to find out that I'm 5'10"? Chat, why are you all so surprised that I'm 5'10"? How tall do you all think I am? Because here, I'm not lying about my health, chat, about my height. I am the height that I say I am. I don't lie about that. That's not part of the performance. I'm just 5'10". We have a panel at Off Guy of why they should put a Waffle House in the con center. You're so right. I'm 5'10". You're unusually compact for one so lively. What do you mean by that? Lanky? I am quite lanky. I'm not this, how do I say? Maybe this helps. I'm not this energetic off stream. I put on a lot of performance in that I exaggerate a lot of my voice and my body movements, and you can definitely tell on stream when I'm either more tired or a bit more distracted and occupied, because a lot of like the moving and energy does fade away a tiny bit. But there's a lot that goes into the performance. I face act when I'm live. I put a lot more energy into my voice, and I can turn it off. When I am off stream, I tend to, give me a sec. I've shown this off a few times recently, but when I'm off stream, I tend to talk more like this. There's less expression and whatnot in my tone, because I have a relatively flat affect, and I put a bit less air and effort into my speech. It's just easier for me to maintain for longer periods of time and whatnot. This is not to say that like the ways in which I speak and act on stream are fake. I am just exaggerating elements of myself for the sake of performance and whatnot, and because I think it allows me to maintain the feeling of putting on character more. I enjoy performing and entertaining, and part of that is playing into a little bit of persona, a little bit of character, and this is part of it. So, off stream, I tend to sound and act and emote a lot more like this. I do talk with my hands a lot. But when I'm on stream, I exaggerate, put more emotion into my tone, I speak with more air. There's a weird little bit of accent that creeps in sometimes in like the performer tone of it. I put weird emphasis on my words. It's fun, it's part of the show. The liveliness is part of the show. Which is not to say again that any of it is fake. It's just, you know, I'm an entertainer, I'm a performer. I'm starting to believe the Fops is as tall as he says he is. I'm trying to think if I have any photos from Offkai that are like whole body that don't have my face in them. I could censor my face out of the photo I took with Big Nose Bug. I could try to do that. Give me a second. I met Big Nose Bug at Offkai. Can I like save this image and then edit it? Don't do that to me. And then I need to edit that. Give me a moment. But no, you can tell when I'm like distracted and multitasking because it becomes harder to keep up a lot of like the face acting and a lot of the vocal exaggeration that I do for the purpose of streaming. I don't know, a lot of work goes into this. I'm a performer and I'm an entertainer and I love it. I do it because I love it. Let me edit the photo. How do I... Here. Let me see if it'll let me do it with this. Can I get like a really thick brush? Wait, no, that's a generative AI tool. Why? Chat, what the fuck? Since when? Okay, so for folks who are not super familiar with video editing, or sorry, with photo editing, there used to be eraser tools where it would just like, you know, take the colors around a tiny little circle and it wasn't generating content, it was just like taking the colors that were around the circle and making the circle those colors, and they replaced that shit with Gen AI now, and now I can't have my little funky video editing tools, and I'm very mad about it. Or sorry, my silly photo editing tools. I used to very heavily utilize those back when I did a lot of photo editing work, because they were really useful for like if you wanted to censor certain info in a image in a way that was harder to like later replace, it was great. I'm trying to censor my face real quick. And I'm so disappointed that they're now using a generative fill for those same tools, so I can no longer like not only did they add a generative fill option, they replaced my usual tool that I used to use all the time for photo editing purposes with a generative AI equivalent. What are we doing? Okay, so now I should be able to open this. Here we go. Chat, I don't know if this is the best display, but I am, in fact, as tall as I say I am. I am, in fact, as tall as I say I am. But not only did they take away my old, like, eraser tool, which would fill in the remaining space utilizing the colors surrounding the area you were trying to erase, they replaced it, they got rid of it and replaced it with generative AI. And I fucking hate it. I was so excited to see this tool that I grew up using all the time. Can't believe Big Nose Bug is 4 apples tall. Fuck you. Fuck you. I am, in fact, as tall as I say I am. Can confirm AE has a red square. Is that a muzzle hanging off your belt? Yes, it is. And that gives you a good judge for how big my face actually is, and how tall I am as well, because that does fit on my face. But no, chat, I'm tall. Can confirm, chat, that the Pops is not lying, or might be lying, who knows. I am, in fact, 5'10". I am, in fact, 5'10", and I look really cool. The funniest part of this photo is the fact that you have a digital watch. It is, okay, so I do have an old Fitbit. It is like a Versa 3 or some shit. Specifically because I need to monitor my heart rate. Because, chat, I am currently sitting at my desk, at my computer, and my heart is running 107. My resting heart rate, mind you, is 66. The reason I have a digital watch is to keep an eye on my heart. I don't trust these things. I hate how much they track my data, and I hate the fact that they've started implementing a bunch of AI tools into the app that actually reports the data in a readable format and whatnot, and tracks the trends and whatnot. I need to be able to keep an eye on my heart rate, and unfortunately, until I find a viable alternative that is affordable to me, I will continue using this thing. I need to be able to monitor and keep an eye on my heart rate at any given moment. AI continues to overstep, indeed. But anyway, I am in fact as tall as I say I am. I'm 5'10". Chad, does this photo prove that I'm 5'10"? Does this photo do a good enough job of proving that I'm 5'10"? It does prove that I'm pigeon-toed as shit. This is just how I stand. This is how I stand, chat. I just do this. 5'10" with a bucket on your head? Fuck you. Pigeon-toed mutt? Yeah, and? What of it? Might have some kind of condition that's not enough of a problem to jump through medical hurdles to find out. That's valid. I have an appointment with my cardiologist soon. In a couple weeks. My bad, a little creature. Forgot you're a cardiovascular anomaly. No, it's fine. It's funny. But yeah, nah. You can also see how cool I am. I thought you were striking a pose. No, this is just how I stand. This is literally just how I stand. I think I look cool as fuck, though. Look at the pants. Like, look at all those patches. I think I look cool as shit. These are a thing they don't, do they do what they want? The FIBA's banging it off, Kai? Thank you. I have a few pairs of, patch pants, and the leather jacket is a classic. Teehee. I look cool as fuck. I stand like a penguin, feet turned out. I stand with my feet turned inwards like some pigeon-toed freak show. And to be fair, I am in fact a pigeon-toed freak show. You want to know something funny? This stream, I intended to work on my monthly newsletter and like spend the first part of stream doing that. I was going to spend the first like couple hours of stream working on my monthly newsletter and yapping with y'all about like fun stuff for August, and then I didn't. And we're nearly 3 hours into stream. What's wrong with me? I stand like that with my legs crossed, constantly feel like I gotta piss but just uncomfortable. Emmett, you might be pigeon-toed. Too invested in yapping, I love talking. I'm so good at it. I also have a newsletter thing I gotta work on. For those who are unaware, I do a monthly newsletter for my community every month, where I talk about goals, plans, hopes, and ongoing projects. This one was mostly going to be like, hey guys, I just got back from Offkai. Here's my thoughts with Offkai. Here's some stuff that I'm doing with my content, and my current, priorities and creative direction. I'm gonna be at Megaplex in a couple weeks. Say hi to me there. Good night. That was basically gonna be the monthly announcement, but I'll get through that. This is why I don't go through like 1 to 2 hours of yapping at the start of streams and usually go straight into things, because it'll fall into the same trap. See, I love talking and yapping. I intentionally started doing this before I lead into the games because it helps me get a lot of the yapping out of the way up front, catch up with the community, and because it makes at least me feel like my community is invested in me more than whatever game I'm playing, if that makes sense. I have this, little bit of fear as a creator sometimes, that people aren't actually invested in me, but are instead invested in, the games I play or whatnot. And the way I got through that fear was by doing more just chatting content and orienting my content in ways that make my personality more prominent and central to the experience. It took time to get there. And I still have a lot of imposter syndrome, but I'm pretty confident at this point that I have something meaningful to offer and that most of my audience watches me for me. And that was my aim. It more heavily centers the content around myself. I'm gonna be for real, I'm only here for the app. And it is still a fear of mine that like when I open up a video game, people leave, I do notice that whenever I open up a game during my streams, that's when a lot of the viewers filter out. That's when, I'll see like a 10 to 15 drop in viewership because a lot of people leave. And that's understandable. Again, the app has kind of become the central piece of my content. It's what shows me off the most. It's what drives a lot of my community. And I still yap a lot when I'm playing games, but for a lot of people, that's not what they're here for. It's a bit of a double-edged sword, but alas. I enjoy the app. My sleep schedule orbit is just barely aligned with your stream times, and that's totally okay. Please make sure you're putting yourself first and foremost always. I worry sometimes people are only there for my music and not for me. Kind of resign myself to the fact that it's not so bad if that's true, because music is a distinct extension of me. Yeah, I mean, I would say with you, your music is one of like the core pieces of your content, but I get it. I do get it, genuinely. Hi, Yui, Barbara, bye-bye. And I'll admit, like, especially on a day like today where I just had an internet outage and I'm anxious about, like, viewership for the stream, I'm probably going to yap for at least 4 hours because I know that once I open up the game, viewership's probably going to drop to, like, 50 to 60. But that's kind of the gamble I created for myself, That's the gamble I created for myself, and that's just how it goes. Pup tries to enter a lurker mode if a game Pup is worried about spoilers for, but both yapping and AE gaming is very enjoyable. What if I bit you? It's only going to be more over the coming months. Teehee, I'm excited to see what you put out. It's always a pleasure to see what you're working on. And I wanna do stuff with you eventually. I've been trying to dedicate like 20 to 30 minutes a day to working on the clawhammer banjo, and trying really, really hard to get, how do I say, Ego Renegade Boy in a workable state, because once I have that, I would love to work with you. Teehee, teehee, teehee. Duvit Pup dares you? Listen, Ego Renegade Boy works surprisingly well on Clawhammer Banjo. It's just very annoying. The particular fingerings that it wants me to use. the particular chords. I can pull out the banjo real quick and show how clawhammer works. Had my off-kind networking pay off immediately because I got commissioned for a really cool NDA project. Hell yeah! I'd love some advice from you sometime on how to network, but like, I'm so proud of you. Interestingly, taking care of myself is why I'm currently awake. Gotta have a sleep schedule that's prepared for an upcoming surgery. You got this! I hope the surgery goes well. I'm gonna be back in 2 seconds. I'm gonna grab my banjo real quick. Okay. I don't know how either. I literally, I was relying on Flidio walking up to people and introducing me to people all day, because I have such bad imposter syndrome. Alright. Should've had surgery for the same problem a decade ago, and it didn't permanently take, so we'll see. I hope it goes well. I'm sending all my luck. That is terrifying. Less active, less WoW, because my job's been demanding a lot of me, plus festival season on top, but I just love this community. And I hope you know that I'm proud of you for living your life. I'm never gonna, you know, take insult at people choosing to live their lives and, like, go out in their community and go to protests or go to shows rather than hang out here. As much as the numbers make me anxious sometimes. I promise I'm proud of you. I need to honestly start making more YouTube content to draw in more folks and build out the community and, like, establish my income. But yeah, I'm trying to learn Ego Renegade Boy on banjo. Now, for folks who are unaware, there are, I think, 3 main styles of playing banjo. There is finger picking, scrug style, and clawhammer. And what I play is clawhammer. You'll hear clawhammer in a lot of, like, folk music, and it's very prominent in folk punk. So, if you've ever heard if you've ever heard a banjo played in a way that goes... Sorry. Bum diddy, bum diddy, bum diddy. If you ever heard that kind of pattern, you know, quarter note, rest, quarter note, quarter note. That is clawhammer. And it's called that because you kind of have your finger in a claw shape as you're doing. I'm still a bit sloppy with it because I have an injury on my thumb right now, so hitting the hammer is messy. But the basis of clawhammer is just that, and then you'll add, like, additional tunes over top it. And then eventually you build that out into, like, a whole melody, and you're able to play whole songs like that. And I'm not good at it because I've only been learning banjo for, like, a few weeks. But it's such a cool instrument. I'm so gaming. But because of the structure of Ego Renegade Boy, if I pull out the chords real quick... Because of the way it's structured, it actually works surprisingly well on clawhammer banjo, and I could kind of sense this when I was initially listening to the song. So I've been slowly trying to figure it out one little bit at a time. I've been wanting to do this for a while just because I could hear it working really well. Can I find my banjo cheat sheet? Yes, so it's... Right. You have to hold down all the frets, all 4 of the main ones on... It's 4 to 2, okay. Wait, is it 4 to 2? Yes. So... Need a lion... No. Why is that weird? Why does it sound weird? Oh, it's B flat. My bad. I was incorrect. And then it's a D minor, which is, where are you? So if I were to just strum it like a guitar, just because that's more familiar. Nope. So, lead a lie or watch your daughter die. I forced the issue. What a waste of... What is E flat? Shit, fuck. I'm really showing how unprepared I am and how much I do not know what I'm doing. Because I'm still trying to get the chord progressions down. I was experimenting also to see... I need to see where it fits best in my voice. What a waste of time. It's wrong, it's right, and... God, I'm so, What is G? Oh, G's open. But I'm trying to figure it out. Tune that... Is it untuned? Hello, Mal the Entity. How are you doing? I swear I tuned this, like, a few days ago. Listen, I'm tired. I'm a little guy. Kind of point you're showing that you're practicing and improving. I'm a little guy. I'm a little guy. I need to spend more time working on it because I've been trying to dedicate like 20 minutes a day to it. No. That's pretty close. Hello, Blueberry Bean. How are you doing? Welcome on in. Oh wait, that's the... Okay, no, that was the correct note. No, that was the wrong note. That's pretty good. That's solid. That's in tune. It was mostly in tune. It's mostly in tune. Doing good. Glad to hear it, Blueberry Bean. Bark by bite. I have in my possession a nice harmonica that I have yet to learn. This week begins perhaps fun project while I'm still unemployed. Do it. I also have a harmonica that I know how to play 2 songs on. But... Banjo's hard. Chat, banjo's hard. Hello, Dr. Cruiser. I hope you're doing well. Bye. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. My brain now picks up on things like being 10 cents out of tune, a tenth of a note makes me recoil. Oh, so fair, so understandable. I'm not quite that sensitive in my hearing. I can usually, how do I say... I think, I don't know where it is that I usually start to tell the difference, but I'm not quite that sensitive. Don't you mean banjos go hard? Banjos go hard, but they also are hard. But yeah, the basis of banjo is that. It's the clawhammer shape. The curse of doing too much vocal tuning, that would do it. That will absolutely do it. Also, banjo is not meant to be played like this because I'm a weirdo. I'll show you a weirdo. Yeah, you will very soon. When you're in Florida for Megaplex. In any case, I am working on this, and I feel like I'm embarrassing myself. Do. I need to work more on it. Contact a doctor if your banjo is hard for more than 4 hours. I'm gonna put this away. I'm not confident enough in banjo right now. I feel like I'm embarrassing myself. I'll be right back. I'll figure it out. I need to practice more. I'm very new to banjo. If you don't mind, I'm gonna drop a clip of you doing a short bit of the song in Vocal Synth fan server I'm in. Please put a disclaimer that I don't know what I'm doing and that I'm still learning banjo. Please put some kind of disclaimer that this guy does not understand the instrument he's playing or some shit. I'm just a little guy. Practice makes perfect, true that. I mean, I taught myself guitar. I can teach myself banjo. I just need to dedicate more time to it. Because, like, I've owned this banjo for a few months. And I have only actively been trying to learn it for a couple weeks. And that, like, includes the time I was away at Off Guy. Alright. He's just a mosquito, what the fuck? I'm just a little guy. You're not embarrassing yourself. I have one of the most untuned ears ever, despite being an actual bassist and music enjoyer. I am a classically trained singer, and I have been teaching myself instruments for a long time. I taught myself how to play guitar. I can almost kind of sort of play keyboard. I'm trying to learn harmonica. I do know how to play ukulele. I've taught myself enough instruments that I'm pretty confident in my ability to pick up and learn an instrument in a matter of weeks. It's just finding the time more than anything. Today is Yowie Day and the start of PMD month. This is not a coincidence. Teehee. Of course, Yes, the trans guy knows ukulele. Who wants to guess what was the point of origin for that? Who wants to hazard a guess? You have to kiss your same gender Pokemon. Disclaimer added and message sent. I'm insecure, chat. I have insecurity. Hi, Cave Town. Cave Town was actually not the reason I bought a ukulele, but was the reason I eventually figured out how to play it. It was, no one is surprised by this at all. This is home that finally made a lot of ukulele shit click for me. I could pull out my guitar and actually play something well. I could do that. I could pull out my guitar and actually be good at music for a second. No, ukulele I also taught myself. I'm pretty confident in my ability to learn an instrument on short notice, but I'm not great at finger picking regardless of instrument because I don't have a whole lot of finger independence. This Plink is not beating the ass allegations. Hello, J Crispy. Thank you for the stretch. Big stretch. I got a lot of shit to work on. I'm just a little guy. What if I tried to play this song on guitar, actually? The original chords are a little bit difficult because it's a lot of bar chords, and I have a vendetta against bar chords. Is there a version that does not heavily utilize bar chords? Can I transpose my way out of this problem? I'm gonna try to transpose my way out of the problem, chat. I love transposing my way out of problems. This is a helpful way to deal with my issues and not self-destructive. Hey, sorry, Orthor. I do not control Automod. I can't control it. Automod does what it wants. Would you like a bottle of Pepto-Bismol I found? Yes, please. Oh, Thank you for the follow. Bark, bark, bite, bite. How are you doing tonight? Doesn't everyone hate bar chords? I have a very specific vendetta against bar chords. I think I hate bar chords more than anyone else. Nah. Bar chords are the worst. I am the kind of guy who will transpose a song to make it easier instead of learning a new chord. I will be honest with you. We're talking about guitar shit. How are you doing, Charlie? Okay, so a bar chord. A bar chord is a type of chord wherein you need to cover an entire frets in order to like hold down all the strings. It basically performs the same job as a capo, but you cover the entire fretboard on a specific like fret in order to like fundamentally change the tune of every note. They are a nightmare and they hurt. Also, there will be an ad hitting soon. I do apologize, folks. Twitch forces me to run ads. You'll know the deal. I love playing guitar, really bad at it though. All I can play is the first riff in Serotonin by Girl in Red. I mean, valid. They suck, they make my hands hurt. I have very weak grip strength. I don't like bar chords. But if I transpose Ego Renegade Boy, this is easy enough for me to play most of. The nice thing actually, okay, this is so silly, but the nice thing about banjo is because it is open G, because banjo by default is tuned to open G, basically everything is easier. Everything is easier. Unfortunately, I must drift away again. You take care, Linvoran. It's always a pleasure to see you. Take care of yourself. I hope eventually to see you again, sometime in the near future, alright? Do as you must. But this is actually not that bad. The B flat, however, is hell. I hate B flat. B flat is a rough one. One second. Let me see if this is doable on guitar. I've got my trusty Washburn with his shitty fret buzz. I need to like take this guitar to a shop or have it looked at because this motherfucker has so much fret buzz he is virtually impossible to record with. I need to get him fixed. His frets buzz so fucking much. He's definitely gonna be untuned. Because I haven't touched him in a few weeks. Hey, baby, I need you to be chill. It's actually not bad. That's a bit sharp. There we go. That's not bad. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. And so it's... Let's see... I have a little shortcut I do for the F chord because I don't hate myself, which is this. You lose out on, like, the bassy frequencies, but it's worth it. To lead a light. Nope. To lead a nope. Lie or watch your daughter die. How does that go? Oh, that's my problem. Force the issue. What a waste of time. It's wrong, it's right, and God, I'm so alive. Leave her behind, it's in... Yeah, this is still hard. Honestly, I could probably get it on guitar really easily with a bit of practice, though. The switch to the F chord is just the problem there. I'm so glad piano is so easy. Honestly, yeah. Listen, I recognize like instruments are hard no matter what. I wish that I had spent more time practicing keyboard just because it is comparatively like a pretty easy instrument. Fucking guitar is hard. I love it. I love guitar. I feel so cool and badass, and there's a lot of songs that I am decent at. But guitar is hard. Guitar is definitely hard. Speaking of banjo, fun fact: did you know the Chuck E. Cheese character Jasper T. Jones used to play banjo? When they did, they gave his animatronic a real banjo, which broke its arms often. That's fascinating. No. That's honestly really funny. I did not expect that at all. Did not expect that. Nah, y'all. Guitar hard. Guitar fucking hard. There's gonna come a day when you feel... What is A7 sus? What the fuck is that? Oh, that's easy. Okay. Day when you feel better. What is A7? Chat, I'm realizing I'm bad at guitar. Better. You'll rise up free and easy on that day and float from branch to branch, lighter than the air. Just when that day is coming, who can say, our mother has been absent ever since we founded Rome. But there's gonna be a party when the wolf comes home. We're gonna commandeer the local airways to tell the neighbors what's been going on. And they will shake their heads and wag their bony fingers in all the wrong directions, and by daybreak they'll be gone. I'm gonna get myself in fighting trim. Scope out Scope out every angle of unfair advantage. I'm gonna bribe the officials. I'm gonna kill all the judges. It's gonna take you people years to recover from all of the damage. Our mother has been absent ever since we founded Rome. But there's gonna be a party when the wolf comes home. Ooh. Hardest part of piano is the fact that you have to play notes with both hands, whereas guitar you only need to get that muscle memory into one hand. The other one is dedicated to strumming and picking. I do agree, however, when it comes to guitar, yes, you're playing chords and notes on one hand, and the other hand, you do still have to memorize patterns. It's just patterns that are orientated towards something very different. I have like 2 or 3 strumming patterns I default to, because learning new strumming patterns is a whole additional layer of muscle memory. Don't get me wrong, though. I do think that element there is definitely comparable to piano. Guitar was a super hard learning curve for me in the beginning, because straight up cannot see the strings on the guitar. Interesting. Fascinating. You're motivating me to make some more cracks at learning my grandpa's old guitar. You gave me, do it. It's fun. Even if you just do some silly shit with it, even if you're just playing, like, Mountain Goats, I would say has a lot of really easy, fun songs. I love the Mountain Goats. They are an amazing band. They got a lot of fun shit. Not just because I'm super nostalgic for them. Not just because I like them a lot. They're just genuinely a really good band. No, guitar is a fun instrument that I do recommend learning, but it is not easy, and I'm still only decent at it. I'm still only okay at it. And I've been playing this thing for like a decade. I just think it's fun. I just think it's silly. I think my voice also just works really well over acoustic guitar. I'm very like chill folk vibes. It's what works well for me. My mom needs to stop making an entire fucking sheet pan of baklava where two people. I mean, tasty, tasty. Yeah, I know they've got a new album coming out, which is very exciting. I haven't enjoyed a lot of their recent stuff as much as their older stuff, but I'm excited regardless. Um, they make good music. Tallahassee will forever be my favorite Mountain Goats album. Holy shit, I love Tallahassee so much. It is such a special album to me. My love is like a powder keg. This is down, 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 up, down, up. Oh, that's easy. Love is like a powder. Love is like a powder keg. Love is like a powder keg. In the actually, B is a hard chord. In any case, I love the Mountain Goats. Very good band. I don't know what I'm doing, chat. I just pulled out the guitar and now I'm here. It's too late for me. The guitar is out. I'm here. I have anxiety. I just think instruments are silly. I like music. I am not great at it, but I like it. It makes me happy. Music is fun. It is. It is very fun. Trying to see if I have anything that's easy to play that I have in front of me, and not really. So I'm going to put the guitar away before I get more anxious and embarrass myself more. One moment. We're all around the bonfire, listening to the one guy who pulled out a guitar. I'm that guy. I'm the guy who pulls the guitar out and brings it with me to the bonfire despite barely knowing how to play it. Cannot comprehend how people can write songs. I've tried. Don't get it. Can write poems just fine, but songs don't clock for me. I've been songwriting for like a decade, and I'm only okay at it, but I think it's... How do I say? It is definitely a distinct skill from poetry. And I think a lot of people put poetry and songwriting in the same boat when they are distinct skills. There is overlap between them, don't get me wrong. Knowing how to use like rhythm and rhyme structure and when to break rules and whatnot. But I do think songwriting is its own skill. And there are different choices you're gonna make when you're songwriting versus when you are poem writing. But it's not that difficult. It's just a muscle as any are. Every creative skill is a muscle. It takes time, you know? Hello, Kiratir, how are you doing? I can't remember if I played this one recently. Fingers dancing on the strings. I can't remember what it means. I'm searching for my own pulse, but I can't even find a note. I swear I wrote these lyrics down, but next week I'll be out of town and out of touch. 'Cause the sensation of falling is all too familiar. You can say what you want, but it won't get more real. And there are holes in the walls for the breaks in my words. I can't make a sound, I don't know what they've heard. I've spent my whole life trying to make myself smaller. Is it too much to ask to have all eyes on me for a change, just a chance? Short-lived subversion to make this all worth it, to feel like a person. Hi, Rowan. But you were always a person. I'll get more shit down, recorded soon. That one's going on the EP I'm working on. I don't know. There's more to it, but I'm gonna put the guitar away for now. My specialty is slow, sad, folksy bullshit. I need to write more aggressive punk shit, y'all. A second row and is it the... One moment. I'm gonna get an EP out this year. I'm gonna make it happen. I want to, at the very least, have, like, some kind of single out by my birthday, which I know I'm really pushing my luck at this point. I've got a month and, like, 2/3. And I need to sit down and get to work on that, like, immediately. But I'm gonna get an EP out soon. I promise. I swear. Kill me if I don't. Did you know there's a McDonald's in the Pentagon? Chat. The senators or whatever the fuck, the government officials need their McDonald's. Alright, give me 2 seconds. Let me get some background music going again. And let me turn off my wax melts. Ah! Don't do that. Hey, I'm also not a fan of the government, but I would never take chicken nugget rights away from anyone. I think we should take chicken nugget rights away specifically from politicians. I think... No. It'd be really funny if I was serious, though. Been meaning to DM you, haven't forgotten, life kicked me a few weeks ago, but do you mind if I DM you asking something related to said EP? Yes, feel free. DMs are always open, Rowan. You are completely allowed to message me. You have rights. I do not mind people DMing me, just please understand it may take me a bit to get back to you, because if you do not catch me in the perfect moment, Y'all, yesterday, case in point, I had, like, a week and a half worths of DMs build up during Offkai, and last night I finally worked through, most of them. So I managed to catch up on those DMs last night, and then I woke up to a hell of my own creation. And I'm the kind of person where, like, if I have the social energy in the moment, I will get back to you immediately, but I don't always have the social energy in the moment, and the longer I leave it unanswered, the more the social pressure builds up, and the more energy it takes for me to respond, to a point where sometimes I just start ignoring it because I feel as though now there's just so much pressure built up over a period of days, months, weeks, etc. that I'm like, is there even a point to responding anymore? I'm gonna be so dead ass. I get DMs from like at least 15 people a day, and I love those people. I love them. I want to hear from my friends. I want to talk to my collaborators and my what's it called? I wanna chat with my peers and my friends. I love them. They're wonderful people, and I love seeing what they're working on and planning projects with them. Sometimes I wake up, I see this, and I go back to bed. Never replies back to you. So my Discord looks like on an average Tuesday. Yeah, point just being, if I don't answer you for a day or two, I apologize. You're welcome to poke me again. If I don't answer you for a couple days, I promise it's nothing personal. I probably just got a little overwhelmed and then felt guilty. Your energy is comparable to Superman. I indicate how you were still alive. What do you mean by that? A lot of people email me daily for community shit, and I just don't read it. Yeah, that's how it goes sometimes. For me, my message requests get especially bad. I forget to check them all the time. No, and I'm imagining that as I start to put myself out there more, as I start to, like, you know, reach out to more events and put more content out on the internet and try to push and brand and myself more and all that. As I try to get my name out there and get myself guesting at conventions, performing at shows, really properly advertising myself, it's gonna get worse. It's gonna get worse. Especially when I reopen commissions again. Because I've been thinking, honestly, chat, about, eventually, if I ever feel as though I have enough savings, trying to go full-time and utilizing the extra time that would grant me to, like, you know, work on commissions and similar projects in a way that might enable me to make more of a living off my art. I'm not confident I could do it yet, but, you know, if I do, it's gonna get worse. You're a dynamo, honestly, you're a raging survivor. I mean, I think I'm a very cool person who manages to do a lot. You know, I don't think anything I do is particularly exceptional, but I will definitely say that I am the kind of person who is very driven, and who bites off a lot more than most people do. I'm constantly working on things, and I'm very proud of everything I've accomplished. I don't know if I'm really all that energetic. If anything, I'm just very determined. If anything, I am just very determined and far too ambitious for my own good. Being a content creator does require a certain type of ego. I've been private on a need-to-know and referral basis for like a year. I used to have public comms open, and I got so many requests that I had to say no to far more people than I wanted to say no to. Very bad at saying no. That's how I've been feeling with like my art comms for a while. Pretty much the only people who reach out to me for commissions are viewers or friends. And I still have to say no to half of the people who come to me because I just have too much on my plate right now. And I don't want to promise that I'll be free at a specific point in time if I'm not going to be. I currently have like 3 different people who are asking me to do live 2D models for them. And I have to be very upfront that I'm probably not going to have any openings for another 3 or 4 months. I'm hoping closer to 2. I'm hoping that I'll be in the rigging stage on my current client by the end of the month, and I can take on like 1 new person, but I'm not comfortable having more than 2 models on my plate at a time. I also really need to increase my prices. You drive for hours to reply to dozens of DMs, you work, you stream, you game. I can only like do a third if you're grind daily. And yet I constantly feel as though I need to be doing more. I don't know. It's a very specific kind of mental illness, I say affectionately. I'm also always paranoid because every big project I've gotten has been super last minute and needed to clear out my entire schedule for them, so I never want to fill my schedule up just in case. I get that. Except usually I'm the one imposing the big projects on myself. Hey, good luck with the big Rush project. If you're ever looking for spaces to co-work, feel free to hit me up. I'm just very shy. I think y'all are under the impression I do more than I do, but also, I don't know. I'm proud of everything I accomplished, don't get me wrong. I feel like y'all give me a little bit too much credit sometimes. I try my hardest. You got hair making it happen, homie. It's great to see. I'm doing my best. Luckily, it's not a project I'm working alone on. Hell yeah. I'm okay co-working for a lot of things, but when I'm under an actual NDA, I get scared. You know what? Fair enough. Fair enough. NDA makes sense. I hope the project treats you well, and I'm very excited to see what you pull out. Chat, I'm being insecure tonight. I'm so sorry. I think it's literally just because I had the internet outage earlier that has me, like, high anxiety. I'm so sorry. I have to actually start working on my mechanical wings for my Maleficent Halloween costume. Ooh, fancy! I have always really loved, how do I say, cosplay wings? I think cosplay wings are some of the coolest things I have ever seen. It is always extremely admirable when people put together a pair of like mechanical wings for a costume. Those are some of my favorite pieces of like fucking cosplay ingenuity. For a long time, I've wanted to try and see if I can create a pair of like costume wings that move along with like arm movements in a way that's really hard for me to explain. But y'all know like the movie Rio and the way the wings in that movie move. I've been wanting for a long time to see if it's possible to invent a pair of like wings for cosplay purposes that can move like that. And I don't know if it is, and I am probably it's probably far too ambitious, and at this point I have too many other priorities in my life to bother chasing the idea, but God, I want to so badly. God, I want to. Very excited. I'm gonna make them flap and code them with the BPM so they can fly with my heartbeat. Oh, that's so cool, actually! That's really, really cool. Kirator, 1, do not entertain that thought. 2, you don't have to invent that person to hate in your brain. They already exist. Unfortunately, there's a lot of right-wingers in the VTuber space, and I just try not to pay him any mind. There's a lot of right-wingers in the VTuber space, and I just try to ignore them. I don't interact with them. I don't engage with them. Their art has no bearing or basis on my own. I'm out here carving my own space. You know? How do I say? I'm not gonna bother calling them out or paying any attention to them, because I don't want to start shit. Not because I believe those people deserve any fucking platform or anything, just because I would rather stay over here and make my own art and have a more positive outlook on things, you know? Just gonna get more left-wing people VTubing then. I mean, what do you think I'm doing here, you know? Offkai is extremely inclusive and very anti-bigotry. If you're a victim of direct bigotry of Offkai, they will take appropriate action. Yes. I will say I found that Offkai itself was a very accepting event. The fact that they were, like, not just having, like, official pronoun ribbons available, but that they, like, actively had they-them badges or ribbons. Like, that is enough to tell me that they are a very inclusive and accepting environment. That I walked up to their accessibility table and they just handed me an accessibility sticker. I knew I was in a safe place where I was going to be taken seriously, regardless of what was going on. I knew that, like, you know, if someone tried to start shit with me at Offkai, that I would most likely be defended. Oh, they also had any all ribbons. That's based. I didn't know they had any all ones. That's peak. But regardless, I know Offkai is a very inclusive space, which is why I feel safe pitching the idea of a queerness in VTubing panel next year. My plan for next Offkai, when they open up panel submissions, is to throw out the idea of doing a panel talking about, like, the history of queerness in VTubing, why so many VTubers are queer, and talking about, like, navigating those experiences, beyond the screen, and the importance of inclusivity and of exploring identity through the lens of YouTubing. I might pitch it more from the exploring identity angle, but there's a lot to be said about, you know, the history of queerness in VTubing, why it appeals to so many queer and especially trans creators, and I feel as someone who has a lot of experience making video essays, I would be able to, or making queer video essays specifically, I'd be able to back myself up pretty well. But no, I can promise that, like, Offkai is a very inclusive and chill space. There are, unfortunately, a lot of right-wingers in the VTubing space, largely because of the very right-wing origins of a lot of anime culture. But, you know. That was really funny. I love when my systems glitch out a little bit. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Finally finished my scrap cat. Hands are free from the pain. Congratulations, Gay Cheeto. You did it. All those bits hit me at once. All those bits hit me at once. The bits that summon AE. She's not right-winger, more like, we can talk about cis-sexism, cis-misogyny, anti-Asian racism, etc., but wouldn't misgender people, but for the love of God, please stop spreading transphobia awareness in my face. I mean, hot take. That's a right-wing ideology. Maybe, this is a bit of a hot take, but TERFs carry a right-wing ideology. I have a lot of critiques of our radfem ideology. Specifically, thank you so much for the Bark Boy Bark Baba for the ARP, ARP, ARP. Particularly because radfem ideology is very attached to protecting or defending the social construct of womanhood, which, if I can be so overt and so upfront, many of the lines, limitations, and expectations placed upon womanhood are invented by patriarchy to create this, very fake distinction between women and men, and part of fighting back against patriarchy and against transphobia and against so much of this bullshit requires the amount of deconstruction of those beliefs, which radfem ideology is invested in perpetuating, you know? TERFs are a right-wing ideology. Even if they may hold some more left-leaning or liberal beliefs, they are still a very right-wing ideology in that they hold very tightly to these constructs of what masculinity and femininity and male and female are, you know? Aww. No worries, Zelda! I hope you get your power back soon. Bye-bye. When she's being called transphobic, she'd be like, I'm not transphobic, I have a two trans women friends excuse. Okay, that doesn't change anything I'm saying. That doesn't... One, I have no clue who you're talking about, but two, like, that doesn't change anything I'm saying. The point of my comment being, like, still a right-winger, but Offkai this is an overwhelmingly inclusive space, you know? Fuck that person. No clue who you're talking about, specifically. Unfortunately, VTubing does have an issues with right-winger creators in the space, but by and large, many of our central spaces that we engage with are, like, inclusive and accepting. You know? I'm very confused right now. I'm very confused right now. Y'all, I'm so... Alright, whatever. We're fine. We're normal. Chat, world's most normal guy. Did I get Baba's bark yet? Hi, confused. I'm playing. The conversation has been, disconnected. Yeah, sorry. That tangent came out of nowhere. Thank you for the hydrates, Fuse. And I'm being pelted with water bottles again. Bark, bark, bye, bye. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Little water to help the brain. Thank you. I appreciate it. And I'm being hydrated more. Thanks for the hydrates and the bit. How are you doing, Mighty Lotus of Shorts? Yeah, I'm drinking. I'm drinking water. Sorry your mouse broke. I hope you're able to get a new one soon or fix it soon. Nah. Y'all, TERFs exhaust me, not just because they're transphobic, but obviously fuck them for that, but it bothers me how heavily they are invested in defending a cultural construct of womanhood and femininity, which is based in, patriarchy. And I think that sucks. I was confused, Kiratur, because the conversation came out of nowhere and I don't really understand what you were trying to say through it or what your point was. It just seemed to come out of nowhere and I do not understand, like, what was the goal of bringing it up or what point was trying to be reached, but regardless. That's how it goes. But in any case, yeah, like a lot of my frustration with TERFs is not just because, you know, they are transphobic actors who are harming the lives of trans people, especially trans women, but also very specifically because they are also upholding patriarchy in holding so tightly to what is ultimately a structure of femininity and womanhood that is created with the intention to oppress. And that's exhausting. Yeah, it is a new month and I don't like it. It is in fact August and I'm not a great fan of that fact. I would like it to not be August. Not a big fan. Almost see them as worse than regular right-wing transphobes because they're so dishonest. It's late summer pride? Is it? True gender equality cannot exist within gender as a social construct. I'm of the mind that, like, combating both misogyny and transphobia requires deconstructing a lot of the notions of masculinity and femininity and, like, male and woman that we have come to accept within our society. Because the majority of them are fabrications. A lot of them are fabrications. Very little of the distinctions we hold between what it means to be a man or a woman hold any form of legitimacy, and to combat transphobia and to combat sexism is to deconstruct many of these preconceptions. Turf ideology kept me from coming to terms with being trans-masc for so long because of how insidious some of it is, stuck its way into my skull. I get it. For a long time, I struggled both to allow myself to express more masculinity and to interface with attraction to men because I associated masculinity with having femininity pushed onto me, which is very much like a rad femme notion. It took a while for me to deconstruct that. It took a while for me to, like, step away from this ideology, and to recognize that, like, one, I found men kind of hot, and two, that I enjoy performing some elements of masculinity, that I enjoy he, him pronouns and performing some elements of the charade. To me, it is ultimately a charade. It is a thing that I put on for fun. I am non-binary, but I enjoy engaging with more masculine presentations and terminology because it's fun. Because I think it's silly. Because it is some masquerade that I put on. But ultimately, it took a lot of detangling of those ideologies and thought patterns in order to, like, fully interface with that. From Charlie, chat, am I too woke? My theater friends and I started talking about the lack of men in theater despite men being most often main characters in shows, and talked about how I theorize it's because our society sees masculinity as more relatable in media because the patriarchy could be wrong. Okay. So, two sides to this coin. Why are there not more men in theater? Generally, that is because, at least in our current, cultural context, performing and being artistic and existing on a stage, those are very like feminine coded hobbies, so much so that when men engage in theater, they are oftentimes stereotyped or expected to be gay, and when that's a very common like, you have two-sided. I basically said the same thing twice there. When a hobby becomes feminine coded, any man who engages within it then is stereotyped as being gay. It is seen as an attack on their masculinity to engage with this thing, and to be presumed gay in the eyes of a lot of, like, cis-het, very masculine men, is seen to have your masculinity and manhood called into question. So a lot of men who even may want to engage in theater are going to avoid it in order to avoid the stigma of being seen as feminine or queer. The other side of it, why are a lot of pieces of theater work led by male characters? A lot of that's because for a lot of history, masculinity has been perceived as the default. a lot of stories, even ones written by women, have historically featured male protagonists because either in the time periods they were written, it was less acceptable or less expected for women to take a forefront role, or because it was seen as the default trait. Especially when we're dealing with historical fiction, there's a lot of lean towards having men in leading roles because that is what was just kind of socially accepted and standard at the time. Yes, that is an effect of patriarchy. Both of these things that we're seeing are effects of patriarchy, but it is multifaceted. They're nowadays seen as feminine-coded hobbies because art is an exploration of emotion, and traditional masculinity steers men away from emotional depth, understanding, and maturity. Yes. Yeah. So there's multiple angles and lines to this. At least Summer Acceptance Month, something like that. Chat, August isn't real. Gender is such a prominent thing. I keep feeling the need to label how I identify. I feel like cannot even explain what gender I feel half the time, and that's fine. Chat, gender's not real. I also really don't like the demonization of men in random spaces. This is another thing that I do also take issue with, Rowan. I think there's this tendency, even in a lot of queer space, to assume predatory intent in men by default, and I don't think it's a helpful or productive notion. Oh my god, one of the most absurd statements I ever saw was when I saw in a friend's Twitch chat. This was another like queer trans streamer, and I saw someone in her Twitch chat state that they did not trust he/him lesbians because it felt as though they were aligning themselves with patriarchy, and I'm like, hey, there's a lot we need to unpack here. There's a lot we need to unpack here. And I think you have like some you have some internal conceptions of gender to work through. Hello, Safi, bark bark bite bite. Lovely to see you. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. But yeah, no, like I think especially in queer spaces there is this tendency to perceive masculinity as inherently more predatory and prone to violence in ways that are very bioessentialist and gender essentialist in nature. I think very often in trans spaces particularly, we tend to lean into gender essentialism, which is kind of a term that I made up, but as opposed to like bioessentialism, which is the rhetoric that a lot of TERFs parrot, that, you know, who you are is determined by your genetics and biology, and this is a core determiner of your behavior. A lot of trans people instead pivot that to gender and engage in this assumption that your gender itself is what determines a lot of those behavioral and interest-based features. And it is something that overall ends up upholding a lot of misogynistic and patriarchal structures that feeds into the gender binary and into the power structures coded within. And I don't fuck with it. Obviously, for very obvious reasons, I don't fuck with this. And we see this even in every time I will see people assert that the way that lesbians love women is somehow more pure and sanitized. Fuck off with that notion. Every time I see someone proclaim this idea that lesbians somehow love women in a way that is purer and softer than men do, I'm like, hey, slow down here. It is this notion that, like, how do I say, that very sanitizes, that very heavily sanitizes, like, lesbian experiences, which presumes that their relationships are very, how do I say, non-sexual, and, you know, by that nature ends up, justifying a lot of ideologies, held by, like, wider cishet society, and which also like presumes that harm cannot be done in those relationships. It is not a useful or productive way of approaching things, you know. How does it even work? How do people come to that conclusion? It generally comes from the same notions which a lot of TERF people parrot, or that a lot of TERFs parrot. It comes out of this idea that men are inherently more predatory and violent, and that women are inherently more empathetic and emotional and softer, which is a social construct. It is a social construct. It's very evident and very thoroughly, like, proven through a lot of study that these are traits that are, you know, learned and not inherent to people. And through that lens, there is this assumption that, like, well, you know, men like women in this way that is gross and heavily sexualizes them and is focused on personal pleasure and body-centric, whereas women like women in a way that's emotional and soft, and it's all extrapolating these cultural constructs, which presume that the trends we see in society of, you know, violence versus empathy, etc., in how emotions are expressed and in what behaviors are taught, are actually biological rather than the creation of learned behavior, you know? If that makes sense. If that makes any sense. This is not to say that, like, these taught behaviors don't exist, but it is a taught behavior, you know? And it is a thing that can be deconstructed and unlearned, and just, it is not inherent, and is also not universal. It's very complicated. And I want so badly to deconstruct all this bullshit. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. The same uwu lesbians or pure men or gross are the first ones to objectify other women and seek only their own satisfaction in a relationship. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily even say that, but it is a sanitization of queer experiences in ways that are not productive and leads and further ingratiates bioessentialist and gender essentialist notions, which I think are things we need to deconstruct and work past if we are going to make progress in deconstructing patriarchy and in, like, actually achieving trans rights. You know? How do I say this? Bark, bark, bite, bite. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I'm a little bit brain dead. Apologies, everybody. The anxiety has been high today. Y'all, I'm so sorry that, like, this stream and last stream I feel like have not been my best work. I'm so sorry for that. I feel as though this stream and last stream have just not been my best work, and I apologize for that, folks. I'm doing my best out here. There was something more I wanted to bridge into, but having a good time hanging out here, I have anxiety. I appreciate it, though. I appreciate that folks still enjoy me even when I feel like I'm not putting out my peak content. Even when I don't feel as though I'm necessarily at my, my top, I'm glad that people enjoy what I do. It means a lot to me. Past few streams have literally been my first impression of your content, apart from your videos, and I'm enjoying it. I'm glad. That means a lot. I get insecure at points in time. And I've been struggling a little bit the past 2 nights in my articulation and performance, but that's just from my own perspective. I'm just one loud punk boy on the internet. I am just one loud punk boy on the internet. How do I words? Much love indeed. Also, I appreciate that from you as well, Charlie. I'm trying to... I think I completely lost my train of thought with that. In any case, fuck bioessentialism, fuck gender essentialism, fuck the notion that your gender is inherently tied to your behavior. Fuck the idea that oh, I remember where I was going to go. The issue with patriarchy is not that men have power over women, it's that a gendered class has power over another. And efforts to split those into clean categories are efforts to further ingratiate them as being legitimate. Holding on to the notion that, you know, men and women are meaningfully different in their behavior and in their interests and in their skills and capacities, when so little of that is actually true, when the vast majority of the differences that, you know, transphobes and cis people want to hold on to are fucking bullshit, just further ingratiates and solidifies their worldview in ways that just are not productive. And deconstructing that is a fundamental piece of deconstructing a lot of patriarchy as well as a lot of transphobia. You know? And I'm tired of it. I enjoy HEMA and fencing and learning the skills of a swordsman. It can be very romantic in a way it feels like intimate. I have heard that before. I do think, like, when... Okay, this is completely off topic, but I've known a few people who have done, like, competitive sword performance art shit. Like I have a friend who has performed live on ESPN doing sword play, like, as dance. And it is so cool. It is genuinely so cool and fascinating how... I've heard him describe those experiences, because it is like an inherently collaborative kind of dance that is extremely intimate. I think that's so cool. I think that shit's so cool. I'm a fan of motor racing, and it has taught me how being consistent and chill matters more than being at prime. You were always peak for me, even if you don't feel like it. I'm not racing. I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little guy. I do my best, I promise. I like making loud punk art. I very much enjoy making loud punk art. It is my joy that I get to. I do competitive kickboxing. It's not artistic at all. More like a ticking time bomb you have to solve, if that makes sense. I used to do kickboxing, actually. A fun fact, I used to do a lot of martial arts, primarily Kali, kickboxing, and ground fighting. I'm very good when it comes to, you know, fighting. I'm not, you know, super strong. I'm not super fast. My reaction time is kind of shit, but if I can get you on the ground, you're not getting back up. If I can get you on the ground, you're not getting back up. I am very good at getting people in arm locks and whatnot and wrestling them down to the ground, and once they are down there, they are fucking helpless. One time when I was like 14, I held a guy like at least I held this like 6'4" guy, and at this point I was like probably 5'8". I held this like 6'4" guy down. He was like 3 years older than me, for a solid 15 minutes. As he tried to find a way to get up and shake me off of him. Chat, if we get into a fight, and I manage to get you down in the ground in some kind of fucking, lock, you're stuck down there. You're not getting back up. Bro is built different? Yeah, I am. Listen, I'm not the best at defending myself. My reaction time's not great, I'm not the strongest person in the room, but I can hold you down long enough for help to get to me, you know? I can hold you down and hold you back long enough for someone else to get there and for it to no longer be a fair fight. Oh no, I'd hate if AE pinned me to the ground. Not in a sexual way. Y'all are the worst, affectionately. So actually, fun fact, there are specific means and methods, you know, that I use when I do this shit. There's a handful of ground fighting techniques I have used for, like, you know, locking someone in place. And you're very specifically taught to do it in specific ways that prevent you from getting bitten. You will not be able to bite you the way that I do this shit. You're basically Black Mask from Absolute Batman Universe. Have not consumed it before. I don't know. I'm gonna de-escalating and running the fuck away. Fair, if that works. Listen, I just need to keep you on the ground for a minute or two until someone else can help me out, you know? You know? It's a very useful skill. I have so much lore. I've been so many different people. I think one of the most surprising pieces of AE lore I can offer is that I used to play basketball. I was never good at it, and I only did that for like a year. And I got bullied like shit. Because you know, everyone around me perceived me as a girl, and of course, all of the, like, 13-year-old boys wanted to pick on the only girl in the group. But I did used to play basketball. Fucking the terms that Automod will not let through are so sad to me. What do you mean motherfuckers is a restricted term? For how short you are, I'm 5'10". I'm 5'10". I'm trying to think, what's more surprising AE lore? What other shit have I done? I'm such a guy. I'm such a guy. I've been so many different people at so many points in my life. Hi, Dragon Slayer. Do not call me that. Don't call me that. Twitch didn't let me put motherfucker in a clip title. That is so sad. That is so sad. I'm not strong, but I'm fast, and I'm good at opponent reading, so typically my kickboxing plays involve using an opponent's blocks and strikes as opens. That's honestly smart and fair. Have you been? I'm doing well. I'm doing well. We're currently just yapping. We're about to hit the 4-hour mark. I'm probably gonna hop into the video game soon, but also I don't want to. But also, chat. What if 6-hour just chatting stream? Don't let me do it. Do not let me do it. Don't let me. What if 6-hour just chatting stream? I'm a very normal guy. I wish my brain was that loud to try it. Some mental illness of this kind. One sec. Kind of makes me unable to think or feel in surface level thoughts and feelings. Kind of need noise. I mean, it's a thing to work on, you know? 5.5 hour just chatting stream it is. It might be. It might be. 6 hours for the week, chat till sunrise. That's gonna be a long stream. That's like I mean, I've done 12-hour streams before. No worries, you're okay, Dragon Slayer. You're good. As long as people, like, take the correction and are chill about it, you're fine. My pronouns are he, him, or they, them, so I prefer sticking away from feminine terminology. You're fine. I'm trying to think, what is more weird AE lore? What other shit have I done in my life? I don't think it's surprising to anyone that I used to be a Warrior Cats kid. I used to have Warrior Cats OCs. I was that guy. I was the kid who was, like, drawing their Warrior Cats OCs in my notebook. Yeah. Don't like sports outside of racing. Could get into any sports as long as everyone's supportive. I mean, valid. I think, how do I say? I think sports can be cool. I wish that I liked them more than I do. I'm not a very physically active person. You're making me feel old. I can make it worse. How old do you think I am? I can make it worse. Didn't have Warrior Cats OCs, but was very into it. Yeah, Warrior Cats was a very core piece of my childhood. Oh my god, I used to do Warrior Cats roleplay. I am in fact 24. I am 24. I was the real kicker. The real kicker. I was born after 9/11. I was born after 9/11. And half of chat is dissolving right now. Hey, chat, I'll make it worse. I was born 10 days after 9/11. I was born 10 days. Chat, 9/11 caused me /J. You're making me feel like stop. Teehee, teehee, teehee. Listen, I'm a grown adult. I am a grown adult. I am a grown functional adult with 2 jobs, and bills to pay. But I am in fact 24 and I was born after 9/11. Adult or not, you'll always be a post-Shrek Zoomer. I can't believe I'm post-Shrek, chat. I'd really only be concerned if you were born just over 9 months after 9/11. Yeah, that's fair. You're only 4 years older than me. I feel kind of small next to you. Fair. Rookie mistake. Being born is the cause of most of your problems. Christ. My friend was born on 9/11. Damn, poor them. Poor them. Have we considered AE caused My Chemical Romance? Chat, My Chemical Romance is about me. God, I love My Chemical Romance. I love MCR. There's a decent shot that MCR was founded on my birthday. Also, ad will be hitting any second now, Burger by Bite. Where did you do the roleplay on forums? Oh, forums. I was a forum roleplayer, which I think makes it slightly better. I wasn't doing Warrior Cats roleplay on like Roblox or anything. I was doing it on forums, which I think makes it slightly better. If I was doing Warrior Cats roleplay on Roblox, I would be a lot more embarrassed. However, I did used to do Homestuck roleplay in Minecraft. And I'm just gonna leave that there. I did in fact used to do Homestuck roleplay in Minecraft. And I'm just gonna leave that there. No, you can't be less embarrassed than the Roblox roleplayers. This full-on resource on the playground Warrior Cats roleplay kid. God, I miss that shit. I miss that shit. I never had friends for that. I didn't have friends for that, unfortunately. Oh my, chat, I used to run a Homestuck roleplay server on Discord back in like, what, 2017, 2018? I ran it for like a year and a half. And I would not be here doing what I'm currently doing otherwise. Being so real with you. It was that project that got me my start in like voice acting. Because that's where I met some of the friends that would eventually do voice acting for. And like, I would not be content creating like this now had I not gone through that. Had I not like met those people in that Discord server. I was born 11 days after 9/11. Never really felt the effects of being in the shadow of tragedy. Kind of internalized the feeling of my birthday is kind of gloomy. Interesting. Still remember getting in huge trouble with my after-school teacher because me and my friend were doing roleplay. And it got so rough we both ended up bleeding. Good times. That's peak right there. That's peak. That's so funny. Nah, chat, I miss like Discord roleplay servers a lot actually. I do miss it. I'm sure they still exist, but I do not have the time to like commit to something like that. That said, like those were such a core piece of my childhood. I had so much fun with that back in the day. Still friends with this person? Based. My stream went crazy, you're a VTuber, you're still roleplaying on Discord? Well, first of all, fuck you. Have you considered that I'm actually just this guy? Have a friend who has a whole world, and a lot of people actively contribute to the roleplay, and it's kind of cool. Yeah, I miss that kind of stuff, genuinely. Best thing I was getting in trouble for chasing kids around pretending to be FNAF characters, telling about the lore in heavy detail. That is very funny. How do I say? I miss being a kid and just getting up to loud cringe shenanigans, you know? I miss being a kid and feeling a lot less apologetic for just being passionate about weird nerdy stuff and like role-playing and being invested in stories. And I do that now, don't get me wrong. I am quite literally a VTuber. But I do sometimes miss having those outlets and spaces. I do sometimes miss it. There's a softness to it. Used to do FNAF roleplay, don't like to think about FNAF roleplay days. Hey, that's fair enough. Nah, I used to do a lot of Homestuck roleplay. Homestuck was my thing. Actually, what I was best known for on the internet before I started VTubing and all of this was voicing... One second, can I still do it? Terezi Pyrope in a handful of fan projects and whatnot. So there's like a couple of videos of me, like copy pasta readings and whatnot, doing the Terezi Pyrope voice that got pretty big back in like the late 2010s, early 2020s. And if you were active in the Homestuck fandom around that period, there's a good shot you've heard my voice before. I used to be very well known for doing this voice on various projects, especially if you were like in the fandom post-COVID. You probably have heard my voice. I've actually, like, much earlier in my streamer career, had some of my art recognized before my my style shifted pretty drastically. What the fuck is this voice? It's Terezi Pyrope. I used to be able to do it a lot better, but the testosterone has shifted things down a little bit. But I was very well known for doing this voice. Can I find, like, pre-T clips of me doing this? One sec. Can I find any? I'm sure if I go to, like, Audacity in my files. Hi, Audacity. So these are going to be really old, and they're probably going to be on my old microphone.
So, Mindfang, what kind of fracas shall we cause today? So,
why do they sound bad? Why do they sound bad? No!
What kind of fracas shall we cause today?
Why am I so compressed? I think this is my old microphone, I'm pretty sure.
You mean Miss Pyrope?
Oh my god.
Whatever.
But no, I used to do this voice for a lot of projects back in the day. Enjoy your dinner. And I was pretty well known for it at some point. If you were ever into Homestuck Alternate Universe, which I'm pretty sure has been taken down at this point, but like if you were ever into that, I was on that project. There was for a while a pretty popular recording of me reading the Bambi 2 copy pasta. That's a thing I did. Do I have, like, earlier ones? I'm sure I do.
Miss Circuit's testimony may be credible in terms of game trends, but I fail to see supporting evidence.
God, oh, no, that makes me cringe a lot. It is silly, though. It is silly. I miss it. I'm pretty sure all of this was before I got my current microphone, which makes it a little bit sadder, honestly. But yeah, I used to do that voice for things all the time. Ah, rah. I miss doing voice acting, honestly. I would love to find a path back into it. It might take me some time, but one of these days. One of these days. I am not familiar with the My Pride shit, unfortunately. There was a couple, like, Homestuck animation projects I was also involved in back in the day. But yeah, pre-VTubing, I was most known for my activities in the Homestuck fandom. And now I do this, and I have far surpassed anything I ever created back then. I think I Don't Regret Girlhood is the first time anything I did like surpassed the viewership that any like pre-VTuber project of mine had ever managed. And at this point, I've done that a few times over, but it was pretty cool. I think there might still be like one project I partook in that has more viewership, but you know. You're destined for fame? What do you mean? I'm just a guy. I'm just a guy who likes making loud punk art. Hey, it's 10 p.m. and I have banana bread in the oven. Hell yeah, sounds tasty. I do love me some banana bread. God, I haven't had banana bread in forever. I should have banana bread. That'd be tasty. Honestly, I am quite terrible at baking, but I'd love to someday. Hi, Hikari! How are you? Arrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr I hope you're doing absolutely incredible. I send all my love. It was a lion animated series on YouTube that spun out of the Lion King fandom. That's fascinating. Closing for work at the moment, lol. I hope it goes well. I hope the shift's not too hard. Fuck working a job. Good luck to you. I cannot wait until the day that this is my full-time job. Fuck employment. It's not worth it. But no, I hope it's going alright. I hope the day is too rough. It was hell. Sounds about right. Sounds about correct. I'm so sorry. Please hang in there. You can survive the rest of this. You will be okay. You're more powerful. Chat, all retail employees should be allowed to kill one fucking customer a week. Just very busy. That's how it goes. I hope things ease up. I hope you're doing alright. I hope it gets easier. Boss bought me a brownie, so yippee. You know what? We take that. We take that. You earned that brownie. Arrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Huh? Per week doesn't sound sustainable. I think it's worth it. Wish I could join in on this, but I love my job. Hey, I'm happy that you have a job that you're happy with, you know? More people deserve that. Unfortunately, even due to capitalism, very often even the work that people are passionate about ends up tainted and difficult to sustain. And that sucks. People deserve to be able to work in industries and to do things that bring them fulfillment. And that capitalism has ruined so many of our experiences and expectations of work is unfortunate. That we currently live in a world wherein, like, for the majority of people, working is miserable, sucks, and I hope someday that we no longer exist in that scenario. I hope someday that that more of us are able to feel contentment in our lives. Actively using my job to escape my family, so that's fun at least. Hell fucking yeah. I've been talking to a friend of mine about his line of work lately, and it has me considering jumping ship towards it. Not jumping ship from content creation, mind you, but it would be full-time work, but it would be remote in a way that would hopefully allow me to, like, angle more of my time towards content creation and have more routine. How's the 6-hour yapping stream going? We'll see. I'm probably gonna hop into the game pretty soon, but I like yapping. I'm probably gonna hop into the game in the next, like, 15 minutes, but, you know, I'll be so honest, any part of me that, like, started off, I started off as, like, a retro game streamer, that's dead. That's been dead in the water for a long time. Whatever part of me that was a retro game streamer has been dead and gone for a while now. Whoa, you're a gamer. Hi, Wonder. Bark bite bite. We love EE. Yep, I'm glad. That brings me fulfillment and joy. It's so absurd to think that when I started content creation, I considered myself to be like a retro streamer. I was gonna play retro games. And bring in a lot of audience through that direction. Given I spend less than half of my stream time playing games these days. Can I pull up my statistics for this year? Y'all. One sec. I just pulled up my statistics for this year. On Twitch Tracker. That's the wrong button. There's the correct button. Cool. These are my statistics on Twitch Tracker. This is every game I have streamed by stream time, or every category I've streamed by stream time this year. Peep the nearly 300 hours of just chatting. Whoops. I remember you introed yourself to me as a not quite retro streamer. I was holding out hope that I would someday find my way back to that. I think I've abandoned the not quite retro niche at this point. I still enjoy playing older games, but that's not even primarily what I stream anymore, and that just has to be okay. That just has to be okay. But given I have to go like 7 categories down to find the first retro game, I don't think I deserve to call myself a not quite retro streamer anymore. I've been here since the end of January and haven't seen much gaming. No complaints in the slightest. Yeah. I've spent apparently nearly 50% of my time live in the just chatting category. As compared to 10% in art, and everything else here is under 10%. Vintage Story, Pokemon Legends ZA, In Stars in Time, Hades 2, Shadow of the Colossus, Twilight Princess, Tomodachi Life Living the Dream, Pokemon Ranger, Deltarune, Scarlet Violet. Yeah, chat. I don't think I'm a retro streamer anymore. Honestly, I'm surprised just chatting isn't higher. Me too, honestly. What's up with that? What even is a retro game anymore? Hell if I know. Peep that. Let's see. 4 hour 17, 4 hour 14, 3 hour 24, 334, 424, 514. Chat. He's a yapper. Chat, he's a fucking yapper. Oh no. He's a yapper. Assigned yapper at Twitch stream? Shout out to this one stream where I only did 2 hours of just chatting. Y'all, he's a yapper. Oh no. Game time per stream, 3 hours and 23 minutes. He never shuts the fuck up, chat. Is this just an analytics thing? It's just, so how do I say? It's not that I don't like retro games anymore, because I do still like retro games, and they're what I prefer to stream when I stream video games. But I've been finding lately that I really just want to spend more time in the just chatting category, you know? More and more often, I just really want to sit here and yap with y'all without having a video game in the background. Which is a bit weird, but I've been loving it. And it seems to be what a lot of you like as well. I do want to game more often on the channel, but every time I go live, I tell myself, oh, I really want to play the video game tonight, and I end up yapping for 3 or 4 hours anyway. It's shown me, like, I'm consistently having more fun on stream when I'm yapping. I still like retro games, but even then I've just been playing a lot more indie titles in my content, and the yapping has kind of become the central draw of the stream. How many average viewers is that? What do you mean? Oh, sorry. I'm gonna kill you with a rock, actually. Fuck you. I'm gonna kill you with a rock. God damn it. God fucking damn it. The yappening. But yeah, like, I've just been finding more and more often lately that I'm having more fun when I yap on stream. That has been leaning more into my talents and interests as of late. And it's not that I'm opposed to playing games on stream, and when I play games on stream, I still really like playing retro games, but I've kind of been going with the flow more, playing a lot more indie titles, and I'm not mad about that. I'm genuinely just, I'm not mad about that. I've been doing whatever draws me in and whatever brings me fulfillment lately, and that's been yapping most of the time. I hope that's okay. I like yapping, but it's almost always while I do other things, I guess. And that's also fair. I've been finding that just chatting streams work really well for me, but they're not going to be for everyone. It's just what I've been finding I like. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Honestly, though, if I look at my statistics for this year, I'm really proud of this. Average viewers of 70 this year overall. That's really solid, and I'm happy with that. That means the world to me. Thank you everyone for the support consistently. That line be going up, the follower line be going up, the average viewer line been pretty stable, but we take it. Thank you for the scuff, bark bark bite bites. I've also streamed 589 hours this year, which is actually less than I expected, because most years I stream about 1,000. One sec, let me check 2025. Yeah, just over 1,000 in 2025. 2024 is actually surprisingly just over 1,000, despite the fact that that's when I was homeless. How did I do that? How did I still stream over 1,000 hours even when I went through homelessness? What happened? Okay, then. 2023 I know is going to be less. Yeah, just 558. But this is telling me I need to get my numbers up because I really want this to be over 1,000 before the end of the year. We'll get there. We'll get there. Regardless, though, I've been very content with like the slow but eventual climb I'm making with content creation, and I just need to start getting more YouTube content out. I think that's what makes the difference for me, you know? You take care, no eyes for you. For how much of that year were you homeless? I was homeless for about 3 months, which is not much. I recognize 3 months is not an extended period of time to be homeless, but it's a very scary thing to go through when content creation is one of your core pieces of income, and honestly, it's just very scary to be homeless in general. Hi, Ray Arcana, Barber Bite Bite, how are you? Hope you're having a wonderful evening. Maybe this is a hot take, y'all, but housing instability? Not fun, not a good time, wouldn't recommend. Pretty bad for your mental and physical health. Home from work now, congratulations. I hope you have a easy enough day at work. I hope it treated you pleasantly. Or as easily as it could. But yeah, no, like, content creation, not always easy, but very worthwhile for me. Not always easy, but very, very worthwhile for me. It was actually a good day, yeah, thank you, I'm glad to hear it. You deserve that. You deserve that. I think, okay, I've had a lot in my head lately for obvious reasons about, like, you know, next steps as a content creator. I think I want to start occasionally clipping cool stream moments, not necessarily posting them on YouTube, but, you know, like on socials here and there. I want to get a media kit together and start reaching out to conventions and whatnot, trying to guest at events where I can, and I want to start doing more music stuff. I really want to optimize and organize everything I am working on into a concrete brand, and I think I'm in a good place. I think I'm doing a lot of cool stuff. I think I'm getting a lot of recognition for the cool stuff I'm doing. I just need to do it more. I'll get where I need to be. I would love to see a chatty conversation clips if that's something you're keen on doing. I've been thinking about, I don't know. I need to put more thought into it, but I'll get there. I do have merch. This is true. You can buy merch. I'm gonna be putting out new merch. When am I putting out new merch? I'm gonna be putting out new merch in September to celebrate my partner anniversary and birthday. I need to start working on that, actually. Just googled it. Looks like any games 15 years or older are considered retro. Okay, so I actually disagree with that definition. I have feelings. I have feelings about the way we define the word retro. I don't think retro can just be a number. That's my hot take. My hot take is that retro cannot just be a fucking number. retro is a measure of how much the language and medium and technology of gaming has progressed. And because we are hitting a point wherein the language and mechanics and technology underlying gaming are progressing at a much slower rate, things are going to become retro slower. You know? There is not that much of a technical gap between games produced today and games produced 15 years ago in the way that there was beforehand. And I think by this very nature, this makes certain consoles more prone to becoming retro. The DS is just by its very nature going to feel more retro than than PC games, for example, produced in the same era, because it is it's more janky and limited. By that very nature, it feeds into this sense of retroness, that it is experimental, that it is pushing boundaries, and that it is on a very limited piece of hardware. PC games are going to feel retro and progress into retroness at a much slower rate because the technology underlying them, the mediums and structures that they follow, the traditions, are all shifting and moving at much slower rates. Gaming controllers have been static for a long while now. The ways in which a game communicates with the viewer, its tutorials, its intended progression, etc. All of this is pretty well cemented in place, and games aren't feeling the need to push the bounds either technologically or in how they tell stories and narratives and communicate with the viewer anymore. We consider some PS3 games very much be retro games. I mean, yeah, don't get me wrong. There are a lot of games that are 15 years old which are very much retro. There are 15-year-old games that I very much put in the category of being retro or retro adjacent, but that's because they show that experimentation and pushing of the limits and technical limitation, you know? And I would say, yeah, Wii as well. Absolutely. A lot of retro shit on the Wii, and it helps that the Wii is such a janky and experimental console. But like, I've played 10-year-old PC games, and I cannot see those games getting called retro or feeling retro for a good fucking while because they feel so similar to games that were produced in the last year. Because aside of maybe having a few more polygons and some better hair texturing, they are functionally the same in their language, methodology, and technical prowess, you know? There are 10-year-old PC games that are also still ongoing, yeah, straight up. I think retro speaks to the ways in which the gaming industry has technologically improved and to the development of the medium of gaming, more so than anything. You know? Would Minecraft be a retro game? Fuck Minecraft, fuck Microsoft, but I would say that Minecraft has been updated and reworked so many times that I cannot fucking call it retro in its current format, you know? Older versions maybe, but not like the current existing forms. It has gone through so many reworks and updates that it is a very modern game. You know? Is there an argument that recent games can technically be retro if they're invested in old limited ways? That's an interesting question because usually by their very nature, they are going to take into account a lot of like modern gaming language and quality of life. You can definitely make games that feel retro in the modern day, but they fundamentally are not built with the same limitations and language, you know? It has been almost 10 years since a full new 3D Mario game. I am starving. Okay. AE fun fact. I don't think I've ever finished a Mario game. I've started a handful of Mario games. I've never finished one. And most of them I've never played. I've played like a couple 2D Marios, never to completion, just like very early on, and I played one of the Paper Marios for like 10 hours, but I have never finished a Mario game, and I have not touched the majority of them. I guess aside of Mario Karts. I do love Mario Kart. Mario Galaxy 2 remains my favorite game of all time to this day. I need to play the Mario Galaxies eventually. First Mario can be beaten in 5 minutes, so there's your new goal. No. I will not be doing this. I do not hate myself enough to do this. What Mario game would you like to play slash finish the most? I've heard really good things about the Mario Galaxy series, so probably those. No, actually, no. The Super Mario RPG. I really want to play Super Mario RPG. I forgot that one existed for a second. I really want to play Super Mario RPG. I wanna. The Galaxy Duology is such a masterclass in exploring the vastness and uniqueness of space while lingering just long enough in the emptiness and loneliness of it. I definitely want to check them out at some point. They have been on my list for a while. I need to one of these days. I'm pretty sure those are Wii games, right? Because I'm pretty sure the reason I've been putting them off is just that it's very hard to emulate Wii games. And I do not currently have access to a Wii. Anyone else agitated that Nintendo's already making fully Switch 2 exclusive games, like not Switch-based and Switch 2 games, but new games for the Switch 2 that have already said they're no longer producing Switch Lites or Switch OLEDs in February 2027 when the Switch 2 is barely 9 months old? Charlie, that is standard practice. I understand being upset and frustrated, but also that is standard practice. It's pretty normal for a console to come out with exclusives. In fact, the Switch 2 has come out with way fewer exclusives than most consoles, or that at least the Switch 1 had at release. Like you can still be mad and upset, and frustrated with it, but like this is normal practice. Like that's if every game that they were releasing was compatible with both, why would anyone buy a Switch 2, and how are they, not going to actively lose money, Like that's how releasing a new console works. This is a pretty, how do I say, typical rate for like introducing a new console. Like this is a pretty industry standard case. The PS5 and Xbox Series transition was horrible. It's almost half till midnight. Oh god, chat, I keep forgetting what time it is. Y'all, I'm terrible at keeping track of the time. It is, in fact, almost half until midnight. I just zoned out and yapped for another 20 minutes. Chat, do we want to play a video game? They could barely make exclusive games for those consoles because no one could buy them as there was no stock. But no, like, it's pretty normal for like a new console to release, and then the majority of titles that are introduced from that point on by the company to be exclusive to the new device. Like that's kind of how gaming works, And like, how do I say? The reason, like, Nintendo is about to increase the Switch 2 price is because due to the increase in hardware parts due to AI, they literally are losing money with the current Switch price. Like, they kinda just have to. Don't get me wrong, fuck Nintendo for a lot of reasons, but I feel like saying fuck Nintendo for the price is a bit of a naive point when they are increasing their console price, because they're literally not, like, at $450, they are literally not making enough money to cover the production costs of the consoles, everything that is inside the console is quite literally so expensive that they cannot break even selling them at $450. You take care, definitely Fuse. Bye bye. You take care, Nick's Paradigm as well. Get some good sleep. Get some good sleep, folks. I appreciate the hell out of y'all. I understand that it sucks, but when gamers have been yelling and getting pissed at Nintendo for their hardware not having enough processing power, they're giving the gamers what they're asking for, and then gamers are getting mad at a price that is barely breaking even and is currently failing to break even due to hardware costs. AI made RAM higher, and also global shipping is being destroyed. Consoles have historically been sold at a loss. Yes, so consoles have historically been sold at a loss, but Nintendo, starting with I think the Wii U, no longer sells them at a loss anymore. I'm pretty sure it was the Wii U where Nintendo said, we're not selling our consoles at a loss anymore, we want to break even on them. They're not making a generous profit off of them, but like the reason that the Switch 2 is about to jump from $450 to $500 is because they are quite literally losing money selling it at $450. Don't get me wrong, fuck Nintendo for a lot of reasons. But when it comes to the pricing, they literally, like $450, they literally cannot break even on the cost of production like that. You know? And a lot of this comes down to AI. Honestly, very on them, it makes more sense. Yeah, a lot of people don't realize, like, hey, producing a video game console is a computer. You are buying a very specialized computer, you know, and that includes handheld consoles. These are very small, very specialized computers. Everything in them is computer hardware that has usually been custom made, but it's very comparable in its capacity to like actual computer hardware. You can look at those and you can understand how they work, and if you were to have the ability to poke those up into your computer, they're computer parts. They're computer parts. It has a GPU, a CPU, a RAM, and it's very specialized because it is only meant to be used in this one device, but like it's just a computer. Switch 2 will be sold at a loss even with the price increase? Really? I did not know that. But no, like, historically, consoles have been sold at a loss. That's a thing. Steam Machine is at its current price, so Valve is not selling them at a loss, so Nintendo and cohorts are for sure still taking a loss on their consoles. Interesting. Fascinating. At what point consoles were stronger than computers? That hasn't been true since the 90s at least, though. Yeah, but don't get me wrong, like, what the, according to the bit of research I did earlier, like, what the Switch 2 is running is comparable to, like, a 3060, which is a solid GPU, you know? It's not like they skimped on the hardware. That's solid for the kinds of things that the Switch 2 is running. The Switch 2 costs a lot of money because it has very expensive computing hardware and very specialized computer hardware inside it. And don't get me wrong, capitalism sucks, and I hate the fact that gaming is becoming a luxury. But saying, oh, Nintendo should just charge less ignores what the current tech market looks like. And much more systemic issues. Like, it's blaming what are ultimately systemic issues within the tech industry and systemic issues which are, native to all of capitalism, wholly on Nintendo. You know? If Nintendo wanted to break even on the Switch, the price increase would have been 100 minimum. Increasing it by 50 and announcing it 3 months in advance is honestly one of the most consumer-friendly things Nintendo has done. Yeah, agreed. Like, there are reasons to be mad at Nintendo. Those reasons are not the pricing. If you're mad about the pricing of modern Nintendo consoles, this is an issue with the entirety of capitalism, but especially the current state of the tech industry. And it is not a uniquely Nintendo problem. Nintendo is honestly, as much as I hate to say it when it comes to this, one of the more friendly companies. But in any case, bark, bite, bite. Was planning to build a desktop about 3 years ago. That plan has been postponed for financial reasons. Understandably. I'm very glad that I upgraded everything in my PC just before the homelessness saga. And I was able to take my PC with me. So I am currently running a 2070 Super with like 16 gigabytes of RAM, which is a lot better than what I was working with before. It might actually be 32. I would have to check, but in any case, what I'm running is not good, but it should manage to hold me for a couple more years, and I'm gonna hope by then that computer prices will plummet again. The moment that like PC part and GPU prices start to plummet, I'm going to upgrade my GPU. At the end of the day, Nintendo's the only console manufacturer still committed to physical media, which is why I stick by them for a while. I hate how anti-video game preservation Nintendo is, but yeah. At the very least, like, oh my god, I hate how so many of the major gaming companies are really heavily pushing for digital-only copies and trying to push people away from physically owning anything. And Nintendo's doing this too, don't get me wrong. But it makes me so endlessly angry. Oh, chat, do we want a video game? Do we want a video game for a bit? Chat, do we want to play a game? I'm no away from work, congratulations. IDK, do you? I don't know. Very glad I built my PC before all of the price increases. My graphics card is a 4070 Super. God, I wish. God, I fucking wish. Y'all, I would kill to be running a 40 anything. I would kill to be running a 40 fucking anything. A 2070 Super does not get you very far in this economy. The Steam Machine launch pissed me off so much. Why on earth did they advertise it as a 4K 60 FPS gaming machine when it's cobbled together hand-me-down parts from AMD? I have not looked a lot into the Steam Machine, I'm gonna be so honest with you. But unfortunately, computer prices are all hellishly expensive right now. Built my PC like 1.5 months ago, put me $4 grand in the red. Jesus Christ! I would die. That's so much money. That's so much money. Nah. Oh my god. Eventually, like, I do think if I update my PC, the first thing that I have to replace is gonna be the 2070 Super I'm running, just because it is struggling with some of the things that I stream already. But, I've accepted I'll never have a RAM upgrade. How much RAM am I running? Give me a second. Okay, I was incorrect earlier. I am in fact running 32 gigabytes, thank god. Surprised how much I've gotten out of my 3070 Ti. Hey, valid. I imagine I'm gonna be relying so heavily on the secondhand market if I ever replace my shit. I want 32 gigabytes so bad I only run 16. I think I have 2 8 gigabyte sticks lying around somewhere. I like how I say that and my eyes drift to the box in my closet that is labeled spare PC parts. As I suddenly remembered it was there. Shout out to the spare PC parts box in my closet. I was gifted RAM in like 2022 and wow, I'm glad I got it then. Should have gotten more myself later still. That's how it goes. Running 32 gigabytes of DDR5. What is mine? I don't know how to tell what DDR you are. I don't fucking know. I can tell you it's 32,000 megahertz. Yay! If you don't know, it's probably DDR4. It's probably DDR4. It's probably DDR4. My PC is very outdated. I got this PC secondhand when I first started streaming. It was about 9 months into my content creation journey, and a friend just kind of gave it to me as a birthday gift. And I have been ship-of-theseusing it ever since. Just slowly replacing things. And I've put probably about $700 into updating it at this point. Definitely look into Intel Arc. They're basically the only budget option for GPUs. So here's the problem. Here's the issue with that. I'm a VTuber. And unless I get an iPhone, I can't do that. Because the tracking method I use only works on NVIDIA GPUs. VTuber fun fact. VTuber fun fact. One of the best Live duty tracking methods that is available if you do not have an iPhone. Requires you to run an NVIDIA GPU and only works on NVIDIA RTX GPUs. My life is hell. VTuber fun fact. It's actual hell. Unfortunately, a lot of VTubing tech is like really operating system and how do I say, really operating system and hardware specific. There is a similar in-quality tracking method that runs off of Google Media Pipe, but I don't know what the requirements for running that are. Best tracking method is an iPhone 11 or newer, otherwise you gotta look for an NVIDIA GPU or you're cooked. Yeah. The Google Media Pipe tracking is not bad. I can switch method real quick, one sec. Fuck. So I don't have it set up right now. I would have to set it up. Whoopsie. Hi, Captain Sunny. Crust punk being like punks who don't fucking shower. Half jokingly. Crust punk is a term that originates primarily with like homeless punks, called such because oftentimes they are very dirty and crusty. It's a hee hee ha ha silly joke. I was in a friend's Discord server the other day. I called myself a gay punk dog. They responded with gunk dog. And I went, I am not beating the crust punk allegations. And I thought it was very funny. I literally cannot switch to Linux because so much of my software cannot run on Linux. It sucks. Yeah, I'm not a crust punk. I'm not a crust punk. I shower too often to be a crust punk. However, people will start calling me gross and stinky if I don't shower like every single day. So, you know. I've had multiple people scream at me to switch to Linux over the years, and I can't begin to tell them how bad of a decision that is for content creators, especially VTubers. I've had this conversation with my chat many times, and don't get me wrong, it is possible to run a VTuber on Linux. I've seen people do it. I would have to switch all my software for new options. I would have to abandon all of my current software and settings and basically completely rebuild my stream setup from scratch. Because the majority of the software I use is Windows specific. And unless I was basically emulating Windows on a Linux PC, which at that point, what am I doing? It just wouldn't be worth it. Don't get me wrong, Linux is great if you are using it for the right purposes. And I'm glad that we have open source alternatives. And for those who make Linux work, hell yeah. Unfortunately, most of the software I use on a daily basis is not compatible with Linux, and so switching just is not viable for me. Even if it was possible to move my entire workflow over to Linux, it would take me multiple weeks to figure out. It's just not something I have time for. Yeah, I'm in the exact same boat, Rosa. But nah, I hate how dependent I am on NVIDIA GPUs and on like Windows for my software, but unfortunately VTubing just is like that. It's just like that. Apologies, by the way, Peru, if I came off a bit like demeaning there, not my intention. It's just one of the unfortunate truths and pieces of background info when it comes to VTubing. A lot of VTubing software is dependent on just really specific shit. I'm sure most of the software I use works for Linux, just don't like Linux. I'm dependent on Windows, but very much just the best OS for me. Fair enough. I don't have the computer know-how to make Linux work, and it would cause me to set up all of my workflows from scratch. Use both Windows and Mac OS, and while I have complaints about both, not really feeling like switching to something new. Understandable. What fucking DAW do you use? I'm very curious then. I'm very curious what DAW you're using. FL Studio? Okay, okay. Wait, what are you using Mac OS for then? Because I know Logic Pro is only on Mac. Switch to Linux back in September, honestly been great for me. Not having to relearn everything for this. Yeah. Like, ultimately, if you're not a content creator, you're in a very different situation. Logic is Apple's DAW, yeah. Oh, I missed GarageBand. Oh, I missed GarageBand. That one song that I showed y'all earlier, with the loops and what, or not, sorry, with that I recorded with my friend like years ago. That was actually done in GarageBand. Hello, Diana. Broke my bite. Some Linux distros are really easy, but in general, I agree it's too complicated for some. So it's too complicated for me specifically because I'm a VTuber. And most of the software that I use, aside of like OBS, is not compatible with Linux, and I would have to basically learn an entire new set of tools. Moving to Linux would force me to basically rebuild my entire streaming setup from scratch, software-wise. Because, y'all, there's like 7 different pieces of software responsible for keeping my stream running. Linux isn't for everyone, but many people love it and it works just as well for those people. Shouldn't bash Linux just because it's not for you. Yeah, like, I totally support people who, for whom Linux, how do I say? I fully support people who are capable of making Linux work in using it. If you're able to make Linux work for you, hell yeah, thumbs up. Love that for you. If you're someone for whom that software and those tools are functional, hell yeah. That's not going to be a lot of people. There's a lot of people who cannot make Linux work. For me, it's not even necessarily it being too complicated. It is just that a lot of the tools and software that I am dependent on are not compatible, and getting a setup working would require so much work. And how do I say? Oh, a couple of them are on Steam. Most of them aren't. Most of them are not. And I heavily doubt Kbonk is compatible with Linux, you know? I don't know about Mix It Up Bot. Mix It Up Bot might be big enough. My one thing with Linux users is, like, I will explain to people, hey, I am a content creator. I work with a lot of hyper-specific, specialized pieces of software that don't work with, that would be very hard to move over to Linux. And a lot of them will just make excuses, or okay. One time, someone was telling me I should switch to Linux, and I tried to explain that I'm a content creator who uses a lot of hyper-specific tools, and that many of those tools are Windows only and do not have alternatives for Linux, and I was told to make my own. I've coded once in my life. Like, my one issue with Linux is that there are a lot of Linux users who assume that others have a lot more computer literacy than they do, and tend to very heavily push the idea even when they are told no. That's my one thing with Linux users. There are a lot of Linux users who literally will not take no for an answer. Please, when I say that Linux is not an option for me, do not tell me why I should switch anyway, or how I could absolutely make it work. Please do not try, like genuinely, when I say that I can make Linux work, do not try to justify it to me or tell me that I'd probably be able to make it work anyway. Like, please don't. That's my one issue with a lot of Linux enjoyers, that they very much assume that I have more computer literacy than I have, and refuse to take no for an answer when I tell them that, like, switching is not an easy option for me. That said, for folks who can make Linux work, hell yeah, thumbs up for you. You know? If it works for you, hell yeah. If it works for your purposes, thumbs up. Does not work for mine. My stream literally runs partially on my own code. Very tech literate, just don't have the time to redo everything in my workflow. Yeah. Also valid. Don't understand any of this and I'm fine with that? That's fine. Good for you. Windows is just unfortunately the only, like, sustainable option for me as someone who is not very tech literate. How am I about to hit the 5-hour mark? How did I get here? How did I get here? Why are we at the 5-hour mark? I don't like this. Linux Mint is the only distro that works out of the box. Don't listen to anyone who says otherwise. They're all freaks who don't understand what usability means. I know how to use File Explorer. I know how to, like, pin things to my taskbar. I do not have enough computer literacy to set up a macro. You know? That's where I'm at. I can use File Explorer, but I cannot set up a macro. Sorry, Pyro, for being in the middle of a conversation when what you were saying was completely unrelated. Museum. I can listen to you all day long. I'm just a gay boy on the internet. I need to make more YouTube content just so y'all can, like, have my voice in the background / silly. Do we game or do we yap? If we yap, there will be trouble. Do I need to remind folks that I used to have a southern accent? Yeah, I used to have a southern accent. And sometimes it slips through. What's so funny about it? Thank you for the curse of scuff, Barper bye bye. Yeah, I used to have a southern accent. Sometimes it slips out on some consonants and phrases and words. Congrats, you have enough literacy to use Linux Mint. Maybe not for VTubing, still not sure how those projects are going. Yeah, and that's fine. Hey, Southern, this is news to me. I used to have a Southern accent, but I lost it in voice training. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I do have a VOD channel. This is true. One of the things I need to do is, like, put all my links in one place and make them more easily accessible to folks. It is, if you go into my Discord, into the rules channel, there's a thing with all my links at the bottom where you can see the links to my 3 different YouTube channels. I have my main channel, my VOD archive, and a side channel where I've posted a singular video. I need to make more shit. You could probably put stream highlights, best of the yaps on YouTube between more deliberately crafted videos. No. I will not be doing this. I do not want to. I've considered putting them on my side channel, but I will not be putting that on my main channel because I want my main channel to be, like, the highest quality of work possible. I will not be doing that. I want, how do I say, my main channel, I want to only host the highest quality of work that I have to show and the things that I'm the most proud of. I want that to be for my video essays and for, like, the major projects I take on. So stream clips or, like, smaller, less scripted rants all go on the side channel. And I'm a little bit stubborn about this. Voice training made him yee his last haw. I had a very mild southern accent, but it was a southern accent. And you can hear it a lot, funnily enough, on the word accent. You take care, Emmett Possum. Good luck getting some sleep with the UTI shit. Hang in there, hang in there. Hope to see you again sometime in the near future. Alright, alright, alright? Hopefully I'll see you on Monday. I'm very particular with a lot of my content shit. Like, I do not want to put stream clips on my main channel. I've considered putting some on my side channel, on my TikTok, maybe even on, like, Blue Sky and whatnot. But I want my main channel to host content that I'm proud of. Maybe more interesting stream clips regardless, especially not as, like, long form videos. I'm very, very particular about my channel. And I'm usually not a fan of stream clips if they're not particularly informative or interesting. I'm a bit too, how do I say? I'm a bit too particular, is all. I'm a bit too particular. Rah. I do think, chat, we're about to have an ad hit in, like, 3 minutes. I think I am going to jump into the video game when the ad hits. I think I'm gonna do it. Chat, when the ad hits, I think I might actually video some games. I think I might James some videos. I think I might become a gamer. I just don't like when people use their negative past experiences with Linux to say Linux is trash. And from what I hear, a lot of people's opinions on Linux are based on old information. You don't need to be a programmer to use Linux. You don't need to be super tech savvy. All the compatibility programs you had problems with when you tried years ago are a lot better now. Also, someone else here called people freaks, and I don't think you should be talking about people like that. I generally think I'm not a fan of just calling people freaks in general. I don't know if I caught that. But yeah. No, like, don't get me wrong. There's, like, too much fucking hostility in both directions, I think. I just personally do not like how many people have pushed Linux on me, and when I say it's not going to work for my purposes, continue trying to justify why I should switch anyway. And that's an issue that I have, you know? That's just an issue I have. Shout out to the time, shout out to the time that someone tried to write code to help me with a stream thing, and they wrote it all in Linux, and when I tried using my Windows system, it was broken. And instead of just rewriting it and handing a new version to me, they were like, oh, I'm just gonna guide you on how to fix this, and kept trying to instruct me, and I kept messing up and making very simple mistakes because I don't know how to code, and whatnot, and it hit a point where I had a breakdown. Because I was getting overwhelmed and having too many conflicting, confusing instructions given to me. I feel like if I tried to install Linux, I would end up in a similar situation. But no, like, it's so fair for people who Linux works for their purposes. It will not work for me, and I've been very turned off even from looking into it more, largely because so often when I've tried to explain to people that, like, a lot of the software I use is specialized and I can't afford to set up my entire PC streaming software from scratch, that would be a multi-day affair, likely at least a week-long affair, that would just be extremely taxing. A lot of people do not shut up and do not take that no for an answer. In any case. If I can be so honest, I'm going to start moving on to the game, but I'm going to keep yapping while I do it. I think there's a lot of people in online spaces, especially in more coding-oriented spaces, thank you so much for the Prime sub, Kitchener, bye, who do not understand what the average level of computer literacy looks like. I was in this situation recently where I was trying to figure out how to download a video off of YouTube, and a lot of people kept suggesting this one specific program that could download videos off of the majority of websites if you just, set all your settings correctly. And I was like, okay, that sounds cool. Where do I download it? How do I set it up? And it was near impossible to actually find instructions on how to set it up. So much so that I wasted about 6 hours trying to get this piece of software to work. And everyone kept saying, oh, it's so easy. It's so simple. Why are you having trouble with this? And it very quickly became evident to me that a lot of these people very heavily overestimate an average person's computer literacy. Because no, I do not know how to write code in command line. That's not a thing I know how to do. Alright, here we go. It's not all that common a computer skill. It was the way people were constantly insisting that it's a super easy thing, and refusing to provide instructions because it was so simple and easy. And I eventually had to watch a video tutorial in order to figure it out. And then it turns out it couldn't actually do the thing that I was asking it to do in the first place, which was download a video in a format that is compatible with my video editor. Alright. Where is the video game? I need to turn off my music in the background. Here we go. Games. Dolphin. Hello, Dolphin. I love you. I think the weirdest argument I heard about Nuzlocke is they encourage experimentation. I mean, they quite literally do, yes. They do. No, by definition, they do. By definition, they very much do. You're just wrong, Pyro. Huh? Like, Nuzlocks are all about, and one of the core features of Nuzlocke is that they force you to engage with, like, new, team building styles and push yourself into situations that you probably would not have put yourself into in the first place. There are mons you can never... Okay, and? It's still forcing you to experiment with Pokemon that you probably would not have picked. You literally... The point of a Nuzlocke is you literally cannot choose the mons you get. You can't choose. You don't get to choose. Literally, like, one of the core features of a Nuzlocke is you do not choose what Pokemon you get. Alright, give me a second. I need to... Oh, what the fuck? My controller's not plugged in. One sec. Also, the cap came off of one of my joysticks. Damn, let people have their fun. Alright.
Hey ya!
One second, everybody. That's awkward, and I don't... You know what? It's fine. I'm just gonna pretend that it's not a problem. Sorry, a piece of my hardware is being very not normal, and a part of it's broken off, and I can't find the part, and I'm just going to pretend as if nothing's wrong. And hope that it does not impact my gameplay. Yeah, so one of my joysticks has a little cap on it that's meant to be able to be popped off and back on, but I can't find it right now. So I'm just gonna deal with it. I'm just gonna deal with it. Pyro, most pro gamers I've met in general are miserable. I don't think that's unique to Nuzlockers. Like, every, like, pro esports player I've met is also miserable. That's just what happens when you over-optimize your gaming experience. You stop having fun. And that's not usually, like, what the thing is about. Alright. Hopefully everything's fine. Like, it's okay to not understand the appeal of Nuzlocks. I personally don't enjoy them because I don't enjoy making the experience harder for myself than it has to be. But a lot of people like them, and they're playing the game for something different than me. For a lot of them, the games are too easy and they enjoy introducing challenge, and the Nuzlocke gives them an opportunity to kind of have this pre-defined, agreed upon means of increasing difficulty in a way that it even encourages an amount of competition. Imposing limitation is a really cool way of, like, engaging a community. It's not going to be for everyone, it's not for me either, but, like, it's the thing that people do. It's the whole, if you make your passion work, your passion becomes work, yeah. No, like the same shit happens with me in streaming sometimes. I'm like, don't get me wrong, I love content creation, But it's certainly harder to love when it becomes a part of your livelihood. That's kind of how turning something into work or like getting too heavily invested in it and trying to optimize it goes. When you try to optimize something you love, very often that turns into an amount of distaste or complicated feeling towards it. Holy shit, you're gaming? Where's AIM? What did you do to them? Oh, I killed them. I killed them. My controller is just a little bit broken, and I'm choosing to ignore it. All right, I'm trying to remember where I was in this game. You're allowed to not like things. Hey, hot take chat. You're allowed to just not like something without it being a big deal. You know? The temptation to summon icon at this very specific moment, and to waste all those points. I mean, it's your fucking points. I can't stop you. I mean, you know, it's so fair, but like a lot of people still enjoy the games and just want to give themselves a more challenging experience. I'm not going to tell anyone how to engage with their media. Have fun with it. Whoever thought resting out boats was ever going to be a good idea anyway? Or renting out boats, rather. So cold. Very cold. Literally slowly playing through Platinum Kaizo right now. Bullshit hard, but it's so much fun. See, I'm the kind of person where I do not have fun when I'm playing hard games. So for me, that'd be miserable. But, like, you have fun with it. Hell yeah. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. Alright, where am I supposed to go from here? Oh, it's so weird not having the cap on the other Joy-Con. I'm gonna have to see if I can find that later. Alright. I won't be able to financially recover from it. Exactly. Nuzlocke just bore me. Use different mons every Pokemon game I play through anyway. Good for you! Let people enjoy what they enjoy, you know? Amazing. There isn't even a drop of water in the river. We should reach the water source if we stay on this path, right? Right? So let's hurry. What path? What path am I supposed to be following? I'm trying to figure out what path the game wants me to follow. And I was like, just strike an itch in my brain to me that like puzzle games you can't look up the solution for because every player will have a different pieces to solve it. Yeah. I'm not particularly into Nuzlocks, but that's what I understand the appeal of them to be as well. I personally do not enjoy making a gaming experience harder for myself than it has to be. Largely because I don't enjoy losing. I don't like it when the game is hard. But that's a me problem. Other people enjoy a challenge and enjoy the puzzle solving. That's not going to be for me, but like other people are going to enjoy what they enjoy. If I'm playing a hard game, I'm going to need forced breaks because I'll get too invested and break something. Fair enough. See, I don't even get angry. I just end up feeling bad about myself, and so I avoid hard games. Danganronpa example is different for me because, again, I know perfectly rational people who lose all media literacy when they engage with it. I don't know, it's a game. I love planning out my encounters, constructing lines for fights, spending an hour in the damage calculator to figure out the optimal way through a battle I don't have any easy answer for. It's extremely entertaining. I love it. Hell yeah, and I love it for you. I'm glad you have fun with that, you know? It may not be for me, but I'm glad you enjoy it. I have tried to do a Nuzlocke like once before. I was so bad at it.
Oh shit.
Stella, thank you for the race up. Bye bye. I just got your DM. I'm definitely not checking my DMs on the clock. How are you doing? Mods, can we get a shout out for Stella? Arrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Nuzlocke can be very fun if you dial in on the rule set for the kind of player you are, but if you don't play with the rule set, it can be very quickly good and fun. I do think, like, how do I say? Yeah, I think I'm someone who just, I don't like the permanence of it. I don't like the idea that I can make one mistake while I'm distracted or, like, just have bad luck and get punished for it. I prefer my gaming experiences to be on the easier end, and that's just a me thing. We're all, you know, our own people. You're fine, Goober. Noticed you were streaming. Time for me to hit that button. Bite. Did you know that you're my friend and I appreciate you and I love you very much, y'all? Please give Stella Cosmos some love. Longtime friend of the channel, someone who I greatly adore. Hey, hopefully I'll get to see you next year at Off Guy. I really hope so. Sorry you couldn't make it out this year. But y'all, please make sure you give Stella some love. She's so near and dear to my heart. I owe her so much. I would not be who I am if not for her. I will. I'm already planning? Hell yeah. Hey, what's going on here? I thought it was getting colder, but who would have thought that it would all be frozen? This is the Zora village, right? Why don't I see any then? Well, anyway, let's check things out. Let's find the Zoras. But no, like, to people who enjoy Nuzlockes, have fun with them. Very much a big fan of when games have, like, detailed, nuanced difficulty settings that allow people to customize an experience to their own interests and skill levels. I do consider, like, difficulty in gaming to be a form of accessibility. I think giving your player the ability to customize the experience to their own, you know, capabilities and whatnot is a form of accessibility. Hell yeah. The kind of player who goes for hardcore rules, no randomizer, set mode, no items to battle, level caps, limited setup moves and all that jazz. You can literally eliminate all those rules and introduce some other things to make it easier for you. It can be so fun. Hell yeah. Maybe one of these days I'll give a Nuzlocke another go. Maybe one of these days. Ah! Crying, screaming, throwing up. When I say I'm bad at video games. Also, I returned to dinner in Lark. Of course. Enjoy your crab rangoon. Chad, have y'all seen the I'm a slut for crab rangoon t-shirt? Have y'all seen that shit? Because it's like one of my favorite things. God damn it. Chad, he's so good at video games. He's so good at video games. Have y'all seen the I'm a slut for crab rangoon shirt? Because that shit, it's true. It's real. I am in fact a slut. Nintendo is always disgustingly good at introducing accessibility system modes, and honestly amazes me how they can make the games that have genuine difficulty to them by default but can still be enjoyed by a 5-year-old. I like Pokemon. I'll learn my lesson eventually. I'll learn my lesson eventually. Maybe, hopefully. We'll see. Okay. I can hit buttons. Okay. Okay, I did it. Perfect. Fuck you. Fuck you. Weird bird thing. I'm gonna eat you. Heal me. Thank you. There we go. Dead. And fully healed. Thank you. What do we got going on up here? Looks like we have a few things. Big rock in the way on this side. Which Pokemon introduced the challenge mode concept they had with Black and White 2? I do agree. I think we deserve a hard mode. I think a built-in increased difficulty would be fun with Pokemon. Oh, not these things. Alright, chat. Wish me luck. Alright, what's the button I need to hit? Nope. I'm trying to remember what button it is. Nope, not what I wanted. Oh, what's the button? No, it was this one. Okay. Right, and then I need to somehow... Nope. I need to somehow get to all three of them. God damn it. These fights are miserable to me. These fights are fucking miserable to me. Alright, alright, alright. Come on. Let's try this again. Alright, get over here. Alright. It's not what I wanted. Do the big hand thing. Fuck. Wait. Wait, did that count? Holy shit. Alright, I did it. Hello, Grom! Bye-bye-bye! I did it!
A portal is open here, too. We can finally warp. If you want to breathe the air of the world of light for a moment, let me know. I'll take you there.
Alright, I did it. Thank God. I'm going to assume there's something we need to, like, grab and teleport over here, but I want to explore a little bit first. Oh, what do you have to say?
Whoa, hey! Town, look below the ice.
Uh-huh. Interesting.
Those are the Zoras. Whoa, this is really strange. What in the world happened? Hey, what do you want to do? We can't just leave them like this. I think all we need to do is thaw them out. It does us no good to stand here thinking. Let's leave and come back later. The portal should work for now. We need to find a way to melt the ice and then come back here.
Alright, so it does want me to pretty much immediately warp out. Where are we warping to, though? I don't know where to warp to. We could just warp here for now. Let's warp down to the village, to Kakariko. Let's try that. Okay. Let's see where this gets us. Alright, alright, alright. Oh, we're stuck as a wolf, right! I forget that we still get stuck as a wolf here. Oh, this is so sad. There you are. What do we even do here? If you could warp IRL, how long until it went wrong do you estimate? It would depend a lot on the rules of the warping. It would very much depend on the specific rules of the ability to warp. Okay, let's see if we can get up here without issue. Well, like, are we talking just, you know, if I've been to a location before, I can, you know, just teleport there, or are there specific rules to the ability to teleport? Like, that's a conversation that depends a lot on a lot of things. I don't know what the limitations are. It's so interesting that, like, nothing here attacks me because I'm just a little wolf. That's so interesting. All the things that would usually do me harm are harmless. Interesting. But so how are you doing, Grum? It's always a pleasure to see you. Bark for bite bite. Bark bark bite bite.
This thing has been here for a while now, but it's still pretty hot.
We could drop this here. Perfect. You take care, Rowan. Bark for bite bite. You have a lovely rest of your evening. I don't really give a shit, Pyro, being so honest. The hypothetical makes no sense and is not gripping me. Everything here is too confused about what a wolf is and how it got into this ecosystem to attack. True that. He's just here out of nowhere. He's just a silly little guy. Mods. I don't think chat's interested in engaging with the hypothetical either, with all the love in the world, Pyro. One sec, where's my mouse? There we go.
Who knew that something so dangerous would come in handy? All right, the Zoras are safe now, so let's go. The ice melted and restored the water flow to normal. Can we finally meet the spirit of Lake Hylia?
Let's see if we can.
Wait.
Please, you must allow me to thank you for revitalizing both my people and the spring, which is the water source for all of the lands of Hyrule. In life, I was the elder of the Zora village and the queen of my people. I was called Rutella.
Not to be rude, but we didn't exactly do it for you guys.
The Dark Ones. They raided this village and, as a message to my people, executed them executed me before them. Young man, you who take the form of a proud beast, I have something to ask of you. When the Dark Ones descended upon our village, I sent my young one, Rallis, to Hyrule Castle to inform Princess Zelda of our fate. But I fear danger followed him from this doomed place. I feel it. His presence grows fainter to me over time. Hi, Shy. Bye-bye. But my time in this world has passed, and though I would give it gladly, I no longer have a life to risk in this rescue. Please, would you save my dearest, Prince Rallis? If you do this thing, it will bestow upon you the protection of water. This power will grant you the ability to swim and respire in very deep water as if you were a Zora. Please, save my son.
So if we help her, she'll grant you the power to swim in deep water like a Zora, huh? So, what'd you say, hero? Oh, but now that I think about it, I suppose you should meet the prince as a wolf. I don't suppose you should meet the prince as a wolf, huh? So, no hurry to return you to the world of light then, huh?
Shy spotted, shouted, deployed. We love Shy, y'all. Shy is such a sweetheart. Absolutely wonderful axolotl VTuber. Talented artist. I wish I had the ability to... Can you not swim, Shy? I would be genuinely shocked if you were unable to swim, Shy. Maybe it's just because I'm from Florida. But it's so impossible for me to imagine people being unable to swim. Okay, I'm glad you can swim. I'm gonna be so honest, being Floridian, like, the ability to swim is something that I so easily take for granted that I do forget, though, that there are people who just don't. I genuinely, regularly forget that there are, like, large swaths of people who just don't know how to swim. And, like, so fair, I'm not gonna judge people for not having been taught that. But being in Florida, like, swimming is such a necessity.
Looks like the shock of that impact not only raised the water level, but sped up the flow too. This water should flow all the way down to the lake. Why don't you let it take you there?
Also, some people are I mean, yes, there are people who, for reasons of disability, can't, but, like, I'm talking about able-bodied people. Like, those aren't the people I'm talking about here. I'm talking about, like, you know, able-bodied people who, who just haven't been taught the skill. You may know how to swim, but do you know how to eat rocks? I eat rocks all the time. Like, I'm talking about able-bodied people who have never lived somewhere where water is common, and thereby, like, okay, a piece of culture shock for me that I have engaged with, even, like, within the United States. Here in Florida, learning how to swim is basically a necessity. Almost everyone knows how to. It is a very common skill. I have met maybe 2 people in this state who do not know how to swim in my entire life. It is the kind of thing where, like, it might as well be taught in schools. There basically are a lot of schools that do ensure and teach it, but it's such a commonplace skill that, like, you don't meet people in Florida who don't know how to swim. But there are other places in the world where access to open water is a lot less common, where they don't have beaches or may not even have many lakes, and thereby, if they were not taught to swim as a child, they probably never learned the skill. Do you think the Zora's power would make you know how to swim, or would it only grant you the ability to swim in deep water? I think it very specifically would just allow you to, like, hold your breath forever, you know? I think the ability just, like, gives you gills so you can hold your breath. It doesn't actually teach you how to swim. Hello, Gremlin Transbean. How are you doing? Bye. But yeah, like here in Florida, when water is something so commonplace, when like, you know, most of the field trips you go to in school and whatnot are like to the beach, swimming is kind of a fundamental. But there are states that are a lot more landlocked and where access to spaces for swimming is a lot rarer and more limited. And I am a piece of culture shock that I've had to face is like there is not as much pressure put on kids to learn how to swim, and it is not as much a necessity in a lot of other places as it is here in Florida. You know, the Zorro domain is in Florida. This makes sense. This makes sense. MEP puppy, you can get some rest. Take care of yourself. We're only gonna be live for a little bit longer, I think.
Aren't you awake yet? Look, we got washed up all the way down to Lake Hylia, just as I predicted. And it looks like we're right in front of the Spirit Spring to boot. Talk about lucky. Well, let's go. Snap out of it and get to the Spirit.
Wait, I want to know what it says. Let me read it. Spring of the Spirit, Linaru. Oh, never mind. I wish you good luck in waking up then. I am the last of the spirits of light, consumed by Twilight. Hero, chosen one of the gods. You have done well to make it this far. Gather my scattered tears of light that were stolen by shadow. Gather them in this. Alright, we're back on this shit, chat. It's time to scavenger hunt. I'm sure you know by now the forms that these dark insects take when they steal our light. In this shadow realm of Twilight, the insects are invisible like the humans of this world. The forms these dark insects take, job applications. How are you doing, Echo Boy Blue? Barper Bite Bite. Collect my light. Lift the final cloud of twilight that threatens to cover all of Hyrule. I am awake. Oh, did you just get up? Did you just wake up, Necro Boy Blue? Are you supposed to be sleeping right now, Teehee? Made the mistake of evening nap and paying for it dearly. Oh, you poor thing. I regularly make the mistake of evening nap, I understand. I very regularly make the mistake of evening nap. Chat, naps are lies. A nap will turn into a sleep if you fucking let it. Maybe this is just a me problem, but when I take naps, I almost invariably wake up more tired than I was beforehand. And it is such an issue. One day I'll learn my lesson. Chat, someday I will learn my lesson and I will stop. My hubris will come to an end and I will no longer assume that I am capable of napping. However, today is not that day. Especially if you're chronically exhausted and or overworked. Especially if you're me and you, like, sleep 7 hours a night. Or rather, sleep like 4 hours a night, you know? Especially if you're constantly pushing your goddamn limits the way that I am. Couch gravity is unusually strong. Good luck. Good luck, Neko Boy Blue. I hope you recover. I need you to come over here. Okay. I need to get this one over here as well. Wait, okay, it was this button. And then okay, nope. God damn it. Now I need to get all three of you in one. Please, can I get the other two of you to walk towards me? That'd be really nice. Fuck it. You know what? We're gonna kill you, and we're just gonna get the other one to follow me. There you go. You're dead. Alright, you, come over here. Fuck me. Grab you and the other one. Please! There you are. Alright, I did it. Can't imagine what your IRL stim stat card would look like. There are some days where I wake up and I feel like I'm just trying to figure out how to get all those stats into the green, because they're not in the green, y'all. There are a lot of days where I'm like trying to sit down and get work done, and I end up spending like a few hours of my day just feeling like I'm trying to top off all of my stats until I feel okay enough to be a person.
Hey, if you blow that grass there, the monster bird that was just here should come back. And even if you can't play it yourselves, maybe you can sit there and howl the same song.
That's a future me problem. Oh, fuck you. Come here. There we go. There we go. Nah, get some rest if you need it, Neko. I know that is never the optimal, but do what you need. Sometimes a motherfucker needs to sleep. Sometimes, as much as I dread to say it, as much as I may try to deny it, sometimes a motherfucker needs sleep. Sometimes a motherfucker needs a goddamn nap. Oh, not what I wanted. How do I get up to this area here? Trying to figure out what's going on the map. Oh, I think I can do it this way. Okay. I mean, it sounds nice, but just dropping everything for 8 hours. Exactly. That's my ideology. I'm like, you mean I need to lay down and spend 8 hours unconscious doing nothing when I could use that time to, like, I don't know, be creative or have fun? What do you mean? That sounds wrong. That sounds incorrect. Whoever invented that, I don't like them. What do you mean I need to spend like 8 hours of my day fucking unconscious? That just sounds miserable. I don't want to sleep. I think I specifically should be granted the powers of never needing to sleep, you know? I think I specifically should never have to sleep. It helps if you think of it as time traveling to the future. No, that makes it worse, actually. For me, like, the worst part of sleep is the fact that I am losing time that I could otherwise be using to do things. The fact that time is passing. That time is progressing while I am asleep, and that I'm not able to utilize it towards the things I would rather utilize it, and that I have to, you know, start my next day by taking care of myself and wasting even more time. That sucks. Consider it a prep phase for future projects. But it forces me to take a break from the project I'm currently working on, you know? And then I have to, like, remember what I was doing and spend a couple hours getting back in the zone. It's so much wasted time when I could... Okay. I would love to be able to just not sleep for a few days while I finish a project. And then after I finish that project, sleep for, like, the requisite amount of time. So say I spend a week working on a project... and then I could get all of the sleep that I otherwise would have taken during the time I was working during that week in one go. That way I wouldn't have to spend any time stopping and slowing down and reorientating myself and reminding myself where I was. It would just be one solid go. That would be perfect, I think. You know? I'm like, if I really need sleep that badly, why can't I just do it in I'm going to cry. There's a way to force it to work. Unfortunately, the way is meth addiction. I mean, I already have Vyvanse. If I can admit to a terrible habit of mine, it is taking my Vyvanse inappropriately in order to increase productivity. Do not do this, chat. Don't do this. Do not. I am not telling you to do this. This is a bad habit. I acknowledge it is a bad habit. Don't do this. Okay? Do not be me. Sometimes I will take a Vyvanse and I will lock in and work for 10 hours straight. And then I'll eat a meal, and I'll take a second Vyvanse. And I will stay up for 24 hours. Don't do this. Do not do this. This is what I do when I need to, like, crunch on a project. This is what I do when I am in proper crunch time. Don't do this. Need to restart later, whatever for the body. Quite literally, I'm just like delaying the update. It is bad, it will do damage to you. I cannot recommend this path less. It is one of the worst choices I have ever made. However, now that I know the cheat code, I don't know how to not desire for it, you know? I know the cheat code now, unfortunately. Oh, hello there. Where'd you go? Where's my dig button? There's my dig button. Okay. Wait for it to stop being electric, and then I need to attack it. Buddy? There we go. That worked. Alright, perfect. One semester in college, I slept maybe 30 hours total thanks to a legitimate prescription. Yep. Yeah. You can also do what I did, which was force myself to live off 2 to 4 hours of sleep a day for 2 years. But that does end with hospital. Hospital! Hospital! Okay. I'm normal. World's most normal guy. I also spent 3 days in my first year pulling all-nighters and twice in my third. Oh, I've pulled 4 back-to-back all-nighters before. Don't do that either. It's bad for you. It's very bad for you. I've pulled 4 back-to-back all-nighters before, and let me tell you, bad time. Oh, alright, what am I doing? Once worked myself into passing out 3 times in the same day. That's not good. That's less than ideal. Yeah, I would not recommend that either. I at least once a week pass out at my desk, which is also not optimal. It's why I set my alarms very early in the day. Like, I set my alarms for tomorrow morning, at like 3 p.m. today. Because there's a pretty solid chance that I'm going to sit at my desk and work until I pass out tonight. And I need to make sure I'm up in the morning, unfortunately. I do have responsibilities. Oh, hi there, buddy. There you are. There we go. Project that came out of it was kick-ass, though. I probably have undiagnosed POTS, which doesn't help. Yeah, I have orthostatic hypotension, which is basically slightly less severe POTS. Orthostatic hypotension is POTS, but with blood pressure instead of heart rate. So it's very similar. Hi, Banana Tiger, Barper Bye Bye. We've been playing the video game for just shy of an hour. I remember one of my worst days taking some random anxiety meds from one of my exes and being up for 3 days wondering what the fuck was happening. We do not recommend. Yeah, don't do that. I will generally recommend against like taking other psychiatric meds if you don't know what you're doing. Bird time. Oh, apparently some of the critters I want are in here, but where? How do I grab them? Alright, there's one right here. Yeah, I don't know how I collect the ones that are in here. Like, do I just... Because that didn't work. Huh. Okay, I got one. So I might have to do this again at some point. Okay, I'm starting to understand. I'll just probably have to do this again to grab the rest of them. Fuck me. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Okay. Wait, Link is looking up. Is that what's up, dog? I'm gonna bite you. Alright. Super duper eep, I'm gonna eep. No worries, no worries. Get some good eep, Banana Tiger. All the best. I do urge you to take care of yourself, always. I heavily encourage self-care around here. Oh, fuck me. It's probably too late to... Yeah, okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're just trying that again. We're gonna try that again. Alright. Okay. Alright, we just need one more and we're good. We just need to find the last one and we're solid. Okay, I'm not terrible at this. I'm not horrible at this. Also, God, this segment is such a cool part of the game. Yo, Naba, thank you for the raid. Mods, can we get a shout out? Hi, everybody, hello! I'm Archivist, I'm your resident loud punk bastard. I stream Not Quite Retro Games and make art. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Hi, folks! I don't even necessarily play Not Quite Retro Games that often these days, but you can catch me making video essays, yapping, causing problems, as we're off to do. It's wonderful to see you. Hi, we're currently playing some Twilight Princess. Everyone on my end, make sure you give Neba, Natsuki, and Angora some love. Everyone, all right, mods, make sure we give Angora a shout out as well as soon as we can. But hi, everybody, it's lovely to see y'all. Everyone, please give both Neba and Angora some love. I got to see both of them at Offkai. They ran an incredible panel about charity streaming called VTubing for Good. It was an amazing time. I got to attend it live. I was so proud to see my friends like pull off this amazing panel, and I'm really hoping to throw my hat in the ring to run a panel myself next year. Shout out all my love to these two. They are wonderful, wonderful people. Let me say hello to everyone who came on in with the raid as well. Hello, Pancake Charms. Let's see. Hello to Casey Jutsu. How goes it? What are y'all up to? What were you streaming? It's so wonderful to see you all. Welcome on in, Celeste Nebula. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Like I said, I'm your resident loud punk bastard. You can find me yapping queer and leftist issues. I make video essays over on YouTube. I stream and yap here on Twitch. It's wonderful to see everybody. Hi. Doing some big off-kai yap stream over some power washing. Hell yeah! I'm sorry I couldn't. I wanted to stop by yesterday and say hello while you were doing your big off-kai recap, but I'm so proud of you, genuinely. The panel you put on was incredible, and it really inspired me, and also made me realize that, like, I am fully in a place where I can do my own shit like that. And I'm hoping next year for the opportunity. I might poke you with, like, for some guidance and advice at some point if you don't mind. I would love to, you know, get some advice, if that's chill, teehee. But no, everyone give some love. I've known Neba for a while. She's an absolute sweetheart. She really helped me out when I was homeless and going through all of that, and has just been a great support and friend to me. And Angora, though we only met at Offkai, has also been an absolute sweetheart. Please make sure you give all your love. Teehee. I did just fucking fuck up horribly in game, but it's fine. We're gonna fix that now. I'm genuinely so proud of y'all. I'm so proud of y'all. You did amazing. And I appreciate the work you guys do so much. I want to get more involved in charity streaming this year. Alright. I do have to lock in a little bit for this portion. Not too much, though. Not too much. I'm so glad I got to meet you guys. Also, bites you harder. I'm hoping there's some other cool panels next year. IDK, if the every other year thing applies to panelists, like a special guest, but we're gonna try and do another one. Hell yeah. We'll see. I would love to get your advice on running a panel myself, because I want to try to pitch a panel talking about like queerness in the VTubing space. I'm a queer video essayist after all. I've got a lot to say about gender. I would love to. I just fucked up. Why am I so bad at this? Okay, you. I need to wait for you. There. Okay, now I just need to survive and not die. Okay. Just really hoping my panel gets accepted next year. I hope it does too. I would love to see all of us like get to run our own panels. It was so cool getting to see a couple friends of mine like on a stage like that. And like, okay. So the first panel I went to at Offkai was the how to shill yourself panel, and finding out like that the person who was running that panel was only averaging like 30 viewers, and that was recommending people apply to opportunities like this when they're around like the 20 viewer range. That was a very interesting reminder for me, or not reminder necessarily, but like indicator for me that I am well within my right to be applying for opportunities like that. That I need to stop expecting opportunities to come to me and need to start reaching out for them. That I'm at a point where I can very reasonably do shit like this. I just need to put myself out there more and to carve out my own space. And so I'm really looking forward to trying to do that in this coming year. I gotta get a media kit together. I gotta really start pushing myself. You've beaten like 99% of everyone who's ever gone live. True that. I don't know if I'm big enough to ever like meet and greet or guest at or at like Offkai particularly, but someday I will be. Someday I'm going to, and I'm gonna keep fighting until I get there. The other thing I could potentially do is one about partner pushing, but that feels like kind of predatory, if I can be so honest. And I don't feel like I'd even trust someone else giving that advice a lot of the time to a like big audience like that. Some of my friends who average 30 viewers had meet and greets at exhibitor booths. I do think I could get one at an exhibitor booth. I would just need to like reach out to someone. If you do have any info or advice on reaching out to those folks, let me know. Because I don't... Volton, thank you for the gift subs. What the fuck? That means the world. What the hell? I'm just a loud punk boy on the internet. What the fuck? But no, I don't think I could do one officially with the con. I could probably do one with an exhibitor, but I don't really have the connections. At least not right now. Maybe one of these days. I would definitely need some advice and guidance on making that happen. Thank you for the hydrate, Molten. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I appreciate the hell out of you. And you know, I did one of the unofficial Offkai meet and greets as V Prisma, and we average 28 to 50 depending on the week. Could absolutely do one. How do I get in contact with those folks though? How do I get in contact with like the folks and resources to do that? Because that's what I need advice on. Your best bet is to make merch with any con exhibitor. Most of the time, the way to get that going is just reach out. Okay. Okay, noted. We just applied it to keep an eye on the Offkai official Twitter. Got it. Huh. We also have a friend who was a vendor who might do some more meet and greet stuff next year. If they do, we can see if we can get you in. That would mean the world, genuinely. How do I say this? I've been streaming for like 4.5 years, and I am a VTuber, but I've oftentimes felt very separate from the VTuber space in a way that has stopped me from like forging a lot of the connections and gaining a lot of this know-how. And going to Offkai, I was very scared that I was going to leave Offkai feeling like I hated the VTuber scene, like I didn't belong. But I very much came to the opposite conclusion, that actually I love VTubing and I want to more loudly and openly participate in many elements of this culture. So now I'm like trying to figure out how in 9 months I forge a lot of the connections and know-how I need. There's also companies that are a lot more focused on meet and greets like Neko Alley. I have been meaning to reach out to Neko Alley for a while, and Offkai is what finally has made me like decide I'm definitely gonna reach out, because they're like... One sec. They're not very far from me. It's not like same city deal, but it's like it's within a few hours, which I know I shouldn't say that. I know that's a bad thing to say out loud, but like I could drive there. I could theoretically drive there. I've been meaning to reach out to them and be like, hey, if there's any southeast cons that you could put me in, I could even potentially do things that require me to be there in person. You take care, Chibi. Get some good sleep. Bye-bye. But yeah, my plan is to just reach out to Neko Alley and be like, hey, I'm Archivist. I'm a punk VTuber. Here's my stats. Here's my media kit. Here's all my shit. I know Onkai is Onki is happening in November. They already closed their applications. I meant to apply and then I didn't. So, you know, next year. But I am planning on reaching out to Neko Alley and just being like, hey, here's my shit, here's my stats, here's my info. If you have any events that you're doing shit for in the near future, hit me up. Oh, that's long. Okay, no. I need to see that again. Bottom, middle... Oh, I don't like that. From what I've heard, Anki's definitely a little messy anyway. Very obvious it's the first iteration of that con. I would still love to see it go places, because having like an East Coast con would be a lot easier for me to attend. A lot less expensive. Perhaps next year, you know? Perhaps next year. Alright. So I need to take notes for this. This requires notes. Oh, I don't like this. Bottom, middle, okay. Next line, middle again, next line, bottom. Okay, let me see if I can follow the instructions I just wrote down. Nope. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. How do I do this? Oh, I hate this. Oh, this is horrible. That's correct. I did that right. I technically did that correct. Nope. I just missed the middle line in there. It's so hard to hit the middle line. I did it. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, the timing does matter, because one of them was like a half note. Alright, we did it. We did it. Hell yeah. Chat, my friends are so cool, by the way. I am so blessed and lucky to know so many cool, creative people who are making amazing work, and like, I want so badly to support the work they're doing and to do the kinds of cool things that they're doing. Okay, I don't know what that did, but that was cool. No, you, Neba, I think you're really fucking cool and I enjoyed hanging out with you, and every bit of advice and help that you have given me in my time as a creator has meant the world and has done wonders to make things more accessible and possible to me. Like, I don't know if I would have escaped homelessness without a lot of your help, so thank you. I appreciate you endlessly. Killing you with my teeth. Shout out to my friends, they're all so cool. I've fallen back in love with like VTubing as a medium in a way I haven't felt in a while, and that is one of the most beautiful things about Offkai for me. Getting to fall back in love with this thing that, like, don't get me wrong, I've loved for a long time, but that has felt distant from me for a while. Okay, no. Where is this thing? Where's this bug? It's not in the water, is it? I don't think so. And you can do it solidarity with helps though. I mean, if nothing else, it helped a lot with the hopelessness. Homelessness is not an easy thing to go through no matter what. And having support and having the solidarity of people who have been through it, you know, that meant the world. Where is this fucking bug? Alright, alright, alright. Where are you? Bug? No? It's not like underneath the bridge, is it? Or like only, yeah, it wouldn't be only accessible when I can do this. Is it up on the roof? How do I get up there? I have no clue where this bug is. Huh. I might be able to come back to this one later, but that'd be annoying, if nothing else. Wait, why do I feel like I can vaguely see it? No, that's just the person, isn't it? Does it have any new... Does she have any new dialogue? Oh, hello! That was it. Where's this fucking bug when I see a spider? What's that? A bug? Ew, nasty. Why is it so big? Golly, I'm so sick of roughing it in the boonies. Alright. Kills you. With my teeth. I love biting. Chat, this game is so gender. You can tell that I'm a normal, well-adjusted person because I think this game is gender. This is the most gender video game I have ever played. This video game, chat, peak fucking gender. Alright, here we go, I think. Twilight Princess is pretty gendered, true that. Hello, Fiddlestrix, how are you doing tonight? Bark, bark, bite, bite. It was lovely seeing you at Offkai. I'm gonna keep seeing that to everyone I saw at Offkai for like at least a few months. For at least a few weeks. My brain's just gonna be like, I saw you at Offkai. We are now bonded through this shared experience. This game forever altered my perception of self. This is the back. This game turned a lot of people into furries. Stay for long enough and it'll be in time for next Offkai. True that. Just get out of D&D, had a wedding in hell. Sounds like a good time. I'd go to a hell wedding. Hell wedding sounds like a great time.
Hey, we can climb up from here.
I want to attend a wedding in hell. Okay.
You're my friend now. We're having soft tacos for dinner.
That's how I approach, like, fucking friendship, yeah. I'm like, oh, you're my friend now. I like you. I like you, you're my friend now. And then you can't get rid of me. I'm very bad at the reaching out to people's side of friendship, but if you are nice to me and I like you, we're friends. Twilight Princess is the story of Link going through a weird werewolf phase and meeting progressively better bitches. Listen, I think this is pretty fucking gender. Hot take, Wolf Link is very gender. Guys, this fox has been staring through my window for the past week. Should I be scared? Soft tacos! Now I actually want soft tacos. I've already eaten like half the burritos I meal prepped because they're so good and I've been eating them for half my meals for the last while. They're so good though. You can't blame me. They're tasty. Is there a bug like down below me maybe? Fuck it, let's explore. I can always get back up here. Okay, you. Kills you. It was a good time. A wedding and a trap for when the demon lords determined one of the bride's family killed that guy. Hell yeah. Glad you got better. Glad you didn't die. Always very happy to find out that the cool people I know didn't die. It's usually a positive. Let me open the chest. There we go. You said soft taco too many times and now my stomach is awake again. You're welcome. Just realized I know which timeline Twilight Princess is on. Can I be so real? I don't understand the whole Zelda timeline thing. I feel like the Zelda timeline is a very brazen attempt to try to force chronology onto a series that was not invented or made with that in mind. And it points to a bit of an obsession people have with like everything in a piece of work, in an artwork being intentional. And sometimes a piece of artwork was just not made with the intention of being cohesive from every angle, and that's just okay. I think the earlier Zelda games were not made with the intention of eventually being shoved into a timeline, and that's just fine. Less than ideal, alright. Okay, stop doing that. That's really rude of you, actually. Fuck me. It's really rude of you. Can you, like, not? I would like to kill you. There we go. I don't understand the Zelda timeline. The Brian David Gilbert signal has been lit. I love Brian David Gilbert, and I have watched his video on it, but like, I feel... Hello, little bee bean. I feel like any attempt to try and like codify the Zelda timeline into something solid is always going to be a bit like flawed and unnecessary, if I can be so bold. And again, it speaks to this obsession I notice with wanting everything in a piece of media to have been intentional, when very often creative choices, especially in older pieces of media like this, were made without, you know, context or knowledge or intent, and that's fine. They didn't make, like, the earlier Zeldas with the intention of them being shoved into a larger chronology. And even still, they're reinventing the narrative constantly, and I don't think that's a problem. You know? I think it's trying to force the series to be something it isn't. I don't know. There's the games that are obviously sequel-y or callbacky, and then there's all the other ones, yeah. Like, my understanding of Zelda as a franchise is it is just an effort to shove the same characters into different situations. And I would honestly perceive it better as a bunch of different, like, AUs featuring the same main cast. And I almost think it functions best under that, that angle. But maybe that's just me. There we go. Was it a result of Nintendo America deciding to change all the original Shinto-inspired material for the US market? I have no clue. I'm just a little guy. But no, I feel almost as though, like, Zelda, aside of a handful of entries, wasn't really meant to be engaged with as a chronology, and that's fine. It's like a series of AUs featuring the same characters. Coming soon, Zelda Coffee Shop AU, but they're all in college and also vampires or something. I mean, you can go read that on AO3 right now, you know? It's probably pretty good. Got some slow burn in there, you know? Legend of Zelda dating sim is not out of the question at this point. I would probably play it. Not gonna lie, if they made a Legend of Zelda dating sim, I would probably play it. I could be tempted by this. Okay, this is not where I want to be. I could be tempted by this, though. I don't know anything about F-Zero. Never heard of it before. This is the first time I'm hearing of it. No clue what that is. Knowing Nintendo is gonna be setting Tingle up with all the people characters. Oh god. You know what? Never mind. Not a big fan of this. Yeah, I don't think I can dig my way through this. Not even need dig spots. Nope. Alright. This path does not work. Alas. I've actually seen a Zelda College or High School AU at one point. Don't remember much about it though. Oh, I'm sure there are dozens of like slow burn high school romance AUs with the Zelda series. I'm so certain that there have been many written. That is like one of fanfiction authors' favorite tropes. I don't know anything about World of Darkness. I only very, very vaguely know it, because I was in, like, some kind of, audio drama about it one time. Okay, yeah, I'm not seeing a point of entry through here. I'm not sure what I do in this situation. Trying to figure out how I get where I need to be. Because right now, I'm not sure. Oh, that's not good. Cool. That hurts me. Understood. Good to know. Ah! No, gimme. We got this. Where the fuck am I going? I still feel like there's supposed to be something for me to do here, but I cannot find it. That's fine. Maybe it's just a weird remained of the map being what it used to be. If piss is a filtered word, I do not remember setting that up to be a filtered word. I'm gonna be so real with you. If Twitch is telling you you're not allowed to say the word piss in my chat, I do not remember setting that up. I wouldn't be terribly shocked at it, but I do not remember setting that up. And if I did do that, I am concerned what y'all were up to that forced me to do so. There we go. You know what this means? Piss! I kind of want to go in and write a bunch of coffee shop AU stories for classic works of literature, and then like The Sun Also Rises, where Ben is an exchange student, or Love at the Time, Calera, but Urbino is a TA. Do it. I think that's cute. Chat, when you got, you know you've made it when you've got in a coffee shop AU. I want to get like a coffee shop AU fanfic someday, but wherein nothing is normal. Like a fic that pretends it is a completely normal coffee shop AU, but which refuses to actually abide by any of the tropes therein. Does that make any sense at all? I want a coffee shop AU that like, you know, You know how coffee shop AUs, they tend to promise romance, you kind of have expectations of what you're getting when you're going in. I want a coffee shop AU that just refuses to abide by the tropes and traits and normative expectations. I think it'd be funny. Coffee shop AU, but it's like just kind of weird and questionable. Where is this bug? Hello, bug? Come here, bug. Coffee shop AU about how life is in a commune. Coffee shop AU, but instead of a romantic subplot, it's actually like subterfuge and community organizing for an anarchist movement, you know? Coffee shop AU, but it's actually about unionizing the coffee shop. Wait, I'm on to something here. I'm on to something here. Coffee shop AU, but instead of like romance and meet cutes, it's about helping the coffee shop unionize. I think that'd be peak. Where is this bug? Yes, you're like dead right now. You're not doing well. Okay, so there's a weird rock. Alright, so they're not- the Zora aren't doing so hot now that I'm taking a better look at them. This is less than ideal. No, that's a coffee shop that you can get behind? Hell yeah. How are you doing, Trans Night? Before I bite, hope you're having a wonderful evening. Hope you are doing quite well. Oh! Oh, they're grieving. They're grieving, chat. This is so sad. Oh, poor things. Tummy aches but vibe, and I hope you feel better soon. 6.5 AE stream. We're getting treated today. I mean, I go for minimum 6. It's pretty common for me to go like 7 or 8 hours. Thank you for the follow up over by bite. Depending on how I'm doing like physically, anywhere from 6 to 8 hours is pretty typical for me. 6 is just my minimum. If I hit 6, then I'm allowed to end. I hit 6 hours, and at that point I keep going until I am either satisfied or too tired. That's just how I do my shit, teehee. What am I supposed to do here? I'm not seeing any hint of this bug. It's one of like 3 more we need, apparently. It's the last one on the map too, which is odd. Unless there's more, I'm not. Why are there 2 all the way, or why is there 1 all the way back in the city? That's gonna force me to backtrack a lot. Okay. Huh. Okay. I love the free excuse to go back to my late night schedule. Teehee. Does anyone know where I find this specific bug? Is there like an event I need to trigger to make it show up or whatnot? I am explicitly asking for advice on this one. If anyone knows if like there's something I need to do in order to trigger it, because I'm not seeing it. But my best guess is the torch. Oh, true. But I don't know if there's anywhere here I can get fire? I need, in that case, a stick and fire, but I don't know where I get fire. And there's 2 braziers here. So I might have to backtrack, find a stick and fire elsewhere, and come back, which is going to be a long journey if so. You're okay, don't worry about it. Bedtime for me, you take care, Rosa. Bye-bye. You have a great rest of your night. Good luck tomorrow. You got a lot of work ahead of you, but you're going to do amazing. I'm so proud of you. Haven't played this in forever, so I don't remember anything, unfortunately. No worries. Chances are I need to find a way to light this, and I just have not unlocked that yet. That's fine. We'll come back and look at this again another time. There are apparently 2 other bugs I need to go find still. I do remember that you have to run with a stick. It's been years, but I'm pretty sure that's it. Okay, yeah, so there's probably a stick there's probably a stick somewhere down here that I have to bring all the way up with me. Or maybe even, like, further away, I'm not sure. In any case, I don't think I've unlocked whatever I need yet. Worst comes to worst, I will look it up later. Alright then. I'll do a little bit more exploring, see if I can find the ones that are outside of here. But I'll probably come back to this another night. Because that sounds annoying. That sounds like I'm putting myself through pain, and I don't really want to do that right now. Actually, wait, if I want to get back to Hyrule Field to get those other ones, the path to that was in here, I think. I think. Because we need to get back out to Hyrule Field. Alright, we got this. Nope, not what I wanted. Not what I wanted. Midna, I need you to work with me here. I need you to be nice to me, as hard as that is for you. Chat, can I be a little silly and excited? I applied for a key to a game, and I don't know if I'm gonna get it. I'll find out soon. But if I get it, I'm gonna be able to stream a very, very exciting game. I don't know if I'm allowed to say it. But it's a very exciting project that I think you all will also be excited to. That's releasing very soon. And if I could get a free key for this, it'll be awesome, I think. If I could potentially land a free key for this, I would be what we in the business call very happy. Oh my fuck, I'm gonna cry! I'm going to cry. So I think I should be allowed to cry. That was painful right there. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Chat, you know how Game Freak is releasing a new game? Do y'all know about that? Have y'all heard about this? Like, like it's not Pokemon. They're releasing a new game, and like it's not Pokemon. You didn't hear it from me, though. You didn't hear it from me. I applied. No guarantees or anything. Shout out to the friend who let me know about the opportunity. I'm so bad at keeping up with these things myself. By the way, if there are upcoming games that y'all want me to like see if I can get review keys for, let me know. Because I do have access to resources to get review keys for a lot of major games. So if there are like upcoming titles that you want to see me play, let me know. I am not opposed to reaching out and seeing if I can get a review key. Alright, maybe this is... Never mind. This is not where I'm supposed to go. Okay. Cool. I can see if any of the services I am using have mermaids mat. You know what? Let me check if the main one I'm using has that, actually. It is not on the main service that I am using, I don't think. Doesn't seem to be anyway. Yeah, it's not on here. That is a shame. It depends if they are giving out keys via the services I am using as well. But it's worth a shot. The game didn't particularly interest me anyway, but you know, that's how it goes. I do think, though, chat, this might be where I close out for the night. I have spent a while trying to figure out this bit of puzzle here. It's looking like the bit that's left for me is going to take a lot of time and going to be a lot of banging my head against a wall. So I think for now, I'm going to go find someone to raid, if y'all aren't opposed. In which case, let me see who all I know who is live. What all do we got? We do have Taihungi on. Goblin Fia is on. Oh, Cassidy is on. Okay, okay. Chat, do we want to say hi to Goblin Fia or do we want to say hi to Cassidy? Cassidy is someone I hung out with at Offkai. I think we'll say hi to Cassidy. We can say hi to Fia again sometime in the near future. I do love Fia. But I think for now, we're gonna go say hi to Cass. Alright, alright. Everyone, give your love to Cassidy. Super cool individual, absolutely deserving of your time and attention. Looks like Cassidy got sick after the convention, unfortunately, but y'all take care of yourselves. I'll next be live on Monday at 7 p.m. EST if things go to